Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I gotta say it 4 times. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Good morning. A few things before we get started. We encourage all attendees, in person and virtual, to access our virtual event platform. You all received emails with the access link to the platform. Those in the room can also use the QR codes around the room. On this virtual platform, you will find the schedule, speaker bios, and important event info such as Wi-Fi and a map. When time allows for questions throughout the day, we will have roaming mics here in the room. Attendees can also submit questions on the virtual platform if you prefer. We will have lunch available from 11:30 to 1:30. If you need other refreshments during the day, please quietly excuse yourself as needed. For those of you in person with us today, restrooms are right outside at both ends and emergency exits are marked. And lastly, please silence your cell phones if you have not done so already. Good morning. We're going to begin today's event with some brief recorded remarks from the Honorable Mike Gallagher, U.S. Representative from Wisconsin and Chair of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party.
Good morning to all those attending SCSP's Global Emerging Technology Summit. It's a pleasure to join you all virtually, or perhaps artificially, but I guess you won't have a way of determining whether or not this is really me. I'm always impressed by the Strategic Competitive Study Project's work and the minds they can bring together to generate actionable concepts for maintaining and growing the United States military and technological advantages. I wish I could join you today, and as soon as we generate deepfake stunt doubles, I promise to be better at being in two places at once. But from nuclear-powered submarines to the phones in our pockets, Americans have been pioneers of each technological frontier. Artificial intelligence is the next, or rather, the present frontier, and pioneering advancements in this area are just as crucial to maintaining overmatch and peace in the face of our adversaries. Xi Jinping understands the promise and power of AI all too well, which has led the Chinese Communist Party to declare that China will be the world leader in AI by 2030, around the same timeline Xi has set for the Chinese military to be capable of taking Taiwan by force. The CCP is a regime determined to weaponize AI to threaten global democracy and create the world's largest techno-totalitarian surveillance state. Xi warned that his government faces a, quote, major test of high winds, choppy waters, and even dangerous storms when it comes to artificial intelligence, and ordered the party to ensure the technology reflects core socialist values. Chinese censors have blocked ChatGPT and passed legislation requiring AI companies to comply with censorship on topics like Hong Kong, Xinjiang, and even the existence of Xi Jinping's siblings. The CCP are anything but Luddites. They do not fear AI. They fear AI that they do not control. And that is why it is essential that emerging technologies are wielded in defense of freedom and flourishing around the globe, actively deterring adversaries even by their presence alone and enabling excellence across our economic, security, and democratic interests. Coalitions of our allies and partners, from AUKUS to Five Eyes to NATO, provide unmatchable testbeds for co-developing, experimenting, and employing emerging technologies and artificial intelligence that strengthen their applications in the arsenals of democracies. Now, the U.S. must step up to the plate with private sector innovation and responsible governance, forging a powerful public-private partnership with joint investments and combined efforts across the globe to do just that. Do we want AI to be leveraged for good and the deterrence of conflict, or for evil and the proliferation of it? If the former, we must continue developing this revolutionary technology to preserve U.S. technological and moral leadership and ensure artificial intelligence and emerging technologies at large and their associated norms and guardrails are defined by freedom and our ideals, not the Chinese Communist Party's.
Hi, good morning, everybody. First of all, when we started planning the agenda, Joe told me I have 30 minutes, and now I'm down to 5 seconds. So I want to welcome all of you to our third Global Emerging Technology Summit. I'm Ili. I'm the leader of the SCSP. Thank you so much for being here. It's a long day. Stretch your legs. There are no breaks, but that's how we plan these things, so please bear with me. Just quick notes. We really are living at the time of unprecedented technological challenge. I think we all agree that emerging technologies like the recent advancement in generative AI have the potential to transform our life, how we work and how we live. But it is really important to be aware of the geopolitical implications of these technologies. And so the purpose of the summit today really is to bring together the private sector leaders, government from United States and our allies and partners to ensure that emerging technologies help advance freedom, strengthen democracies, and protect the rules-based order. And if you want to continue the conversation today, please check out our report that I forgot to bring it on stage, but it's online, it's available. It's called The Generative AI, The Future of Innovation Power. Of course, we're going to slightly change the agenda during the day, but because we have a special guest as our first in-person speaker, We're so grateful that he was able to find time to join us today. Please welcome the Ukraine's Minister of Strategic Industries, Mr. Alexander Kamyshin, to stage.
Morning. I was said it's about democracy, geopolitics, technology, and warfare. So that's actually all about what we have in Ukraine now. And indeed, I'm happy to see all of you here. Meanwhile, we stand 575th day of the war in Ukraine. And exactly this night, we got 43 missiles coming from Russia to my country. 36 of them are down, but the rest made much destruction. We lost 40 buildings and we lost over 20 people are injured. So that's the cost of this war, and that's the daily cost of this war. Meanwhile, we keep standing, we're determined, and I would like to thank each of you, your companies, your NGOs, your country, and the whole free world that stands with Ukraine these days. Without you, it would be much different. And I do really recognize that we stand for the values you know pretty well: democracy, freedom, and that's the main reason of the war in Ukraine, actually. My primary responsibility is defense industry, and because during the war, the only strategic industry could be defense industry, and that's my only sharp focus for current time. As my president says, small Soviet army never can beat large Soviet army. So technology is something that makes difference, and that's something that gives us an opportunity to withstand. Defense tech is an important part of the technology in Ukraine. You probably heard about all of those drone wars, and that's only a part of defense tech we have in Ukraine. I'm sure that that's already a game changer in this war, and I'm sure that Ukrainian defense tech would be something that would be an important lesson learned from this war to keep in mind while speaking about geopolitics, democracy, technology, and warfare. In my previous life, I've been running Ukrainian railways, and I would say that we probably proved that we can be resilient. We've done 4 million people evacuation. We exported cargo, brought in iron diplomacy, many of worldwide leaders, including your president. It was my honor and privilege to bring him in and out successfully. And aside from the president, we got a number of other great leaders coming to my country. One of them is my good friend, Eric Schmidt. He came to Ukraine, and he came to Ukraine again and again and again. And while coming to Ukraine, he learned more about my country and about the people and about our capabilities. And I'm sure that the more he comes, the more he sees that we can be quite creative and we can deliver something that will change defense tech really much. The only call to action I would like to tell you is come to Ukraine, explore Ukraine, learn more about defense tech we have here. And I'm sure that you would find opportunities for you, for your companies, for your country. The only moment when you come to Ukraine, come by train. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Carpenter. Our first panel today is on Ukraine and the future of warfare. We'll be joined by the Honorable Raja Krishnamurthy, U.S. Representative from Illinois, member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and ranking member of the House Select Committee on China's Communist Party. Andrei Lyskovich, founder of the Ukraine Defense Fund, and Honorable Rob Whitman, U.S. Representative from Virginia and Vice Chair of the House Armed Services Committee. Moderating this panel will be the Major General Mick Ryan, and non-resident fellow of the Lowy Institute, a non-resident adjunct fellow and the Australia Chair of the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and a Senior Advisor at the SCSP.
All right. We're here. Oh, man.
Okay, I think we've already had introductions for all the members of the panel this morning. I'm Mick Ryan. On the stage this morning you have a Ukrainian, an Australian and two Americans. I'm sure there's a bar joke about that somewhere, but we're talking about Ukraine this morning. And in particular the war in Ukraine, a war that many people expected or hoped was actually not possible in the 21st century. But as we've seen since February last year, it's the kind of conflict that is very possible, unfortunately, in the 21st century. So we do have limited time this morning. I'm going to stick on time. I know all the members up here have very busy schedules, and I certainly don't want to blow the schedule for today in the first panel. So what I'll do is I'll get straight into the Q&A and start with Andre. I mean, you've been at the front line of this conflict, you know, right from the very beginning. I mean, can you give us an update on how you see things now and what is the trajectory of this war through to the end of the year?
In short, the plan A for the counteroffensive, which has been probing frontal attacks at the fortified positions, has not worked out. And plan B, which has been focusing on supply lines and trying to make sure that we can force the enemy to retreat, that approach has been showing promise, but it will take time to unfold, and the progress there will not be visible on the map until it results in a breakthrough of these fortified positions. So if you look at what happened since June, when Ukraine started the counteroffensive, the first month was committing small forces, a couple of brigades, to probe Russian fortified positions, trying to find an opening. There was no obvious opening because of the significant density of minefields and fortifications that extended from the very east to the very west of the front line. And Ukraine attempted to break through them. And that has not worked in large part because Ukraine could not execute a NATO-style 1-2 punch. Bombing the hell out of it and then sending infantry didn't work when there was no air power to back it. So artillery is a plan B for lack of air force has not really been sufficient. In July, Ukraine regrouped and started to focus on things that showed promise in the two counteroffensives in the past, in Kiev and in Kherson, where the enemy was forced to retreat, and it was largely because their supply routes were compromised. It's much more difficult in Zaporizhia because there's no two bridges you can hit and then severely constrain it, but at the same time you can try to soften these with continual attacks. And that approach has started to bear fruit around Robotyne. Ukraine was able to get through the first defensive line there. And if you talk to the troops, their most optimistic scenario for this year would be that they get to Tokmak, which is kind of the second key city on the way to Sea of Azov and Crimea, and potentially get within firing range of Melitopol. That's the optimistic scenario. Melitopol is the key regional hub that is the last main stronghold on the way both to Crimea and the Sea of Azov. One area that I'm concerned about, and of course the pessimistic scenario would be status quo, that they don't get much farther. And it depends in large part on how well they execute the tactics and how well they're able to resupply themselves. One area that I'm worried about is the Kharkiv region. The Russians have been on the offensive there, and if stars align for them, they might threaten Kharkiv city. Let's hope that does not happen.
Thanks, Andrei. I mean, one of the great things I believe we've seen from Ukraine, beyond its courage and its pure perseverance over the last 18 months, is its ability to adapt and to absorb different ideas and to absorb new weapons systems. For the two representatives to my left, you've both been great supporters of Ukraine and providing foreign assistance. And it's not just military, there's intelligence, there's humanitarian, there's economic assistance. So you've both been great supporters of this. Starting with Raja and then Rob, can you just talk about the politics of supporting Ukraine here in Washington and how you see that evolving over the coming months, not just with the visit of President Zelensky this week, but with the presidential election year coming up?
Rob, you want to go first?
Yeah. Well, I'll jump in. I think there are two different aspects of this. One is folks across the United States look at this for what it is. It's an unprovoked attack against a sovereign nation. It also has ramifications well outside of Ukraine. It has ramifications for what we see happening there in the Indo-Pacific. It has ramifications, obviously, for Europe. It has ramifications, too, about what happens going forward in many, many different ways. So I think you look at it at that level. The other level is people look at themselves and say, what are the challenges that they're facing here in the United States? And you look at how we're devoting resources and say, well, you know, how are we devoting resources to helping Ukraine versus the other challenges and needs that are here in the United States? So we're all trying to have communications and battle that back and forth. I think it's incredibly important for us to make sure that we are supporting this effort, because we know that if Russia is successful there, this will not stop there. We know how totalitarian leaders are. They will not stop at this. This also sends a pretty chilling message, I think, to Xi Jinping in his effort to look at trying to take Taiwan. Our challenge is to make sure, too, that this is not just a United States effort, that this is an effort with everybody else, with our partners in the UN, and for that matter, nations around the world, because everybody across the globe has an interest in making sure that Ukraine is able to prevail in this, that we degrade Russia's ability to continue to prosecute this unprovoked attack against Ukraine and to stop them from being able to do more. So I think there's several different levels of it, and those are things we're having to deal with here. And folks, rightfully so, have concerns about the resources that the United States has dedicated to this point. There will be some discussion about should there be more, and if it is, under what context, and then in relation to what everybody else is doing in that effort.
Thank you.
Well, I think that, to answer it very directly, I think at the start of this criminal invasion of Ukraine, I think there was tremendous support at the grassroots, at every level of society in the United States, and on both sides.
Yes.
All sides. And so there's an outpouring of support. I think $100 billion roughly have been dispersed in both military and non-military aid so far. And from my standpoint, and it's not just because I have one of the biggest concentrations of Ukrainian Americans in the United States in my own congressional district, but it's because it's the right thing to do, that we have to make sure the Ukrainians prevail in their fight so that we are not involved in that fight ourselves on a very practical level. It's crucial that they prevail. And so right now, we are tasked with providing more aid to the Ukrainians at a very vital time in the fight. And I think it's fair to say that this time around, although Democrats are in unity in supporting the administration's request, my good friend Rob is probably very supportive, but there are some others within the Republican Party who are not. And so we have to give them assurances that there's proper oversight of any further aid that goes to Ukraine. Jim Himes, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, and myself authored an amendment to the last provision of aid that would put in place measures to help make sure that the money reaches the intended purposes. And I think that's been implemented. We need to do more. But I think this is the wrong time to hold up any further assistance when the Ukrainians are making gains on the battlefield, though slow, but steady. And so we have to do this right now.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to you again, Andre, and there's a plethora of lessons, or at least purported lessons from this war in the media, but a lot of them are very much battlefield lessons. I think what's more interesting in many ways is the lessons learned by the Ukrainian government and by industry. I mean, militaries don't fight wars, countries do. From your perspective, what are the kind of lessons the Ukrainian government and industry has taken away from the last 18 months that it will apply, not just in the short term, but in the medium and long term to secure Ukraine's security and prosperity?
I would say one fundamental lesson is that there are barely any silver bullets. And things that worked yesterday may not work tomorrow. And so in many ways, Ukraine has to be constantly skating to where the puck is going to be, not where it has been. On the military side, that's very obvious. That's very visible with weapon systems that were previously considered game-changing, like HIMARS, like a lot of the smart and high-precision weapons that ended up being jammed and whose effectiveness has been significantly reduced by the countermeasures. And in order to engage with the enemy past these countermeasures, you need to develop countermeasures, and you need to foresee what they're going to do in response. Ukraine has been operating in a very decentralized way, and that was an effective approach early on when the peacetime government infrastructure could not support the speed at which decisions needed to be made and the scope of the problems. The central government was overwhelmed with requests from the periphery. If somebody who was joining territorial defense forces needed a laptop or tablet to operate a drone, if they were to go through normal routes, they would have to apply for this purchase order, and then the government would have to, the MOD would have to issue some kind of tender offer, and then by the time the offer closes and you get competitive bids, you may have to pay for them in rubles. So you can't operate on the time scale, and decentralization has been critical to maintain this decentralized decision-making, removing single points of failure. But now that the war is moving into the war of attrition stage, it's very hard to rely on that, because a lot of the countermeasures against specific weapons, there's a limited number of these weapons, and so once there are countermeasures, just simple use of them is not sufficient. You need to do combined arms operations, you need to make sure you prioritize very scarce resources and balance them across the front, something that individuals at the front cannot do because they don't see the big picture. And in order to do that, Ukraine has to rebuild its centralized command and control in a way that resembles the needs on the ground. And that's an incredibly challenging task where the industry and the government have in fact been working very closely in building this shadow version of procurement, fundraising, discovering the needs for the warfighter, and doing it informally outside of the normal chain of command. And the goal for the government is to identify the promising routes, the best practices, adopt them and scale them. Because long term, you still need to have these systems. So in some sense, there's a ranking. There's an old school way of doing these things that did not meet the needs. The better approach was to decentralize, but it doesn't get us too far. We still need to rebuild this for the actual needs of the battlefield and make sure that we can respond to these needs and be very close to the problem space. So the fundamental lesson was this need for adaptability and the need to stay one step ahead of the enemy so we can offset the imbalance in sheer numbers. Mm-hmm. Russia is much larger. We need to do things smarter than they. Otherwise, we will not win.
Yeah. No, thanks, Andre. I mean, I think there is an adaptation battle going on, and Ukraine has generally been winning that adaptation battle throughout this war, I think, being smarter and faster in how it's evolved. Raja, I'd like to turn back to you. Last summer, you helped pass an amendment that was about tracking and gaining greater visibility on the assistance provided to Ukraine from the United States of America. Could you just give us some background on that amendment and how it's been implemented and how successful you think it might have been since it's been implemented?
Thankfully, it's been implemented rather rapidly. And this is something that I think, again, going back to my earlier comments, I think that Republicans and Democrats were looking for, to make sure that the aid was effective and also that there weren't any issues with aid being siphoned off, which is kind of one of the concerns informing the opposition to further aid in Congress. Now, granted, I think that some of that opposition has as much to do with politics as it has to do with the substance of the concerns. But for those who have sincere concerns, we do need to put in place further oversight measures. Let me just finish by saying this. So I'm the ranking member of this select committee on China that's been set up in the House, and Rob serves as a senior leader on that committee as well. I think one of the lessons learned as part of this particular assistance to Ukraine is that we want to put these measures in place at the outset to make sure that such concerns about the provision of aid and where it's going and how it's being used and whether it's effective is kind of addressed from the beginning, and it's used as a tool for us not just to say, oh, well, did you pocket the money? Did you steal the money? Was there corruption? But rather to see whether it's effective. And if it's maybe not effective, how do you retool the aid to make sure it is? All that being said, I think the Ukrainians are doing a marvelous job of using the money and assistance that they've been getting in an effective fashion. I haven't seen graft on the scale that some of my colleagues in the House might allege. I think we just have to make sure that going forward we implement the lessons learned and give proper assurance and comfort to those with sincere concerns.
No, thank you. And staying on resources, Rob, I mean,
Yes.
how do you think, as a legislator,
Yes.
how do you think the war in Ukraine changes how the United States sees both the capabilities and the funding for its own military forces moving forward, whether it's Europe, the Pacific, or even in homeland defense?
Well, I think it certainly informs us as to how we structure our military. One of the things it really informs us about is how we have to look in the longer term. What we've seen with this is that our magazine depth, that is the munitions that we have in our stockpiles, are precipitously low in certain strategic areas, and this has just highlighted that. So what we have to make sure is that we look at longer term aspects of our munitions. We have to look too about how we've done munition purchases in the past. We've always been on a roller coaster ride, so we send this big demand signal so the industry builds a bunch of these weapons, and then we say, okay, that's it, and then it stops, so the industrial capacity then wanes, those people are laid off, that capacity goes away, and then when we're in a situation like we are today where we have to regenerate the capacity, it takes months, sometimes years to be able to do that, and many times too, the weapons platforms haven't been modernized. One of the things I focused on is the whole idea of energetics. Energetics is the chemistry behind weapons, propellants and explosives, so range and lethality. We've been far behind in that, unfortunately, based upon our adversaries. We've done a great job in precision, which is great. We want to make sure the weapon goes where it's supposed to go. But we've allowed our adversaries, believe it or not, to use a metric that we developed here in the United States. They use a metric that allows them greater range and lethality, and that metric, that compound, is called CL20. CL stands for China Lake, which is where it was developed. We use circa 1940s technology in our weaponry. In fact, some of it's even circa World War I technology. So I have some provisions in this year's NDAA that says we're going to take 3 existing weapon systems, instead of saying, hey, our weapons don't have as much range, therefore we're going to build new weapon systems. Let's take existing ones. Let's update the chemistry in the weapon, the propellants and the explosives, to make them more effective. Let's do that on 3 weapon systems immediately. We need to create an Office of Energetics in the Pentagon that focuses on how our systems work, and then make sure everything in the future looks at the more modern metric of what our adversaries have used to make sure that we get equal or greater range and lethality. We've been outsticked, as the term goes, because their weapons, like China, go farther and have more lethality. A lesson that we've learned is that we can't do that, and we have to make sure, too, we have a more consistent demand signal to the industry, so if there is a surge in demand, we have the capability to meet that.
No, thank you. And I think beyond the great tragedy of the wars, wars are a learning opportunity as
Yes.
well, and there's much that informed observers can take from it. And that's my next question to you, Andre. I think wars are an aggregation of lots of old ideas and lots of old technologies, but there's always a few new things. And one of the new things, I think, in this war that's transforming how militaries will work in the future is how they connect, digital connectivity, but also the democratization of access to information by everyone on the battlefield, not just commanders, not just mid-ranking people, but everyone through smart devices can both receive and input information. Can you talk to me about how the Ukrainian military's culture has evolved to absorb that kind of approach and how its people have innovated from the ground up to achieve that networking effect?
Well, the first interesting fact is that it wasn't necessarily a top-down initiative in any way. It emerged from grassroots initiative of the folks who joined the military, and many of them came from the private sector, from completely civilian lives. And this injection of new blood in the military has created enough of the folks who had a different view on how things can be done, and allowed them to leverage things that were never meant for war as such. A lot of commercial technology that's available to anyone who can go on Amazon and purchase a drone, a battery, Starlink, and then these things have played a completely indispensable role in ensuring that Ukraine can maintain significant, if not parity, balance with a much larger force. There was a popular saying at the beginning of the war that the small Soviet military cannot defeat a large Soviet military. So we have to do things in a non-Soviet way. And one of the ways has been the use of civilians with expertise and with commercial products that are available in large quantities that are not built by defense contractors, that are in fact complementing the lethal assets, that are making them more precise and allow them to operate on a much faster cycle. They sped up kill chain, the term that they use for the speed at which they can make a decision, find a target, hit it, and iterate on that until they actually achieve their objective. And the categories of products there that, by virtue of being civilian, were available for regular people for purchase. They could just buy them and give them to the end user. And a lot of these folks were independently raising funds for them. So they used decentralized approach by independently fundraising. Individual brigades started to set up Facebook fundraisers, just various other channels by which they would individually raise funds, buy this equipment, and complement their Soviet equipment that wasn't precise, reduce the use of ammo by an order of magnitude with these ways of observing targets and observing where each individual shell lands, and using things like Starlink. Starlink has been an unbelievably important product. It's the most important commercial non-lethal product in Ukraine. In large part, it's because something that's completely asymmetric, something that Russia does not have. It hasn't been able to detect them, intercept them, jam them, or replicate them. None of these are true of all the radios. So this has been one of those success cases where a civilian product has very quickly penetrated the outer reaches of the front line and make a very big difference. So I would say this focus on use of the new thinking from the private sector, from the civilians who joined, and using commercial technology at scale that what allowed Ukraine to match the imbalance in sheer forces on the conventional side.
There's certainly some great lessons there for all of us, I think, not just in military, but a range of endeavours. We're almost out of time, but I want to turn to Rob and Raj, and you're both very informed observers on Taiwan. Raj, you're that ranking member for the committee. Rob, you've just returned from there. I'll pitch to both of you. How has the war in Ukraine evolved how the US sees its support to Taiwan for deterrence against China, and also if the worst case happens where there's some kind of war? How has that evolved, do you think, over the last 18 months? Firstly, Raja.
Well, I think that, let me put it this way. Deterrence did not work in Ukraine. Ukraine did not have what it needed to deter an armed conflict. And I think that's the biggest lesson that we've learned for Taiwan. If we don't stand up a credible deterrent within Taiwan, then it will also be subject to a potential attack by Xi Jinping, who has already made it clear that by 2027, so not even 4 years away, he would like the capability to be able to, quote unquote, reunify militarily Taiwan and PRC, People's Republic of China, although he hasn't, to our knowledge, made a final decision about that, using that capability. However, what that means is for Taiwan, we have to make sure that they have all the things they need to deter. That means sea mines. That means attritable drone technology that they can use to kind of slow down an amphibious landing. It means having all the things that the Ukrainians had at the outset to deal with armor coming into Ukraine. It also means some of the cyber technology that is going to be required to fend off the constant cyber attacks that would be the prelude to such an attack. We have to stand that up ASAP. And so we're working on that particular endeavor. Of course, the difference between Ukraine and Taiwan is that Taiwan is an island. Ukraine obviously is not. And then Taiwan also has a large industrial and economic infrastructure to be able to purchase a lot of armaments as well. So those are crucial differences, and we should take advantage of them as well.
Thanks. Rob?
Sure. I think this tells us, through lessons learned, speed and capability matter. And what we see in our United States military is we build exquisite platforms, do a great job at that, but exquisite platforms take long periods of time and lots of money. Things we don't have. In the words of the immortal Jerry Reed, we have a long ways to go and a short time to get there. We want to make sure that we have the capability, and it means not just exquisite platforms, because those things take years. We have advantages under the sea, but how do we create smaller platforms, expendable platforms and attritable platforms? In this year's NDA, I put language in there to say, we're going to categorize 3 categories: expendables, attritables, and exquisite platforms. And we're going to make sure we put guardrails on there, because we want the Pentagon to say, within these price ranges, this is what we are going to acquire. Because we do have to put some boundaries on it. We do not have an unlimited checkbook, so let's design to that. There's an incredible amount of ingenuity and creativity here that we can do those things. The ability for us to close the gap, to deter what we know potentially is coming from Xi Jinping in an attack on Taiwan, is to make sure we have gap closing capability. How do we do that quickly? It's not going to be, I'd love to think it is, not going to be building submarines. That enterprise takes years. Or building surface ships, or building aircraft. It's going to be, how many expendable and attritable platforms can we field in the short term, and how much capability can we pack into those? Not trying to make them exquisite platforms, but make sure that we have mass there to deter. I think that's the formula going ahead.
No, thank you. Well, we're almost out of time. I'd just like to thank and acknowledge the great input from our panelists this morning. I mean, the topic of Ukraine, I think, is the right one to begin the conference today. It's the most important, the most consequential war of the 21st century so far. It has been a catastrophe for the people of Ukraine. There is absolutely no doubt of that. But it also has served as a massive wake-up call for polities around the world, I think. So if I can ask you to join me in thanking our 3 panelists in this first session.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are thrilled to be joined online by Konataro, Minister for Digital Transformation of Japan. Following his remarks, Dmitry Sevastopoulos, U.S.-China correspondent from the Financial Times, will moderate a short Q&A.
Good morning, everyone, and good evening, Minister Kono. I feel slightly lonely on the stage here, but it's great to see you. I have about 5 screens. I can see you in many different ways. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to jump right in. In the last couple of years, we've seen a huge change in Japan in defense policy, in foreign policy, a national security strategy, a trilateral with the US president and the South Korean president at Camp David recently. But can you speak broadly about what are the things in the technology sphere that the US and Japan can do more together?
All right. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are. I have been to Washington as foreign minister and defense minister, but now as a minister for digital transformation and a minister for cybersecurity, I feel I should be participating online. Well, anything digital and cyber in Japan come under my portfolio. If I come to Washington, D.C., and if I wanted to talk about digital and cyber, I have to go to the State Department, Commerce, Homeland Security, USTR, and maybe the White House. So I guess it is a high time for the United States government to create the Secretary of Digital. I think you're the only one who don't have a digital minister among the G7 countries. Well, when I was an undergrad at Georgetown University, anything made in Japan was considered to be of the state of the art. Now, nearly 4 decades later, we are trying hard to catch up with the rest of the world in digital technology. I'm wondering why we have fallen behind in digital transformation. I guess one reason is the hanko or name stamp. Everyone loves hanko or name stamp, and you have to have a red stamp on the paper. So anything and everything must be printed on paper so you can put the stamp on. The writing system matters too. You only have 26 letters in English alphabet, but in the Japanese language, we have just about 70,000 kanji or Chinese character, most of which have 3 or 4 pronunciations and could have multiple meanings, plus 2 sets of alphabet, each of which has 50 letters. So we need to assign a computer code fonts keystroke for each and every character and alphabet. Well, the mentality matters as well. We have made some mistakes, just like any other government. For example, we mislabeled 80,000 IDs in the health insurance system of 120 million people. The mistake ratio is about 0.006%. But for the Japanese consumers who are so used to the Toyota quality, one mistake is just one too many. And floppy disk and fax machines still hold some important position in the offices. So my job as a Minister for Digital Transformation is to overcome these difficulties and change the Japanese society. Well, I guess for many years, AI and robots have been friends with the Japanese as they help offset the labor shortage in our society. We have never thought robots and AI would steal jobs from us. But the rapid development of the recent generative AI technology has shown us some new faces. One of my parliamentary colleagues asked an AI platform to draw a Japanese temple, and the AI came back with a very strange looking building with Mount Fuji and cherry blossoms in the back. Most of the AI platforms are learning with data sets in mainly English language. Any language other than English has become a minority language for AI. We need to correct the language bias in AI. And what we are worried about is disinformation and the fake news created by AI. They're going to be threatening our values and democracy, and the enemies attacking our critical digital infrastructure. Unlike the threat of the nuclear weapons, there is no deterrence for the threat of digital weapon. So far, we have only experienced some digital crimes, but the enemies could use the digital power to cause the real damage. So the United States, Japan, and the like-minded countries need to work together to defend our values and infrastructure and dissuade enemy attacks. We need some frameworks for the cybersecurity cooperation among the like-minded countries. And that is why we need a Secretary of Digital in Washington, D.C. Well, the European people wanted to regulate technology, especially digital technology, up front. They wanted to regulate first. I guess Japan and the United States, we want to let technology develop first. And then if it's necessary, we regulate. So there's a place that Japan and the United States could work together and guide where the technology is going. Right now we are seeing once global internet is becoming something like splinternet, and there's going to be red cyberspace. So we need to be very careful. Japan and the United States need to reach out to the global south, and we need to defend our values, and we need to defend our democracy. So there's a lot of things we need to work together between Japan and the United States and like-minded country. So as a minister for digital transformation and the minister for cybersecurity, we'll be looking forward to working with Washington, D.C. and the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I could tell you I have a half 11-year-old Japanese son who asked me last week, why do I need a name stamp in a digital age? And I'm going to ask him to watch your presentation. Can you tell, is there anything in Japan in terms of AI that Japan is doing uniquely that the US could learn from? And what are some specific things that the US and Japan could do together in the AI area, particularly when you think about how China is plowing ahead in this field?
Yes. Well, as I said, the Japanese people are very friendly with AI technology. We don't think it is going to be a big threat to the society. But it could be used as a weapon against the society and against our values. So we need to be very careful. I'm a bit worried that some people wanted to regulate the use of AI technology, or some people wanted to ban AI technology at school. I think that's a very negative way to deal with emerging technology. Only way to counter negative usage of AI technology is to get AI technology developed so we can use AI technology to counter malicious use of AI. Right now, we are a bit falling behind in making Japan's own AI platforms. And the government is looking at the way to develop AI platform for the future. As I said, there is a severe language discrepancy. Everything that made by US, UK, you feed them with English data set. So we need to work with US, but we need to promote non-English data set. And in order to do that, we need to get Europeans, Asians, African people joining us so that we can manage. DFFT, data free flow with trust, the concept that we have been promoting since 2019 is a big thing for even AI technology. The free flow of data across the border is very important for AI development. So that's what we are looking at right now.
Do you personally use AI in your daily life? Do you have an app on your phone that people here would be surprised by?
Well, my staff used AI, or I mean ChatGPT, to write my speech for certain events. Not this one.
It's clearly very good, so AI is working.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to switch a little bit to the cyber area and cyber defenses. You know, when people talk about the possibility of Japan in the future joining something like the Five Eyes intelligence sharing network, there's usually a couple of concerns raised, one about having a security clearance system, but I think probably the bigger one is, does Japan have sufficient cyber defenses? And so my question is, what are you doing to harden Japanese cyber defenses? And if at some point in the future there was a Chinese attack or invasion of Taiwan, some people think it will be accompanied by a huge cyber attack, including on Japan because of its alliance with the US. Is Japan ready for something like that? And if not, what are you doing to get ready?
Yes, we need to, I could say we are now making our cyber defense stronger. And we are right now recruiting necessary personnel to the government, and we are training them. So we should be ready in short term. And as you say, there's already some disinformation warfare going on in Japan, and we could most likely attribute where they are coming from. And we need to be ready for that. It is more difficult to make decision to actually create a kinetic warfare by any leaders of the country. But it is a lot easier to initiate cyber warfare against others. So we really need to be ready for that, and we really need to step up our defense against critical infrastructure. And I think United States, Japan, Australia, South Korea, other like-minded country in Asia need to come up with some kind of mechanism against the cyber attacks coming from the possible enemies. So making Five Eyes to Six Eyes, or at least Five Eyes and a wink, would be a very good idea. And we should be able to have the necessary capability to be part of it.
When you're trying to do that, what is the big challenge in terms of strengthening your cyber defenses? And I'm curious, a lot of people in the US lament the fact that there aren't enough Americans studying science in university. Does Japan have enough young people coming through the educational pipeline who are interested in these areas and sufficient to do what the government needs to do? Do you have the talent pool you need?
Well, that is one of the major issues, and frankly speaking, we don't have enough people. So we need to work with our education system, and that would be one of my big agenda. And yes, so we need to learn to work with people in United States or people in Korea, Singapore, other countries. That is one thing. And also, we are ready to defend Japan, but in cyber warfare, you probably need more than that. So we are now debating, what are we going to do? How forward we can go to actually defend Japan. I mean, we can win 99 times. We can defend Japan 99 times, but if we lose one, that will create a big mess. So not just defending Japan, but we need to do a little bit more than that, and it will involve the constitutional debate. So I think that's what we're going to be doing in the government.
So are you talking about having an offensive capability?
Well, I didn't say that, but as a minister in charge of cybersecurity, I would be part of the debate.
Excellent. Possibly made some news, we'll see. We're getting close to the end, so I'm going to end on a lighthearted note. In Japan, Ambassador Rahm Emanuel has been rapped on the knuckles over the last couple of days for some of his tweets. particularly his tweets quoting Agatha Christie and Shakespeare and talking about China. You're quite famous for some of your tweets too, like last week when you went up the stairs after the cabinet photograph, and you were on the stairs and all the other ministers were on the escalator, and you said you wanted to get home quickly. So my question to you is, you also gave up 3 months of your salary to, in response to some of the errors at the ministry that you said you should take responsibility for. Do you think Ambassador Emmanuel should give up 3 months of his salary for some of the tweets he's been sending out?
I don't think so. We really appreciate his being in Japan. He is one of the best ambassadors that you have sent to Japan. So, I mean, he is very easy to work with, and he produced, a lot of good things. So, and we love his tweet about, he's getting on bullet train, metro. He loved taking photo in the trains, and a lot of people enjoy that.
So we have 10 seconds left. Tourism's coming back to Japan. The yen is weak. It's a great time to visit Japan. If Americans wanted to go to Japan, what is the one thing in the technology area that they should go and visit that will surprise them? In 10 seconds.
Wow. Well, there are so many good places, and as you said, the yen's cheap, so you're very welcome. And come join us. And well, China is talking about some thing about Japanese fish, but we have very fresh fish, and you're welcome to enjoy sushi, sashimi, wherever you are in Japan.
You've just made the whole room hungry. I'd like to ask everyone to give a big round of applause to Minister Kono Taro. Thank you very much for your time. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the incredible conversation so far. If you'd like to continue the conversation, please join us on Twitter, or X now, with the hashtag SCSP Summit 2023, or 23. For a keynote address, I am pleased to introduce the Honorable Mike Rounds, U.S. Senator from South Dakota and ranking member of the Senate Committee on Armed Services, Subcommittee on Cybersecurity.
As usual, I bring them way back down again. Hey, thanks for the opportunity to visit with you today. Normally they put me right before happy hour, and that tells me then that I'm supposed to hurry up and get done because everybody's looking forward to the next part of the program. I want to thank you, first of all, for being here and participating. We need your participation if we're going to get this stuff right. Last week, I had the honor of moderating an AI Insight Forum for members of the United States Senate that featured some of the top leaders in the tech industry to discuss the opportunities and risks posed by AI. The purpose of this event was to allow for a frank discussion and an exchange of ideas to help inform possible future laws and regulations that would govern AI. Make no mistake, AI is changing the world as we know it, and I strongly believe it's in the best interest of our country to fully harness this growing power in this emerging technology while mitigating risk. As lawmakers, it is important that we hear from those on the cutting edge of this technology so that we can make better informed public policy moving forward. Of primary importance is the need for the United States to outpace the People's Republic of China in the development of AI capabilities. To China, every technology is an opportunity to advance the aims of the Chinese Communist Party, and AI is no exception. It will impact scientific progress, hearken the development of new industries and global leaders, and will change the nature of war fighting forever. To that end, we are in a race without an end date. Red tape, overclassification, or inertia must be overcome if we are to maintain our lead. America does have an advantage the PRC will never be able to replicate. While the technology is important, our greatest treasures are the people that choose to call this country home. Some have suggested that we may need a new Manhattan Project specifically for AI. I want to ask, this question, and I think it's important to put ourselves in this position. Would we have had a Manhattan Project if we had not allowed Albert Einstein and other foreign scientists to come to the United States in the first place? America won World War II thanks to the sacrifices made by millions of brave men and women, but that success was far from assured. Technology played a major role in securing that success and the future of the free world. In 2019, Congress established the National Security Commission on AI through the National Defense Authorization Act. I think perhaps some of you in this room participated in that group of discussions and in the release of that report. The Commission published their final report in 2021 on how to build and maintain America's leadership in AI. Since its release, I have strongly urged my colleagues to read the report, especially the classified annex. This report highlights the clear need for pandemic preparedness in the field of AI, along with the opportunities for major medical breakthroughs which AI can accelerate. The Commission's report addresses the opportunities but also the risks of AI. Our goal should be to embrace the opportunities which AI provides, but to protect society from the threats that we find in any new cutting-edge technology. In the Senate, Leader Schumer, Senator Heinrich, Senator Young, and myself are facilitating the sharing of as much information on AI as possible. In the last year, we have held a series of member briefings on AI, bringing in experts from MIT, the DoD, DOE, and beyond to make sure that all senators have a base level of knowledge. Now we are hosting a series of insight forums. These forums are meant to not only educate members and staff on the many important aspects of AI, but also find points of common agreement between policymakers, industry leaders, advocacy groups, and other stakeholders to help guide our approach to policy development on AI. From intellectual property to national security, these forums help find a general consensus between policyholders, industry leaders, advocacy groups, and other stakeholders as well. This will help guide our approach to policy development on AI. Now, I look forward to continued work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on AI legislation that I believe will usher in a new era. I think America needs to continue to be in that leadership position. This will benefit our society, and in doing so, it's in a way that will be in accordance with our values. However, our nation's efforts to advance AI cannot begin or end with Congress. All of us, whether we are policyholders, government officials, technologists, researchers, teachers, business leaders, or even lobbyists, must work hard together to maintain America's leadership in AI. You see, in America, we build the future. We don't watch it pass by. I look forward to building that future with you. Let me just depart from my written notes for 1 second. If we can bring the energy and the excitement to the next generation of young people so that they're not afraid of the new technologies, and if they look forward to the advancements and what it can do for the quality of life in this country, then we win this battle. We bring it to the next generation, and they will embrace it. We don't do it just to talk about all the good, but to also let them understand that you have to be careful so that the transparency is available in AI and that the protections of privacy can also be included. But make no mistake, AI is here to stay. What we want to do is to make sure that we do the best possible job of creating a framework that allows individuals that understand it and that want to see it grow, that they can actually take it to the next generation and literally pass it on for generations to come. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Our next panel is focused on the future of democracy assistance. I am pleased to welcome on stage Shanthi Kalithiel, board member at the National Democratic Institute, Daniel Twining, president of the International Republican Institute, and Damon Wilson, president and CEO of the National Endowment for Democracy. Moderating today's panel is Bonnie Glick, who formerly served as deputy administrator and COO at USAID.
Thank you, everyone. We have a stellar panel today from across the democracy spectrum supporting democracy, and we're going to talk about the state of democracy around the world this morning. Damon, Dan, Shanthi, thank you. What I wanted to do is start with some general questions for all of you, and then we'll do some targeted questions. So a list of questions that we want to think about. Are digital technologies, particularly AI, supporting a new era of democracy or authoritarianism around the world? Second question, how is the United States doing in handling these new developments? And finally, how are your organizations, the NED, NDI, IRI, how are you adapting to the technological changes around the world, particularly in partner nations where you work? Shanthi, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Bonnie. Thank you so much to the team at SCSP for hosting us here today. I'm so delighted to see that you've really centered these issues in the conversation, not just with this panel, but throughout the day, and I look forward to hearing from the other speakers on these issues. Let me take a stab at answering these questions by setting them in a little bit of context, and that's based partly on my own experience. I first started looking at these questions roughly 20 years ago, a little bit more than that. And at that time, you have to cast yourself back to that time. People were so enthusiastic about technology, the World Wide Web, right? We were so excited about everything that this could bring. And at that time, people weren't really interested in hearing a lot about the ways in which authoritarian governments might seek to utilize these technologies for their own aims and their own advantages. Over the years, however, as democracies and authoritarian countries became more intertwined, technology itself helped bring these types of systems closer together. And inasmuch as we wanted to make sure that democratic values prevailed around the world, technology itself actually, in some cases, allowed those values to flow both ways. And in many ways, these political systems became more and more intertwined. And at the heart of that sat technology. Over the years, I think we've come to understand that the future of democracy assistance, and really the future of democracy itself, is in some way dependent on this hinge, which is technology. Our political systems are ever more dependent on it. The way that we live our lives, it's hard to think of an aspect of our societies and our political systems, just everything about the way we govern ourselves, that's not dependent in some way on technology. So it's an incredibly important question. And I want to stress that in recent years, we've really grappled with this. What we've seen a lot of is governments taking this very seriously, and obviously we've seen corporations taking this very seriously, and we have a lot of conversations today that center on the role of both of those players. But I would like to take a moment to highlight the third aspect, the third prong of this triangle, if you will, which is society, civil society around the world. If you don't have civil society involved in these conversations about how technology is developed, how it's governed, how it can best play a role in upholding democratic values and making sure that democratic processes function, then we're missing a key element. So I'm really glad that we're having this conversation today, and we're going to hear later today from important folks in civil society about the ways that they're utilizing technology in their own work. So to get to your question about how NDI sees these issues and how it can best take advantage of these developments in technology, I think the way NDI would approach it is to center not necessarily just the technological tools themselves, but the actual processes of democracy, relying on those core values of transparency, accountability, participation, and inclusion to guide use of technology, and more importantly, to help partners overseas really harness these technologies in their own work to uphold democracy and liberal values. So NDI works at a couple of levels, but I would say one is the broad normative level, trying to shape the governance processes around technology, the way that it is actually developed, the way that international institutions and multilateral and multi-stakeholder processes shape the way technology develops. And the other level is actually on the ground, helping partner organizations in their own work. And these organizations and these individuals, these activists on the ground, are the ones that know best how they can use advanced technology to further their own work. So for instance, NDI supports, along with others in the NED family, a group of internet activists called the Open Internet Leaders. And they work on the ground in their own countries to make sure that their laws and regulations are ones that best shape technology in a way that is most conducive to democratic values and democratic processes. NDI also makes sure that activists are equipped with the best cybersecurity tools, with the best knowledge. It runs trainings on the ground for these folks, and it particularly seeks to lift up the voices of marginalized and women in the conversation. And NDI has a particular program that focuses on online violence against women, because it understands that when women are excluded from the political conversation because of harassment and cyber attacks, all of democracy suffers. So those are a few ways in which NDI engages, both at the normative level and also at the grassroots level. But again, centering democratic processes in the conversation, not necessarily focusing only on the technology.
Shanti, thank you so much. Dan, I'm going to turn it over to you for your thoughts on digital technologies, AI. Is it supporting democracy, or is it having the opposite impact and supporting authoritarian rule?
Thank you, Bonnie. Pleasure to be here with all of you. I so appreciate the work of the Special Competitive Study Project. I like the framework of thinking about competition and thinking about the role of technology in framing the future competitive environment in which America and the free world can thrive. I like and agree with what Shanti said, so let me just extend the point, maybe by suggesting a way to slice up the issue and the question, Bonnie. At IRI, we think about the opportunities. Of course, there are also dangers and challenges, but we think about four big buckets. One, of course, is supporting internet freedom, right? This has become a bit of a pipe dream, given where we started with our great dreams about the internet as a leveling, open platform for everybody in the world. But in fact, the role of democracies in ensuring that there is an architecture of internet freedom in the world, even if it's contested, even if it doesn't apply everywhere, is really quite fundamental to the future of open society. So internet freedom is first. The second basket is information integrity, right? Making sure democracy actually does not work. Open societies are not sustainable if there is no fact-based conversation, if there are all sorts of malign forms of propaganda, disinformation, et cetera, floating around, really poisoning public discourse. So we care a lot about information integrity as a second conceptual theme when we approach these issues. The third is countering foreign authoritarian influence. We've seen very aggressive and ambitious attempts by foreign powers, not just China and Russia, but also Iran and others, to really shape the information ecosystem in so many countries, far beyond their own shores, in really quite malign and malignant ways. So countering foreign authoritarian influence in the digital domain is also very fundamental. to the future of freedom when we think about technology applications. And then finally, and I know we want to talk more about this, Bonnie, I know you're talking about it more here today, but rather than simply playing defense, thinking we have to hold on to what we've got, we really need to think about building digitally native democracies, right? We really have to think about leveraging, frankly, in a mirror image of the way that, for instance, the Chinese Communist Party has built the world's most sophisticated surveillance state using these tech tools. We need to think about using our open systems to deliver for citizens using digital technologies. There are some interesting examples of this from Estonia and India, from elsewhere, that I know we'll be talking about, but we really do need to have a positive agenda. It's very easy in these conversations to slip into defense mode. We've got to offer something better, and if we can make democracy, make digital democracy work for citizens, that in itself enhances our competitive advantages in the competition.
We're getting cheers from the audience for those of you who are in the virtual community, and Dan, I think with very good reason. The idea that we are on our back foot really shouldn't be the position from which we get started. It should be where we see competition. And looking at the mission of the Special Competitive Studies Project and bringing together government, civil society, and the private sector to have these conversations, there's no one better to bring it all together than Damon. Give us your thoughts on, from the NED perspective, the National Endowment for Democracy, what are the ways to use these new tools to create more digitally native democracies?
Terrific. Thank you so much, Bonnie. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you. And for Bonnie, who has brought this perspective into all of the work that you've done throughout your career, Shanti helped lay the groundwork for much of what NED strategy, what we're beginning to deliver on now, when she helped run our in-house think tank, and the programs of NDI and IRI have been out front in figuring out how do we actually go on offense to leverage democracy, to leverage technology for democracy. And so you asked Bonnie about this in this sort of this new era of competition. And I think the summit has done a really important job of putting this in the context of competition, but embedding the concept of democracy at the heart of the discussions today. Because it is the openness of our societies, it is democratic societies that embrace decentralization, innovation, entrepreneurship, that give us a leg up in trying to figure out how do we actually leverage technology for democracy? How do we counter digital authoritarians? And I think the task that we're really trying to think through, fundamentally, how do you put democratic principles at the base of creating a digital future so that it works for the broadest group of citizens around the world? And I think that is a North Star that guides a lot of our programming, a lot of our principles, because we are in a very competitive spirit. I like to think of it as Democrats being challenged by autocrats rather than just democracies versus autocracies, because we have so many democratic allies, people that believe in these values, billions around the world, many who live under these authoritarian regimes. And we do have to face the reality that it's a tough time. We're not only in the 18th year of a democratic recession, it is technology, it is an evolving information environment that has made this a sharper competition, a more challenging competition for Democrats around the world, for partners around the world. We see it through Russian measures to prevent the truth about their atrocities in Ukraine from reaching the Russian people, or North Koreans trying to keep their population ignorant so that the ability to think critically is denied to average North Koreans. We see this in Iran, now the use of facial recognition technology to identify women without wearing hijab on the street that can be picked up later. We've seen it in Belarus, protesters identified through facial recognition, arrested subsequently. And of course in China, the embrace of an approach to artificial intelligence, which tries to substitute centrally CCP-controlled social engineering for the voices of people. And you layer that with sort of the ethnic tagging that we've seen and being able to identify Uyghur populations through this technology. There is a pathway to a dystopian future that the autocrats are mapping. But it's our task to leverage our society's strength of openness and innovation to develop that counterpoint. And I think that's what we're doing. That's what you've heard from Shanti and from Dan, that our organizations understand this isn't just game as usual, it's sort of game on. So it's not just a new era for how we think about the challenge, it needs to be a new era in democracy support, where we understand that the biggest shift is that we are really trying to support partners around the world in a very hostile environment. And so we've been leaning in at the endowment on how to think about technology for accountability and monitoring. And you see this in millions of ways around the world, whether it's Nigerians that jump ahead of their government by moving government data into sort of digitally available material. We've seen partners in Paraguay being able to track government expenditures in a way that exposed lost and stolen funds from people in rural communities. We've also really invested quite a bit in technology for communication and organizing. I think this is key to so many of our partners. We just did a board meeting at the endowment with many of our Burmese partners, some joining from Rangoon, from inside Burma, some from the border, and to watch how the National Union government convenes cabinet through secure video conferencing. The ability to organize securely has been a huge, huge effort for many of our partners. Even active civic life in Egypt because of the security to be able to do so. And finally, I think really leaning in on how technology is there for maintaining the resilience of so many of our partners so that they are able to protect themselves, they are able to stay in the fight. So we felt like we were on our back foot, Bonnie. This turbocharge in technology turned the sharper repression of what was a democratic recession into an assault on democracy. But now we're leveraging our strengths of openness, ingenuity, creativity to really figure out how we can go on offense with experiments. I like to think of it as venture capital for democracy and small experiments all around the world. How do we learn from that, connect the dots, accelerate democratic learning around our partners so that we can actually begin turning it in a way that we leverage this technology for democracy?
So Damon, I'm going to stick with that for a second. You have a lot of experience, obviously, in this space. This stage is really an incredible collection of people with history of working in democracy and working across authoritarian systems, whether it's in Europe or East Asia or the Middle East. It's extraordinary. That's great when we look backwards. Let's think a little bit about lessons from the past that we've learned that can be infused in today's young people, because they are the ones who are going to be the users of technology, the creators of technology. What are the lessons from the past that we can turn to do better and help young people run through this race that we have to win?
You know, I think thinking about experiences from the past are important, even as the situation is fundamentally different. And when we were involved in beginning our careers, we could see a string of democratic successes. If you look at the 1990s, for nonviolent civil resistance movements, nonviolent protest movements, mass movements, in the 90s were about 64% successful in leading to transitions to democracy, and when they were peaceful, having a track record at sustaining that. By the 2010 onward, that dropped to around 30%. Dramatic. And this is a historic shift in this data from research that's been done for quite a period of time. And I think it relates to the sharpness and the rise of authoritarians turbocharged by technology and cash, able to sharpen repression at home, but increasingly committed to working together to export the tools and tactics and technologies of repression. Autocracy, Inc., as Anne Applebaum has written. And so partly what we have to do is understand what were the ingredients of success in the past, as many of previous generations of activists succeeded in the third democratic wave, but is what has changed to make this different? There are a couple of other lessons, and one of them that I think our institutions try to own is this sense of humility. We've got a lot of smart people here in Washington in this conference working here, but a sense of humility to knowing that not all the answers and not all the strategies are going to be made around tables and conference rooms in Washington. It is the power of a decentralized approach of understanding how can we best support those who are being forced to adapt and innovate in their local circumstances, and being able to support that infrastructure. where is there a way to learn with humility while also understand the reach that we do have? So for example, the ability for us to support hubs of translators that take the lessons that are learned in certain places and dealing with technological challenges and putting them in languages across the world that can be more used and locally accessed by partners on the ground. And I think that understanding that nonlinear approach, that decentralized approach, connecting the power of so many experiments, this venture capital for democracy that can seed thousands of experiments around the world and people in different cultural contexts, but then understanding what we're learning from that and being able to connect the dots to roll out that learning across our partners.
Damon, I think that that's really vital to have a vision into where we were, where we're going, but also that element of humility that you spoke to, where we don't have a monopoly on great ideas in the United States, in Washington, D.C. I know that there are people who are here from all over the world, and I know we're being watched from all over the world. And we welcome ideas and questions. We also know that young people, as opposed to those of us on stage who self-identify as young people, young people are going to be the ones who generate the lion's share of the innovations that are coming forward in the months and years to come. So with that, Dan, and with that element of humility in place, how can the United States and our like-minded partners deploy tools, tech tools, to support democratic movements in contested states? This is hard work. We're not always going to be the leaders on this. Will it be enough to counter other malign influences that you were talking about?
Alone it will not, because of course we need to use all the tools of power and influence, not just things like small NGOs that those of us on stage run. So all the tools, we would like to be a small piece of that. I really like Damon's point, and I think it's worth emphasizing. It's not actually democracy v. autocracy in the world, because some of our greatest democratic allies, small d democratic allies, are in countries like Venezuela and Burma and Iran and Belarus, right? These are people who want to live in open, modern, technologically connected societies. I was in Iraq last week. In Iraq, 70% of the population is under 35, and guess what? They want to live in a modern, open, technologically enabled society, not, you know, an oil rentier state in which older generations hold on to power. That's true across the Middle East, and that's actually true across the world. I think we underestimate the fact that young people are not just entirely fluent in technology tools in terms of their daily life, but that actually they are going to be at the center of building digitally native democracies. They are also going to be at the center of resisting authoritarian usurpers. We have seen, for instance, extraordinary leadership, going to Bonnie's point about learning from others, from the Free Society of Taiwan, which has a very incredible civic tech community that is world-class in helping protect Taiwan's open society in the digital domain from authoritarian pressure and influence and information operations from China and the Chinese Communist Party. So there's a lot we can learn. We need to think much more creatively when we look at a tough problem set like Iran or Burma about empowering small d democrats with the technologies to help them level the playing field. It's easy to say, it's hard to do. Finally, Bonnie, I would just like to make the quick point, which is that Damon is right. Not only have peaceful civil resistance movements become harder to succeed because authoritarians have mastered the art of kind of high-tech repression, but in fact, many democracies have not delivered for citizens, right? So one reason we have had democratic backsliding here for the better part of 2 decades now is not simply because people are not voting for authoritarian solutions, rather they are expressing disappointment and maybe disconnecting from politics because small d Democrats take power and then do not deliver. So coming back to this very central point about helping democracy deliver, there are great examples of this, including in places where citizens historically have been disconnected in Africa, in South Asia, where new digital tools implemented by governments are connecting citizens, producing government accountability, transparency, responsiveness, sometimes at very local levels, sometimes in very mundane ways about accessing government services. But if we can make democracy work digitally for young people, I think that's part of how we shift the balance of power, including in the more closed societies where young people really have a voice that's been entirely stifled.
Fantastic. From your mouth to democracy's ears. Shanti, give us some ideas of different ways where we can use emerging technologies to increase access to opportunities in developing democracies. Are there some examples from the work of NDI or your work that you'd like to share with us?
Sure. I mean, I think we've already heard some great examples from Damon and Dan about ways in which technology can be used to really further opportunity. I want to build on something that Dan said about having to show that democracy actually delivers. I think that's such a key point. And certainly it was something when I was in the administration, it was something that we tried to emphasize. And I really believe it now, which is you are going to lose support for democracy if people don't see it working for you. So some of the most interesting, I think, opportunities to make use of these new emerging technologies in developing democracies get to that specific point, which Dan just talked about. You know, in Ukraine now, there's an app called Dia, right? We've heard about this app, which is really part of enabling Ukrainians to get on with the business of their lives amidst wartime. And its amazing success in connecting citizens to their government has helped consolidate, in my view, the support for democracy, the strong support for democracy that you see in that population, because they see that technology can really work for them, can innovate, and can keep them connected and protected in such a volatile space. That, to me, is a really great example of how technology can really make democracy deliver and can help enable that kind of, not just support for technology, but support for democracy itself. You can see examples of this all around the world, and I think we've heard some examples of this already. I think even in the generative AI space, which I know, a lot of folks have talked about the potential downsides. I frequently talk about the potential downsides. I do think there are upsides. I think particularly, let's say, in the fight against corruption, you could envision ways in which AI could be used to really crunch huge data sets, to really pry open closed information, to make things more transparent and accessible for journalists and for civil society to use, and crack down on corruption. I mean, I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are folks out there that are actually innovating on the ground in these countries because they see a need for it. But I want to stress, this is not going to happen automatically or magically. If we believe that these are goods and that this is good for society, we have to actively push for these things through these types of organizations, certainly the organizations on stage that we represent, but more collectively, I think we have to foster the kind of innovation that we want to see, because it's not going to happen magically. There's no natural logic that will allow this to unfold in the way that we would like. So if we believe that technology can be good for democracy, then we have to push for that. And I might just add and maybe conclude with this, which is I was thinking a lot this summer. I always have to bring pop culture into anything that I do. And so this summer we know is the summer of Barbie and Oppenheimer, right? The Barbenheimer summer. And I feel like the conversation around emerging technology has focused a lot on the Oppenheimer side of the equation, which is how do we avoid that moment beyond which there's no return, the existential moment. And there's a lot of truth in that. I think we should be focused on those issues, certainly. But I think the conversation around democracy and technology is a little bit more towards the other side, the Barbie side of the spectrum, if you will, where we talk about how we want to live our lives. If we focus only on existential risk, we are missing this entire conversation around democracy and technology. And if we want to see more democratic outcomes, which I think we all want, on this stage and more broadly beyond, then we have to focus on that piece of it as well. And that means focusing on all these values that we've talked about, participation and transparency and accountability, and building those things into the technology so that we can get to those outcomes.
So in the spirit of Barbenheimer, we'll change the lighting in the room to be a hot pink, because everybody looks good in that lighting. That's a fascinating way, actually, to look at it, of the dark side, the light side, however you want to play it. One of the things that you raised is the Ukrainian software tool Dia, which is connecting Ukrainians across Ukraine, inside Ukraine, outside Ukraine, on the battlefront. And the hope, of course, is that when the battle is won, Dia will become the de facto method through which the Ukrainian government is able to offer services to its citizens, much along the same lines of Estonia or increasingly India and these digitally native societies. We're going to end our formal conversation on a positive note, so on a Barbie note. Let me ask each one of you for a one-word answer on what you're most excited about in a global emerging technology future. And when we're done with this, we have a little bit of time. We can open it up to the floor for questions. So, Shanti, in a word, what are you most excited about in a global emerging technology future?
It's very hard to limit to one word, but I guess I would say agency.
Okay, excellent. Dan?
Productivity, but I need to expand on that. I used to consult for the National Intelligence Council, which writes these wonderful reports looking out at the world 20 years ahead. And in the Global Trends 2035 report, which was produced around 2015, may have been Global Trends 2030, produced in 2010, my mind is getting fuzzy, but the prediction was for the first time in human history in the 2020s, we'll be living in a world that is broadly middle class. A world that is broadly composed not of a pyramid with a fancy tiny elite at the top and a broad base of impoverished souls below, but in fact a world that looks like a diamond. Now the pandemic and other things have slightly thrown that off. But if we can live in a broadly middle class world that is empowered by technology, it's a game changer for governance, for prosperity, for all forms of opportunity, and that's the world we should be working towards.
For productivity. Damon, your word.
I think I would say, in part because of the work we're embedded in right now, trying to figure out how to apply this in the real world, I'd use data casting. Data casting is a concept that's very inexpensive, off-the-shelf technology with receivers, where people, no matter where they are, often in very closed societies, through very simple technologies can actually gain access to libraries of independent information. And I see the opportunities as we deal with so many efforts to close off populations and citizens from information. I'm really excited about a new generation of circumvention tools. And Bonnie, before we go to Q&A, Shanti just triggered me with her. She was talking about the example of how AI works. And we've seen this already in action in an incredible way, because we do support a lot of lower capacity grassroots groups around the world. What do they do in this environment? So we support hundreds of organizations that do investigative journalism, and oftentimes their market and audience is El Salvador. And yet, by working with higher capacity journalist groups and supporting their ability to use AI to plug in all of the work that hundreds of these investigative journalists do, you all of a sudden start to make the connections around transnational kleptocracy that you can't see when you look at it through Venezuela alone, El Salvador alone. And it is fueling things from Pandora Papers to others, in which everything that's been hidden to rob from people themselves is being forced into transparency. And we see this in action now. It's awesome.
That's quite amazing. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Let's see if there are questions from the audience. And I see a hand right here up front, and we have mics that are circulating. Please tell us your name and where you're from. And remember, it's a question, it's not a statement. Right here, you have a... Hold on one second, ma'am, because it's hard to hear for the audience. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm Dr. Gonzalez from CIFAI, which is Cognitive Insights for Artificial Intelligence. And I just have more than a question, just a comment from the last gentleman who indicate that in Iraq there is a lot of young people, but unfortunately, at the top is people too old, he says. My question is, how about here? Look at Congress and the Senate and the House. What are they doing, 80, 90-year-old people there? How about in universities? All the leadership, all dean, bosses, all of them their prime time was in the 70s. They're still there. So if we look at everywhere, so please, look at first home and then go outside I just had to do a comment because I see it. So what do you have to say about that?
It may be a question of, again, people self-identifying as youth. But Dan, did you have any thoughts on that?
I think it's a great point.
Yep. Next question. Way in the back. Getting our steps in. This is how we stay young.
Thanks so much. My name is Meg Platt, and I work at the German Marshall Fund. And I just had a question. We've actually had a lot of data coming out from our research at GMF regarding youth perceptions of democracy in the US and in Europe. And actually that support is waning, and that youth are more likely to have negative perceptions of the US, more likely to have positive perceptions of folks like China and Russia, are less convinced of the importance of NATO. And I know you talked about democracy delivering and how important that is. What are some steps we can take to convince this next generation in both the US and in Europe of the importance of democracy? Thanks.
Anyone want to take that one?
I'll
Ashanti,
take a short
perfect.
swing. I suspect Damon wants to say something on that as well. But, I think you've hit on a great point. And I would say, I would go back to the point that I made earlier, which is we can't take this for granted. I think if young people are to remain engaged with democracy, they also have to see it delivering for them, and they have to see opportunities there. I think part of what we've been talking about a little bit is to show that technology can help maybe create some of those opportunities for folks. But it really is up to the folks who believe in democracy as a system to make that case that it's delivering for young people. And right now, I share some of your concerns because I don't know that we are getting the messaging and that message right about democracy, because we feel like it's self-evident. If we see a pothole fixed on our road, we don't think, thank God for democracy, the pothole is fixed. But there are ways to show that a well-governed, democratically governed system can actually help fix those potholes. You hear this most convincingly, interestingly, from local government representatives, from mayors on the ground. We hear from mayors all the time in small cities in authoritarian settings who nonetheless are managing to deliver for people in their communities. It's that kind of connection with citizens that I hope will get young people engaged with democracy.
I might just add to what Shanti said, because these are connected, important observations, concern about the perception, engagement, and agency of young people in so many societies, including our own. Some of this is really healthy. Democracies are meant to be self-correcting systems that when you're frustrated, irritated, upset, when you have concerns, you act. You don't sit back and wait. It's about the agency of people. And so I'm glad that young people aren't satisfied with the situation today. That's how we have built-in mechanisms to painfully, nonlinear, move open democratic societies forward. That doesn't happen in authoritarian states that really repress that don't allow sort of open public debate. The ability for us to identify problems in front of us, things that frustrate us, and mobilize into action to do something about it is the self-correcting, beautiful power of democracies. And if you think about even youth movements, civic movements, so many civic movements are actually youth-led. And they very rarely lead to a youth leader who is then enacting that as the new leader of a country or whatever it may be. Think about the civil rights movement, think about even anti-war movement. Think about how things totally fundamentally shift the politics of a democratic society's political debate. And that is often the power of youth engagement to reframe the way political actors see what's possible as decisions. And we do see that impact over time. And it's a good thing that people in free societies are never quite totally satisfied, because that's how we're going to push ourselves to address problems and try to help fix things.
Well, I want to thank our incredible panel. Thank you so much to the Special Competitive Studies Project for having us here today to have this conversation on the future of democracy in the world of technology. And thank you all for being here today. That's great.
It is my pleasure to now introduce Vivian Balakrishnan, Singapore's Minister for Foreign Affairs, who will be joining us virtually for a conversation to be moderated by Jean Reserve, host of SCSP's NatSec Tech podcast.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So Singapore is a fascinating case to look at, not only because it's become a leader in tech innovation, whether we're talking about 5G or AI or quantum, but also because Singapore has managed to maintain friendly relations with both the US and China, despite the frictions between those two countries. So we're thrilled to be able to discuss Singapore with the foreign minister today. Great to have you with us. I promised you, Mr. Minister, a couple of minutes to set the stage for us. So take it away with your comments.
Thank you, Jean. So first, let me begin with an apology. I'm speaking to you all from New York. I'm here for the UN General Assembly. And so that's why I'm not up front, close in front of you. But I'm looking forward to a great session. I wanted you to first understand that Singapore is a tiny place. Think of Manhattan being ejected by upstate New York and having to be an independent nation. Now, I know some people might actually want it, but I can tell you, I can assure you, it is a very difficult challenge. So we tend to look at the world through, in a very realistic set of lenses. And I just want to congratulate Eric for getting this special competitiveness project. And there's just one point I want to start off, and I thought I'll leave it for you to consider. That there is a big difference between competition and competitiveness. Right? So for instance, merely having two superpowers competing, that's competition. Or having lots of small companies competing, it's competition. But the real question is competitiveness. So in Singapore, it is the latter that we're focused on. And if you think of it through that prism, then the question becomes, what are the key ingredients for competitiveness, especially for a small, tiny city-state in the heart of Southeast Asia, who has got excellent relations with both the United States and China, and whose trade volume is 3 times our GDP. So, having set that context, that's number one. The most important ingredient for competitiveness is people. That means getting immigration policy right, getting education policy right, getting adult education right. It means having appropriate educational institutions. It means reforming university education, because quite frankly, the way university education has been delivered so far is based on the old industrial revolution. So anyway, that's the first point. People, education, soft skills. The second point is infrastructure. In Singapore, every single home, every single office has got 2 fibers leading to each home. And we're now aiming to deliver 10 gigabit access to every home. Of course, you pay for it, but it is cost competitive. So there's no question for us that having first world infrastructure, transport, connectivity, fiber, 5G is essential. The next point is that you need to get the right balance between government, private sector, and even civil society. because this is not something that one party alone can execute. Specifically for government, the greatest challenge for government innovation is actually not technical, it's policy. Getting the policies right, which stimulate innovation, which protect intellectual property, but in a way that doesn't lock down competition and competitiveness, which encourages companies to compete and offer products and services on a level playing field. Or for instance, to use another example, autonomous vehicles. That's been invented, but getting the policy and the insurance frameworks right to enable it to be rolled out and to be rolled out safely, securely, that's where policy innovation is needed. And the final ingredient I would make also has got to do with the difference between intellectual property, patents, sharing, and competing globally, versus going back to the old model, which actually goes back a couple of centuries, of trade secrets and trademarks, where you hide your discoveries, you hope no one else gets to it, and you believe you get an advantage from it. In fact, what we enjoy in this day and age is a global, single application stack of innovation, the production of new products and services, and competition. Everybody is working and competing within that same operating system. That's why you've got patents. That's how modern intellectual property protection is founded on. And I'm making the point that this has been a dynamo for competitiveness and growth and innovation and progress and peace that we've enjoyed, in fact, for the last 7 decades. There's a difference between what happened when there was the USSR competing with the United States, where there were really two separate technological and even intellectual ecosystems. The difference with today, when you're competing with China, is that in fact you're actually competing within the same intellectual ecosystem. And therefore, one awkward point which we need to decide is, even as both superpowers strive to be more competitive, what will the rules of that engagement be? And we need, or we hope, that there will be a global ecosystem which is competitive, which induces innovation, creates a level playing field, and actually creates interdependence, and hopefully maintains that formula for peace and prosperity. So maybe let me stop there, but I think I've put enough on the table for us to have a robust discussion on.
Indeed, you have put a lot on the table here, and I want to follow up on some of the points that you made. So Singapore has had tremendous success attracting technology firms, attracting venture capital, and you've mentioned some of the factors. I'd like you to dig in a little bit deeper on some of them. Obviously, you have a stable government. You've got a tremendous...
Well, that helps.
Yes. You've got a great...
It's not just a stable government, but a government which can afford to think long-term, yes, beyond the next election.
And geographically, you're small, as you mentioned, which makes some things possible. You've also got a very strategic location in Southeast Asia, so that's a plus for you. But talk a little bit more, if you would, about the immigration policies that you've implemented and how you're using those to attract talent to Singapore.
Well, first it helps that in Singapore we are small, we're a young nation, we're multiracial, multilingual. We use English, Mandarin, Malay, Tamil. We are comfortable hearing different languages, smelling different foods, getting on with different cultures, and in fact engaging in cultural and intellectual arbitrage. So that helps. A confident, open, welcoming population. Now that does not mean from time to time we will not have political pushback against foreigners, against competition, against globalization. But it helps that Singapore is so small and so trade dependent, and that we have to make a living by servicing the world, that everyone knows we need to remain open. That helps focus the mind. The next thing is to be completely meritocratic about it. So if someone wants to enter Singapore, wants to start a business, or wants to enter university, well, show us what you're made of. Why are you more valuable than the next applicant in line, then I need to tell you that we have a long list of applicants in the queue. So maintaining that rational, that logical and consistent approach to immigration. In fact, if you think about Silicon Valley, you look at the success of the companies, you look at the leadership of the companies, both at the management level and the technical level. It's fueled by immigration and meritocracy, and that's essential.
So you're attracting some of the best and some of the brightest to come to Singapore to start up businesses or work in businesses. And in addition, as you mentioned, you've educated your own population to provide them the skills that they need. Talk to us about how you've instituted that and how widespread it is.
Well, one key advantage is my prime minister is a mathematician. And it used to be that more than half the cabinet consisted of engineers. I'm a surgeon. So when we talk to tech companies or to science companies, they know we get it. We understand that we are literate in STEM, right? Science, technology, engineering. So having a cabinet and having a bureaucracy that gets it and is supportive of people with the skills which just so happen to be in demand right now is very helpful. Second point, however, is that it's not all engineers, because in fact, if you think about the products and services now, you do need people with artistic ability, people who are able to communicate, persuade, to resonate at an emotional level. The key is to construct teams with a multidisciplinary approach. And the other point is that if you ever wanted to assemble a multinational team consisting of Americans, Russians, Ukrainians, Chinese, and Indians, the easiest place in the world to assemble such a multiracial, diverse, elite group of talent ought to be Singapore. Now, I should also add, we can't compete with Silicon Valley. We don't have the scale. So what Singapore aims to do is to be a critical node in a global value chain, which includes America, which includes China, India, Europe, and increasingly, I see great options in South America and Africa as well. So we're a node, we're a connecting point. For the members in the audience, if you just Google submarine cables in Singapore, look at the distribution of submarine cables that terminate in Singapore or originate from Singapore. It is that map which I spend more time looking at nowadays, rather than just the sea routes and the air routes.
As you've mentioned, you have good relations with both the US and with China. You're the foreign minister. So how challenging is this? And how are you going to maintain it if, for instance, there's military action against Taiwan?
Well, first of all, we hope there won't be. Taiwan is the most proximate red fuse, and it calls for great caution and hopefully, cool heads and rationality will prevail. Though I have spent a lot of hours discussing this issue with Henry Kissinger. And the genius of Henry Kissinger and Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong 50 years ago was actually to acknowledge that this was a sensitive issue, this was an issue which was not going to be solved in their generation, and to create the strategic ambiguity which maintained the peace, that China did not aim to forcibly reunify with Taiwan. At the same time, Taiwan did not aim to become an independent political entity. Now, that's 50 years ago. Time has passed. Our asymmetry between the United States and China has changed, but nevertheless, the long-term diplomatic objective of maintaining peace across the Taiwan Straits remains essential. Now, Singapore is not going to be able to solve this. We are not in the Taiwan Straits, fortunately. But what I can say from direct observation and interaction with the top leadership in both the United States and China is that actually neither side is spoiling for war. But, as I said, circumstances have changed, and just as importantly, domestic politics has changed. And I can tell you as a foreign minister, foreign policy actually begins at home. How confident are you of your country's prospects? How unified are your people? Are all the ingredients for further progress and innovation and competitiveness stable and encouraging on your home front? If you have two superpowers who are confident, coherent, consistent, you in fact have the ingredients for peace. So I would still say that peace is possible. You have to take precautions, but the most important ingredient the two superpowers need is strategic trust. And the point which I've been making repeatedly is that you need people to meet face-to-face, in person, look into each other's eyes and shake hands. Zoom, I know we're using Zoom right now, but it will not suffice for honest-to-goodness conversations and resolving sensitive and difficult challenges. So that's what we encourage.
So speaking of conversations, you had one this week with Secretary Blinken, in which you discussed using AI as a force for good. How do you believe this technology can be used to advance the Sustainable Development Goals?
Well, there's a lot of buzz nowadays about AI because of generative AI, right? That not only can artificial intelligence now classify cats or translate languages, it can generate even the session which we have today. But actually,
you are real, though, are you? You're not a deep fake talking to me. Okay.
But I think there's actually a bigger thing in waiting right now, and that is AI agents with transactional ability, which means the ability to negotiate, the ability to transact, the ability to buy and sell and convince and to mobilize. And I think that's happening sooner than people realize. So, so by all means be excited about generative AI, but start thinking about AI agents with transactional ability. Now, once you start thinking about that, there are several issues which governments need to tackle. At the lowest level, about jobs, it's about skill sets, it's about education, training, and infrastructure. So that's almost easy. I say almost easy because it's not necessarily a trivial point, right? But you can do that, and you've got to give people confidence that they will be equipped with the skills to ride these new tools. Be masters of the tools rather than to be made redundant because of those tools. So that's one level. There's another level, which is the political level, which is if you have AI agents now with the ability to transact, to mobilize, to organize, to both customize the message as well as target the message to the appropriate demographic political groups. Politics as we know it, you talk about democracy. Well, democracy is going to be upended by technology. And again, if we don't come to grips with this impact on our politics, I think even the current dysfunction is going to be made much worse. So that's a second level. The third level, which I worry about from a foreign policy point of view, is if you go back again to the contest between the Soviet Union and the United States and nuclear weapons and mutually assured destruction and deterrence, you got to a level where both sides knew it would be bad news to go to war. And in fact, you need to set hotlines, you need to set the rules of engagement, you could even embark on discussions on strategic limitation, arms limitations. Well, we're now in the day and age, even in Ukraine, drones, autonomous weapons, swarms. And the truth is, you're now at a level where the finger on the trigger is not a human, but it's actually a machine system because there's so many targets coming in at the same time. You can't afford to have a human on every single trigger. Now that's at a tactical, operational level, but think about it at a strategic level. How much time will a future president have to make a decision, to press the ultimate button, given the fact that AI systems will be deeply embedded in both tactical and strategic systems. And a lot of this will be outsourced. And yet we know as human beings, our decision-making ability, our time needed to think and to arrive at a conclusion or even to use intuition, that hasn't changed. So I do worry, and this is something which Eric Schmidt and Henry Kissinger have worried about in their book published 2 years ago. So I am deeply worried about this. So those are the three levels I think about: the impact of AI agents with transactional ability, with access to triggers and prompts, and their ability ultimately to even self-improve recursively. So I do worry.
So we're out of time, but in a word, given all you've said, are you excited about AI? Are you terrified by AI?
Oh, both. I'm excited because I think this is the biggest technological breakthrough in our lifetime. But I'm also sufficiently worried, to raise alarms, or at least to get people to start thinking and worrying and figuring out those guardrails. We need this both within our societies, and in particular to prevent further erosion of our democracies. And we also need this at a strategic level, keep the peace and maintain mutual deterrence.
Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Foreign Minister of Singapore, thanks so much for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Luke Vanderden. To continue this morning's discussion on the U.S.-Japan alliance, it is my pleasure to welcome the Honorable Bill Hagerty, U.S. Senator from Tennessee and former U.S. Ambassador to Japan. And to moderate the discussion will be Dimitri Sevastopoulos, U.S.-China correspondent with the Financial Times.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Senator, good morning. Thank you for spending the time with us.
Certainly, certainly.
We've got 10 minutes. We're speed dating. And, we can decide how it goes at the end.
Mm-hmm.
As someone who spent time in Japan as an ambassador and has watched Japan very closely, what has surprised you the most about how Japan has shifted, whether it's foreign or defense policy or...
Dimitri, I've been watching Japan since I first moved there in 1988. I started my career at a firm called the Boston Consulting Group, and they sent me to Tokyo for 3 years, back at the time when the economy was super hot. And that's when I learned to speak Japanese. The economy was, they just overtaken the Soviet Union to become the #2 economy in the world. And Ezra Vogel wrote a book, Japan is #1. Some of you probably read that. There were real discussions here in America, would we be overtaken? And the trade tensions were enormously high at that point in time, too. You think about it. UAW workers were smashing what was then called a Datsun vehicle, now Nissan. You had congressmen that were smashing Sony Toshiba radios on the steps of the Capitol. They were negotiating something called the Strategic Impediments Initiative when I was over there. Everybody in the United States was focused on getting a trade deal with Japan. And going back to the previous occupant of the house I was honored to live in when I served as ambassador, when General MacArthur came and rewrote the Constitution, he also tried to create favorable trade terms for Japan so that they would be trading with us, not with the communists in the region. The problem is he didn't time limit that. He didn't put any other type of limitations in terms of GDP. So Japan is a much more favorable trade terrain than we do, and no incentive, therefore, to enter trade agreements. We actually got that done when I was ambassador. I went back after the 3-year period. I've stayed involved with Japan. I've watched it. The economy, the bubble burst in Japan right after I left, and the economy went into a couple of decades. They call it the lost decades. But when I got back to Japan, things were quite different. And the biggest changes were this. One, the security posture had changed dramatically. Kim Jong-un was a big driver of that. The Japanese played a role in the world stage that I had never seen before. They were on the United Nations Security Council at that point. They worked so closely with us. And were it not for Prime Minister Abe, we would not have gotten through 3 consecutively stronger sets of economic sanctions on North Korea that were really biting, and we got the Chinese and the Russians to agree to it. And Abe played a critical role there. Prime Minister Abe and I talked constantly about his desire to increase their military posture. He wanted to go to 2% of GDP in terms of their military expenditures while he was serving as Prime Minister. The time wasn't right then, but I'll say this now, you've seen it happen. After the fall of Afghanistan, after Russia's entry into Ukraine, people in Japan have become very nervous about what will happen in the Taiwan Strait. And with that shift in mindset, the minority party, you're familiar with the Keynote party that the LDP rules together with, that coalition. Their coalition partner has been a pacifist. They're a Buddhist-affiliated party. They're a pacifist. Abe could not get that agreement to expand their military posture. After the public sentiment changed, looking at the Taiwan Strait, everything changed. Komeito, Yamaguchi-san, who runs that, they're now cooperating in expanding their military posture. So that is a very definite change as well. And if you think about the situation that Japan has been through from a political and diplomatic standpoint, the challenges in that region, and Japan's historic challenges are very real. And they have a tough history in the region. But seeing the breakthroughs that have taken place, and I applaud the Biden administration for working this hard with a new prime minister coming into South Korea, President Yoon, and Prime Minister Kishida in Japan, they have taken the opportunity to, I think, really step forward in terms of working together with South Korea, and the United States has played a great role in deepening the trilateral relationship there. You all are familiar with the Camp David meeting that just happened in August. President Biden met together with the 2 leaders from Japan and South Korea. They are saying all the right things. And I'm trying to advance that even further by having an economic conference in November on the West Coast, inviting senior business leaders from Japan, South Korea, and America to meet. Let's deepen the economic ties the same way that we're trying to deepen our diplomatic ties and our military ties. And on the military point, I'll just add one other thing. When I was serving as ambassador to Japan, I worked very hard on improving our foreign military sales program. There was a huge backlog. Meaning Japan had agreed to put in place a military system, but we weren't delivering it. Over 700 cases, as they call it, in fact. And so we really focused on that and began chipping away. We're still working on it. The team is still reporting to me in my new position now. But we have an opportunity to create more bonds from a technological and an interoperability standpoint. Now that Japan's stepping up their expenditures, it's a real opportunity for us. And my encouragement to my friends in Japan is not to make this just a procurement exercise. It's about capabilities. It's about interoperability. And we need to find ways to cooperate. I've seen it in real time. The Yamasakura exercises, where we do joint exercises, seen dramatic progress there. We need to keep doing that. We need to work with South Korea to do it. I've applauded the Biden administration's work in the region on AUKUS. There are many very positive things happening right now.
So, I mean, a huge amount has been done in recent years. What do you think is the biggest challenge the US and Japan face in terms of doing more together as an alliance as China rises? If there were one thing you could fix, what would it be?
I think that it's underway, but I think the U.S.-Japan alliance is continuing to deepen. I applaud Ambassador Emanuel's work in that regard. We've got an example in place with the trade agreement that was struck when I served as ambassador, and I worked very hard on this. But the digital trade agreement that exists between the U.S. and Japan is a high standard model of how we can collaborate in a way that will facilitate innovation. And it will also counter the type of tactics that Communist China uses. By having the ability to have high standards, by not allowing data localization requirements that would require you, for example, to turn over your source code, requirements that would force you to localize, meaning put your servers behind some great firewall. Those sorts of standards should be moved out into the entire region. It will help all of us. And I don't think the constituencies here in Washington that tend to resist trade agreements would be resistant to this. I think there's a real opening here. We can insert this in IPEF. That's the current economic dialogue that's going on. There's no market access in it right now, but this is a great opportunity for us. So I've been encouraging the administration. I want to work with them to see if we can't use this as a way to push forward. And innovation, technological innovation, I think can be the real key. You've seen the CHIPS Act passed here. I've been talking with my friends in Japan and in South Korea about doing joint research and development here in the United States on high technology areas. I'm talking quantum computing, hypersonics, semiconductor activity. I work very hard to get permitting fixes through at the same time that we put chip through so that we can get these high technology, high security areas permitted much more rapidly than we have been.
And do you think the recent trilateral with the US, Japan, and South Korea, that opens up a pathway for Japan and South Korea to do more technology cooperation together?
I certainly do, Dimitri, and we need to keep pushing on it. And again, that's why I'm pushing the private sector side of this. And from a parochial standpoint, the national lab with the broadest portfolio of any is in my home state of Tennessee. It's Oak Ridge National Lab. So I'm encouraging the type of basic research and cooperation that we can do here in America. I think we have the largest market. We have the ability to facilitate this, and I'd like to see a lot more technological cooperation. And they have great capabilities in both Japan and South Korea.
When you were living in Japan, most recently as ambassador, what was the one Japanese technology that most surprised you that you'd never seen or heard about? Or
well, NEC Corporation, many of you are familiar with NEC, very cutting edge technological company. Morita-san, their CEO, is actually coming to our conference. We'll be talking about this in November at Stanford. But their ability, their facial recognition technology, their understanding and capabilities for the next generation of 5G, 6G, and so forth, they're really thinking hard about this. And they understand the challenges from a cybersecurity standpoint, from an information security standpoint, because of their proximity to countries like North Korea, Russia, China, right there in the neighborhood. So they're experiencing a different sort of pressure. We're certainly getting it here too, but I think there's a great opportunity for collaboration and technology in that regard as we look to the next generation of communications technology and how we do that in a secure fashion.
So I want to ask you about Taiwan. It used to be in Japan that Taiwan was like Voldemort. You didn't say the name out loud. Now you go to Japanese bookshops, and it's, will there be war in Taiwan? Mm-hmm. Can we defeat the Chinese? Books you never would have seen before. Do you think Japan would join the US if the US got into a conflict with China over Taiwan?
Well, I'd say every step is moving in that direction. Prime Minister Abe was very much pro-Taiwan. If you look at Prime Minister Kishida's latest appointment to defense minister, he's the head of the parliamentary Japan-Taiwan alliance. I work with him because there's a trilateral Taiwan, US, Japan parliamentary alliance that I represent the United States and in the Senate side for that. So I see the movement in that direction. The concern is definitely there, Dimitri. I think that Japan's view is, were Taiwan to go, guess who's next? And they need to be ready. So they have been moving in that direction, very cooperative with us, and I think that every move so far has been trending in that direction.
Final question, yes, no answer only. Do you agree with Kono Taro that when politicians make mistakes, they should lose their salary?
Yes. And Kono-san is a great friend of mine, too. I'm glad he was here.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
It's been a pleasure. I'd like a big round of applause, please, for Senator Hagerty.
Thank you all. Deb?
Next up, we are honored to have recorded remarks from Dr. Lee Jong-ho, Minister of Science, Information and Communication Technology for the Republic of Korea.
Hello, everyone. I am Lee Jong-ho, Minister of Science and ICT of Republic of Korea. Chairman Eric Schmidt, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, I am delighted to greet you all. It's a great honor for me to speak at the Global Emerging Technology Summit hosted by the SCSP. While I regret that we cannot meet in person and talk face-to-face, I am glad that I can still join you virtually. Today, emerging technologies are not only contributing to the enhancement of national competitiveness, but are also being utilized to address global challenges such as climate change and infectious diseases. These technologies are significantly impacting various aspects of our lives. However, as is the case with the advancement of all technologies, there are not only positive changes, but also negative aspects to consider. Moreover, there is an escalating global competition among nations to lead in emerging technologies. And this fierce competition has implications for both national security and international peace. Furthermore, the ethical and the social consequences of emerging technologies can vary depending on their utilization, potentially leading to issues such as the invasion of personal privacy, deeper social inequality, and environmental pollution. As a leading nation in advanced technology and a responsible member of the international community, the Korean government is actively promoting the development and utilization of emerging technologies that are based on the prosperity and the coexistence of humanity. Furthermore, we are actively participating in multilateral and regional discussions related to this effort. Today, I would like to discuss some of the efforts made by the international community and the Korean government focusing on key emerging technologies such as AI, quantum technology, and 6G. The widespread use of generative AI is driving innovation across industries and society, but along with these high expectations, concerns about the trustworthiness of AI and its social and cultural acceptance have also arisen. In response to these concerns, the international community has proactively taken measures to ensure the trustworthiness and enhance the social acceptance of AI. In 2019, the OECD Ministerial Council adopted the recommendation of the Council on Artificial Intelligence, which outlines 5 principles for AI. In 2020, the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, consisting of government and the private sector experts from various countries, was established. In line with these global efforts, the Korean government in 2020 announced the National AI Ethics Standards to enable businesses to voluntarily evaluate themselves and adhere to the ethical standards. The Korean government is developing sector-specific guidelines and an AI trustworthiness verification and certification system. I hope that international standards are established for trustworthy and responsible AI, and the Korean government will actively participate in this process. One of the emerging technologies that has recently emerged as a potential game changer for the future is quantum science and technology. Quantum computers and quantum communications are still in their infancy from an industrial perspective. However, due to their potential ripple effect, they have garnered significant attention worldwide. In January of this year, President Yoon Suk-yeol, during his meeting with quantum scholars in Switzerland, declared this year as the first year of quantum science and technology leap. Building on this foundation, the Korean government announced its quantum science and technology strategy in June, aiming to position Korea as a central player in the quantum economy of the 2030s. I hope that countries around the world, including the Korean government, can collaborate closely for the development, standardization, safe, and inclusive utilization of quantum science and technology. In this era of deepening digitalization, network technology is not only a key factor in industrial development and national security, but also a technology that can reshape our lives. Building on our success with 5G, the Korean government is preparing for the upcoming era of next generation networks. Last May, a joint effort between industry, academia, research, and the government led to the establishment of the 6G Forum. In addition to the existing $140 million investment in original technology research, we plan to invest approximately $340 million from 2024 for the systematic preparation of 6G, including commercialization, key component development, and standardization. In 2026, the Korean government plans to host an event where government and the private sector experts from around the world will be invited to demonstrate 6G candidate technologies and discuss each country's 6G strategies. I would like to request your active participation in this event. Emerging technologies such as AI, quantum technologies can give us significant benefits when used correctly. However, when misused, they can cause serious harm to democracy, such as the spread of fake news or the development of mass destruction weapons. This is why we need a new digital order that promotes digital innovation while minimizing risks. The Korean government has prepared the Bill of Digital Rights and will use it as the foundational direction for the new digital order, presenting an exemplary vision for the future that the international community can pursue together. I hope that the Bill of Digital Rights will serve as a catalyst for promoting global discussions on digital norms, including AI safety. I kindly ask for the active interest and the participation of the international community. I hope that today's event becomes a significant occasion for the international community to establish its direction toward the development and the adoption of emerging technologies. It has been an honor to deliver this keynote speech on behalf of the Korean government in the presence of distinguished representatives from the various countries. I wish you all health and well-being. Thank you.
We are now grateful to hear recorded remarks from the Honorable Martin Heinrich, U.S. Senator from New Mexico and co-chair of the Senate AI Caucus.
I will never claim to be an expert on artificial intelligence, but as someone with a background in engineering, I've always been interested in scientific advances, and I follow emerging technologies very closely. I've learned to appreciate linear versus nonlinear change, and I know that society can uptake new technologies like AI much more quickly than many policymakers might expect. And we're likely in for a significant disruptive change to the way that we live over the next couple of decades. That's true whether or not AI is integrated into all of the products in the immediate term. Even before AI hit our consciousness with the introduction of large language models like ChatGPT, I've been encouraging my colleagues to think through the implications of AI. AI technologies have amazing potential to supercharge groundbreaking scientific research, power new discoveries, and improve our own productivity. But they also carry very real risks. We are already seeing bad actors use AI voice and image generators to create deceptive and misleading deepfake audio and video clips. Hackers are also using AI systems to generate more effective malware and phishing techniques. And in this upcoming election cycle, AI could be abused to sow misinformation or manipulate the algorithms of social media platforms. I founded the Bipartisan AI Caucus in the Senate back in 2019 with my former colleague Rob Portman. And I have focused on how we can keep the United States at the forefront of responsible AI innovation while maintaining important ethical, safety, and privacy standards. In 2020, Congress passed a version of my bill, the Artificial Intelligence Initiative Act. This legislation established the National AI Research Resource Task Force to develop a detailed roadmap for the development of a national AI resource for AI research. It also established national AI research institutes at universities all across our nation. And I just introduced follow-up legislation in June called the Create AI Act. That bill would provide AI researchers and students with greater access to the complex resources, data, and tools needed to develop safe and trustworthy artificial intelligence. Through my previous role on the Armed Services Committee, I also helped to pass the Artificial Intelligence for the Armed Forces Act to advance the Department of Defense's AI capabilities. And I helped provide the Pentagon with enhanced hiring authorities to recruit more AI professionals and other personnel with computational skills relevant to military applications. These legislative initiatives were a good start, but we obviously need to do much, much more. To maintain our nation's competitive edge and structural advantage, we need to invest federal resources thoughtfully and strategically. We also need to better prepare for the disruptive changes that widespread AI adoption will bring. My colleagues in Congress need to think carefully about how to create an AI landscape that safeguards our private personal data, protects our safety and national security, and delivers AI technologies that will benefit all of us. To do that, we need to get up to speed very quickly. That's why I'm working with Majority Leader Schumer and my Republican colleagues Mike Rounds and Todd Young to host a series of member-level briefings with leading tech and policy experts. I have seen in real time the light bulbs go on as my colleagues gain more insights into how these technologies work. We are learning about how AI tools can help us find patterns in data and optimize processes. But we are also seeing that right now, large language models are not designed to deliver factually accurate results. They're using statistical prediction, not logical reasoning, and their models can only be grounded in the information that we input. AI tools can also perpetuate social biases by learning bad practices from our own past data. Garbage in will create garbage out in these tools if we're not careful. Figuring out how to navigate this emerging field and what regulations are necessary will not involve simple binary decisions. This will need to be a continuous process as these technologies evolve. But it's essential that Congress is proactively in the lead on responsible AI development. This is the moment for us to shape the inputs that will deliver us the AI future that we want.
Good morning. I'm excited. Are you excited? Awesome. All right. So we're going to attempt a demo, which is the high wire act of any talk. And so before we get started, I want to ask a question. Why are we here today? Why did you get in your car? Why did you get on airplanes? Why did you come here today? This is the Global Emerging Technology Summit. The reason that you're here is because you want to get a sneak peek of the future. And last year, you actually got to see large language models 2 to 3 months before everyone was talking about them. That sneak peek is what you get at the Global Emerging Technology Summit. Since then, 80% of the people in the United States have used a large language model. In the last year, Congress, the White House, have multiple times in the last couple of weeks invited the heads of various technology companies to come and talk to them about this technology. In just a year, it's become a huge deal. My hope today is to show you something that continues that trend, that gives you another 2 to 3 months sneak peek at what the future holds and what everyone's going to be talking about. So last year, you actually got to see a large language model. Now, large language models are pretty synonymous with AI these days, and AI runs on hardware. Today, we're going to show you some new hardware that not too many people have been able to see to this point, and that in this demo, we're about to show you we're going to about quadruple the number of people who've ever seen this. Are we ready? All right. Let's hope we get internet access. Oh no. There we go. All right, good. Whew. All right. So this is going to be a little bit faster than most of you are used to, so pay attention. All right, let's do this. So, why is the CHIPS Act so important for national security? Okay, I heard a wow, I heard a wow. I don't know if I can repeat that on stage. Okay, let's try something else. Translate this to Japanese. Okay, that was pretty quick. Let's try, how about Arabic? That's pretty speedy. All right, so why did everyone react when they saw that? Well, for the 20% of you who haven't actually used a large language model yet, this is dramatically faster than people are used to. In fact, right now, we're in the dial-up era of large language models and AI, and you just got to see broadband. The way that you interact with this is going to change because of the speed. So let's ask a question here. Why has AI become such a big deal? Well, before we get there, let's start off with something a little easier. So let's ask another question. How about what are the issues with the US supply chain, and why are we having trouble getting enough chips for AI? All right, that's a bit long. So what we're going to do is we're going to click this bottom button down here, and that will just summarize it for us. That was pretty quick. Love the reactions. All right, over-reliance on foreign manufacturing, lack of investment in domestic manufacturing, and so on. Okay, let's zoom out again. All right, so what you're seeing right here is the fastest AI chip that has ever been built. And not by a little. This is 10x faster than anything that exists today. That's what this is running on. So I realize, well, wouldn't it be great if we could build this in the US? I heard a yeah. Yeah? Anyone else? Should we build this in the US? Okay. All right. Okay. So I realized I was so excited when I got on stage, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jonathan Ross. And my background, I actually created the original Google AI processor, the chip that now runs most of the services at Google. And a couple of years ago, I left. I left because I wanted to make sure that everyone would have access to AI. Even a couple of years ago, it was clear that there were going to be the haves and the have-nots in AI, that not everyone was going to get access. So a couple of years ago, we started Grok. And our goal is to make sure that everyone has access to AI, in particular, that the United States and our allies, and that everyone in a society that exists where, for the people, as opposed to the other way around, can have access to AI. That's our goal. That's the direction we want this technology to go. So when we started, we wanted to build in the US. And if all we did was build this amazingly fast chip, I might have still gotten invited here in front of this illustrious audience. But there's something that's going to be a little more surprising. Are you ready? Okay. All right. We designed this chip in the US, mostly in the Midwest. The chip that this is running on, we fabbed it or built it in Malta, New York. We shipped these chips into California, where we built them into systems. We then sent them to Washington State, where we're running this demo in a data center right now, so that you can see it live here in Washington, D.C. And we just signed a deal to fab our next generation chips in Taylor, Texas. So the world's fastest chips are being built in the US today. So great, we're done. We can all go home. So why are we here today? Are we here to make sure that we can continue to do this? So I want to get into a little bit of an explanation of why AI has become such a big deal. Because I don't think most of us realize this, but AI has been around for at least 10 years. In fact, I've been building AI chips for 10 years. If all of you recall, in 2016, the chips that I helped Google build and that DeepMind wrote the software for beat the world champion in Go. That was AI. We've actually had AI for a while now. So why is it just now becoming a big deal? It's about access. But not just physical access to chips, it's how easy is it to use. So in the 50s, if you wanted to use a computer, if you wanted to change what it did, you physically had to rewire it. A huge leap occurred in the 70s. Most of you have heard of CPUs, central processing units, but why do they matter? They matter because they were reprogrammable. For the first time, someone could just write some code and change what a computer did. This was a huge advancement. But it was still very difficult. You still had to have arcane knowledge to use a computer. And so in the 90s, we started to get graphical user interfaces. Windows, buttons, the things that your phone runs on. It made it easy for most people to use a computer, but not to program computers. That was still hard. But it was so computationally intensive that we had to build graphic processing units, GPUs, in order to render the millions of pixels on the screen quickly. Today, we've got a new challenge, an even bigger computational challenge. In order to generate the 100th word, you have to first generate the 99th. And that requires a very different architecture. A lot of people are now talking about are LLMs, large language models, going to help people program? But why would we do that? I mean, it's so easy that pretty much anyone could do it now. In fact, let's try this. Implement a large, or a attention head for a large language model in PyTorch. And hold the description, just give me the code, sort of like a fast food restaurant order. All right, there it is. It's kind of complicated though, right? This is my area of expertise, and I still find this complicated. So let's try something else. Why don't we ask it the following? Can you simplify this, rewrite it in English, and simple enough for a 7-year-old? All right. So this is a program that helps a computer learn how to pay attention to important things. It does this by looking at a bunch of things called queries, keys, and values, and then deciding which things are the most important. It does this by using a special formula that looks at how similar the queries and keys are, and then it uses the information to decide how much value each should be weighted. So are we going to be programming computers, or are we going to be talking to them? Is it possible, like the graphical interfaces became the way that we use computers, that in the future, large language models are going to become the platform that we use to access computers of the future? That language is going to be the interface to the computers of the future, and that those computers will run on LPU chips that are different than the GPU chips, that are different than the CPU chips that we've been using historically. CPUs and GPUs are amazing. They have an amazing legacy. They're how we got here. But how we got here is not how we're going to get there. So right now, it seems like the US and our allies are ahead in AI. Maybe we're here today to make sure that we stay ahead. So let's put this in a historical context. Let's ask the following question. What examples in US history can we don't even need to fix that, can we draw on where we set a clear goal and achieved the nearly impossible in record-breaking time? Manhattan Project, the Apollo project, and or going to the moon. So let's use the Apollo program as an example. The US has consistently been able to do the impossible when we have a clear objective. So the space race is a great comparison. The USSR started out ahead. They got to space first. They got the first person into space. They got into orbit first. And the US pulled ahead. We have to be careful that we don't fall behind just because we're ahead right now. The demo that you are seeing right now, it's not what you think. Today, most people think that AI is all about big data, but just bigger data. But the reality is the model that I just showed you fits on this phone. In fact, you could fit 2 copies of that on this phone. It's not a big data problem. It's a big compute problem. To understand the race that we're in, you have to understand compute. We're in a race for building more compute. The system that this is running on, 576 chips. The biggest GPU system you can get is 256. Yet that 256 GPU system would be the size of this stage, and the system that we're running on with twice as many chips is about 1/3 of the size and about 1/3 of the power, and it's built in the US. So the US and our allies are leading, and I want to ask, are we going to do what it takes to stay there? So I'm going to point out, this is not just a demo. I've been calling it a demo, but if you look at the top here, it says revert to traditional site. What you're seeing is a preview of our new website. Rather than clicking around and a bunch of buttons trying to find things, you're actually just going to be able to ask questions. And if any of you would like access early, you just email scsp@grok.com and say, I'd like a sneak peek of the future. And in the next couple of days and weeks, we're going to start rolling out more and more access. The first 1,000 people who email, we'll give access to. Now, really quickly, before my time ends, so I think the symbolism in the space race is obvious to everyone. It portended everything to come. And if we think about the AI race, the symbolism is equally strong. But I think everyone here has a visceral sense that it's more than symbolism, that whoever's ahead in AI will lead. So with that, I want to commit that we're willing to give access to Ukraine and anyone else who is trying to keep society free and open. We're here to make sure that not only is the US ahead, that we stay ahead. We're willing to do what it takes. Is everyone else willing to do that? Are you willing to do what it takes to stay ahead? Thank you very much.
For our next fireside chat, we are joined by Maria Pevchik, Head of Investigations and Chairwoman of the Board of the Anti-Corruption Foundation, Daria Navalnya, activist and student at Stanford University, and Joan O'Hara, Senior Vice President of Public Policy at the XR Association and former acting National Security Advisor to the Vice President, will moderate the discussion. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Good morning. We're all familiar with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It has been in the top headlines internationally for nearly 2 years. But it's important to remember that it's not only beyond Russia's borders that Vladimir Putin's malign influence is felt. In fact, within Russia, people are pushing back against the president. Alexei Navalny has been a leader of the opposition to oppose Putin and rid Russia of its corruption for many years. And most here are familiar with his story. We are very honored today to be joined by his daughter, Dasha, and Maria Pevchik, who is the chair of the Anti-Corruption Foundation that Alexei founded in 2011. As we begin, Dasha, can you tell us a bit about how your father is doing?
Well, thank you for having me here, first of all. In the last week, my dad was put in the punishment cell for the 19th time for 13 days. And in total, now he will be spending 220 days in the punishment cell, which is the most restricted penalty cell in the colony, in any colony in Russia. He is not permitted any sort of visits from his family members, from me, my mom, his family, his mom and dad, parents. And he's doing health-wise, he's doing as well as he can be doing in a Russian prison. You know, it's always difficult. He's not allowed any sort of medical access. We don't know, whenever they're treating him inside the prisons, we don't know what they're giving him, how they're treating him. They're not giving us the names of his doctors and what they're prescribing him. So it's a difficult and concerning situation, but we are fighting tooth and nail, and we have been and will continue.
And I'm sure he's just as committed as ever, very brave person. Maria, can you tell us about the work of the foundation, what you've been doing lately, and what are your plans going forward?
Of course. The foundation's work has been turned upside down by the war. Like our lives, like many other things, everything changed on 24th of February 2020. Before that, for a decade, we were the Anti-Corruption Foundation, the Transparency International mixed with Amnesty International. We participated in elections. We won in some elections. We ran the biggest political organization involving hundreds of thousands of young people who protested, who, as I said, took part in elections or who helped other people run. And then the war begins. And the war changed everything in our lives. First of all, we had to leave Russia. We moved more than 100 people who worked for us. We now are based abroad and have started a new office and started new lives outside Russia. We have moved thousands of activists that helped us as well, move them out of danger, because in Russia, if you are associated with us, if you, for example, send me a text message and I'm on a terrorist list, then you go to prison for 12 years. So everybody, and the law applies retrospectively. So if someone was donating to us, for example, 10 years ago, that's financing terrorist activities right now. But we have to be flexible and we have to keep fighting. Otherwise, you know, who will if not us? So we changed our work quite a bit. We still do anti-corruption investigations. They're still very popular. Every video we produce is watched by millions and millions of people. But we started to concentrate on the assets of Russian corrupt government officials abroad. And we find them there in Spain, in France, in Italy, and in the UK. We find those palaces and yachts, villas, and penthouses that government officials are not meant to have. And we file complaints. And we ask foreign governments, we ask the EU, we ask the US occasionally to sanction those people, and we succeed. If you have a look at the latest US Treasury sanctions list, there are about 20 people, and 11 of them came directly from our investigations, name by name. You wouldn't know them. They are very minor, not public people involved in missiles production. But we investigate them, and we find that some of them, for example, live or have some property in Miami, and we would complain, we would send papers, we would send evidence packs, and we would get them sanctions. Eventually, their assets seized and arrested, as it happened with Vladimir Putin's yacht, the Scheherazade, in Italy. And we also continue to do our work in Russia as much as we can, as much as we possibly can, given the circumstances. We continue to speak to the Russian people directly. We came up with a very sophisticated technological solution. It's an undercover social network that allows activists from different parts of Russia to interact and be completely and entirely anonymous. We don't know their names. They don't know each other's names, but they can coordinate, they can ask where they live, and, for example, gather in the middle of the night and do anti-war graffiti in the middle of their town, something like that. And we continue to do other interesting things to do with Russia and trying to bring change to our country. We run polls, we try to get an impression of public opinion in Russia, and also we run a huge network of YouTube channels. Our unique monthly audience is about 12 to 14 million people. Those are the people who tune in to watch our news, to watch our investigations, and to watch the videos that we are producing from our office.
Sounds like an incredible risk, really, to be involved in this movement. Again, very brave people. What can the United States and other nations do to support the Russian people who are trying to rid Russia of corruption?
It's always, I get asked that very often, but it's a tricky question. I have to be completely honest with you. We're very aware of the fact that change in Russia, democratic change in Russia, can only come from Russia. And it's not possible for someone magical, some sort of wizard, to just come and impose it on us. It's the work that organizations like ours do, trying to convince people in Russia to change their mind, trying to explain to them that what they see on TV is a lie, that it's possible not to go to the war. You can avoid the draft, you can run away. You don't have to fight in this aggressive war. We do appreciate external help, of course, as well. There is the biggest thing that is out there, the elephant in the room, is that the US should, the whole situation really depends on the outcome of the war. And in every video that I make and every speech that I make, I always encourage foreign governments, the US government, the EU governments, to continue to support Ukraine. Because their victory, the outcome of the war, is going to be something that's going to determine the future of the whole region. And of course, sanctions, that's super important as well.
Joshua, you grew up in a situation where your father was a political figure, a leader, a candidate for president. I'm sure that's colored your experience for your whole life. What do you envision Russia's future to be?
That's a loaded question. My father, from a very young age, taught me to be courageous and to stand what I believe in, to stand for what I believe in. I believe that Russia's future is a beautiful and European future where we're a part of the European Union like we've always strived to be. And a future without corruption, and a government where we're holding fair and free elections, freedom of speech. It's a future for a country, for any democratic country around the world.
Mm-hmm. Maria, anything to add?
Of course. I really would like to encourage everybody not to think that Russia is doomed, that the Russian people love to live under dictatorship. Nobody likes living under dictatorship. There isn't a single person who would prefer to do that. The circumstances are very difficult. So the lives of people in Russia are very difficult. So their decisions, their political behavior is driven not by their choice, but by extreme poverty, by extreme suppression of every field of life, every way of life you can think of. But I would also like to add an optimistic note. If we weren't sure that this positive change is possible, if we weren't sure that Russia has what it takes to be a free, democratic country that doesn't start wars, the country which isn't aggressive, and the country which isn't everybody's enemy, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. We see potential, we see people, we see Siberians turning up for Navalny's rally in somewhere in the outskirts of the city where it's allowed, and we see hundreds and hundreds of people coming to see him and listen to him, and wanting to join our movement. It's a matter of time and a lot of effort, but I am sure that one day we will see Russia free and democratic.
So you spoke a bit about what ordinary Russian people are doing and how they're involved and communicating anonymously, which obviously is very difficult and involves some risk. But what other things can ordinary Russian people do to help build this movement of opposition?
What you have to remember is that Putin is terrified of people who ask questions. That's his number one fear. And our organization, the Anti-Corruption Foundation, what we do is talk to ordinary Russians and try to explain to them what's actually happening around the world, that the United States is not the biggest enemy that's in front of us right now. Actually, as Maria mentioned, we do independent polls, and recently we've asked how many people believe the propaganda, and it was only 15% of the people that we asked. Of course, some of these people don't necessarily follow the news. Some of these people are too afraid to say that they're not believing propaganda because they will get a prison sentence for calling the war a war or for going on protests. And what ordinary Russians have been doing and continue to do is watch our videos, send our videos to their family members, their friends, and explain what's happening. It's such an important and such a minor thing that not a lot of people think about, is spreading information about actually what's happening. And I think that those people are incredibly courageous for what they're doing every day.
The people who are on the other end of that, who are receiving this information maybe for the first time, are they at all skeptical? Are they surprised to learn the way things actually are? Or is there sort of a sense of that to begin with?
It's a tricky one. There have been so many studies about how propaganda works. And don't forget, Putin's propaganda didn't start with the war. It started as long as I can remember myself. I barely, I was born in mid-80s, and I barely remember free TV. So like I kind of have this memory, Dasha wouldn't. And we're talking 22 years of nothingness, of no free media, restricted internet today. No, political education at schools or universities, and actually the opposite, the brainwashing at the educational institutions. It's quite a long time that Putin had to brainwash the country, and there is a generation right now that was born under Putin, knows nothing else, has heard nothing else, and now due to the economical situation, and to restrictions with travel and visas, they don't have a choice to see otherwise. They've never been abroad. They don't know how things can be different. So when we occasionally manage to break through certain walls and get to talk to those people, for example, we do it via a technological solution that we have. We call through IP telephones. We call random numbers in Russia, ask them questions as if it's a sociological poll, as if we're pollsters. But then within those questions, we're trying to convince them. We're profiling them and understanding, okay, that person cares about economical matters a lot. So we're going to carefully, our volunteers have scripts, and they kind of carefully implant a message there. Well, you know what? Maybe you are paying for your food more this month because it has to do with the war. Maybe your salary is decreasing, or you haven't, or it hasn't been raised for 2 years because this and this happens. What do you think, for example, about us, about Russia being the richest country in the world with all this oil and gas, and you having to pay quarter of your monthly income for gas supplies for your flat? So we try to be very careful and try to find messaging that is relevant for specific groups of people who we manage to speak to. First, of course, like it works with propaganda, it's a shock. They wouldn't want to believe. They say it's a lie because on TV they say it differently. And it could be the most obvious thing for us. Something that is, I don't know, when you fly a drone over Putin's palace, there's not much to deny there. It's just there. It's a building. Have a look at it. But people would still try to find an excuse, because otherwise, if you accept that this is the truth, then your entire framework, everything you know just collapses overnight. And you realize that you have been lied to. You realize that everything you knew is untrue, and you don't really know how to live further. But we still look for those moments. The war, the mobilization, of course, helps people open their eyes and realize that, okay, that actually has come to my home. First, I thought that politics is somewhere there, that Putin is somewhere in Moscow, in Kremlin, and he doesn't really bother me. It's none of my business. But then Putin came and grabbed this person's son or brother or father and dragged him to the war. It takes time. When regimes like that fall, some people get disenchanted immediately. Some people take decades to learn the truth. Some people never will. But we feel very much empowered, and we feel that we have enough capacity and stamina and conviction and to continue doing that, and to trying to convert as many people as we can and bring them to our side.
Once you've made that breakthrough with people, and I understand how hard it is, and thank you for describing that. I mean, it's difficult to fathom having been brainwashed for decades and knowing nothing else. It must be very, very challenging to try and get through to people. Obviously, sounds like a very smart approach to bring it really home to people and their own experiences. Once you feel like you've made that breakthrough and they're thinking a bit differently, are people eager to engage in the opposition movement, or is there some reservation there?
Well, of course, there's a lot of reservation because at the moment, as I said before, as we've said before, there's a lot of risks coming with joining the movement. And what the propaganda does very well is show them that, you see, your leaders are in prison. You can be in prison as well. And they do a good job at instilling that fear into citizens. What we try to do is encourage people to stand up. We support them. We provide them with lawyer accessibility. We provide them with sort of financial information that they need to know about what's happening and how they can get access to help and everything else. But it is quite challenging for people to come and support us because at this moment, it's very dangerous.
The word that keeps coming to mind throughout this whole conversation for me is bravery. That the citizens are brave. Your father obviously is a very brave man, and the two of you are brave to do this work. So thank you very much for joining us today. I wish we had more time to discuss. We could go on for hours, but it's been a real honor to speak with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel today will focus on geopolitics. I would like to welcome to the stage Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General and Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution and former U.S. National Security Advisor. Dr. Eyal Hulata, Senior International Fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and former National Security Advisor of Israel. And joining us online, Ambassador Philippe Etienne, former French ambassador to the U.S. and diplomatic advisor to the President, and Lord Mark Sedwill, former National Security Advisor of the United Kingdom. Over to Ili Bayraktari, President and CEO of SCSP, who will moderate this exciting conversation.
Well, first I'm going to do some advertising about SCSP. This is the report we published a couple of weeks ago. It's on the future of innovation power and generative AI. Please download it. Gentlemen and Lord Sedwill and Ambassador Etienne, it's really an honor to be on stage with you and online. You have had some of the toughest jobs that I can imagine in government, advising presidents and prime ministers on the state of world geopolitics. I was yesterday at your panel, General McMaster, and one of the questions that struck me that I wanted to ask all of you is, given the political uncertainty, the security environment, the war in Ukraine, Chinese aggression over Taiwan, do you think today's environment reminds you more of the 1950s when we saw the beginning of the Cold War, or does it remind you of the 1930s? Dr. Kissinger would argue that we are at the, like this era of AI reminds him also at the beginning of the First World War. So if you would advise your old principals, what would be your advice? What does this era remind you of?
Well, as a historian, you have to say, and Kim Kagan's right there too, a fellow historian. You can't say, hey, any period of time is exactly like this period of time, right? Because you want to use history to help you ask the right questions, to think in time, to think through comparisons, but not to be prescriptive. So I think it replicates and resembles a lot of different eras. I think pre-World War I is an interesting period to look at because of the geostrategic and geopolitical dynamics as they affect the Eurasian landmass. And there was a great essay written by a great historian, Margaret Macmillan, on the 100th anniversary of World War I in 2014 called The Rime of History, which I highly recommend. But then other historian friends of mine, Jakob Griegel and Wes Mitchell, have written a great book called Unquiet Frontier, in which they use the 1930s as an analogy. I think those are both useful because I think what we're seeing now are revanchist and revisionist powers who are trying to gain a dominant position, to create exclusionary areas of primacy, to create servile relationships with countries on what you might say is the rimland, to advance their vision for an altogether different kind of world, one that is biased in favor of authoritarian governance, but also a statist mercantilist economic model. And of course, I'm speaking about Russia and China and their agendas and the partnership that has no limits and so forth. So I think that these historical analogies are useful to help you ask the right questions and maybe to maybe avoid the pitfalls of the past. And I think we'll probably talk a little bit about that. Soon after I was fired as National Security Advisor, I had my two friends, Lord Sedwill and Ambassador Etienne, over to my house for dinner. And we were at Fort McNair. And we walked around Fort McNair, and we talked about the difficulties in our relationships in the past, especially those with the United Kingdom. Philippe and I were kind of giving Lord Sedwill a tough time about it because we're of course looking down the Potomac River at the White House that the British burned in the War of 1812. So the idea was that these situations that exist in terms of geostrategic dynamics are not static. We can affect them. And so I'm quite optimistic, about what we can achieve together with our dear allies who are represented here and with like-minded partners.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Hulata.
Yeah, so first, thanks for having me here. I mean, I feel honored to be with this group of great advisors. And also maybe to pick up on history, you know, being Jewish, I always have an issue with resembling things to the 1930s. I think we need to be cognizant that at this point in time, even with the problems we're experiencing in the world, I don't think there's a superpower envisioning that they want to militarily conquer the entire globe or with genocidal ideologies. Having said all that, I think we are, as HR explained, we are experiencing polarization in magnitudes that resembles the darkest times of history. You know, when I meet people here in Washington and ask them about polarization, not only globally but also internally within the democracies, it resembles difficult times for all of our nations. And I think this is something that we need to, when we try to look back in history, it seems as if the peoples have forgotten what it looked like when we allowed authoritarian leaders to control the world, and what it looked like in the first quarter of the last century. It brought the world onto its knees, and peoples were eliminated. That does worry me, and I think we need to be cognizant of that. But I don't think it's the 30s. There's things to be done.
Thank you. Lord Sedwill, over to you.
Thanks. Good to be with you. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Maybe next time. And great to be on this panel with old friends and colleagues. I really agree with that point. I think we've got to be careful about drawing any parallel in particular with the 1930s. HR is right. Your history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes and echoes, as people have said. And I think the interesting comparison here is between the 1900s and the 1950s. The 1900s, there was essentially a challenger power, the German Empire, under an authoritarian leader seeking to expand its influence at that stage through the colonial system, and challenging essentially the incumbent, which was the British Empire at the time, with allies like the United States, and there were, which was neutral. And let's not forget, we haven't talked about the non-aligned yet. There's a third player and set of players in this. It's not just the US and her allies and China and Russia, the authoritarian states. There's very importantly, as we saw at G20, we have India and the new non-alignment that is arising. And so in that sense, it's quite like the 1900s. The lesson from the 1950s, unlike the 1900s, must be we've got to avoid this contest, this competition drifting into confrontation and the catastrophic kind of war we saw at the beginning of the last century. And for all the tensions of the 50s and the early 60s, the United States and the Soviet Union, when there was also a set of non-aligned powers, were able to manage their relationship in a way that avoided competition drifting into confrontation. And of course, by doubling down on our own strengths, our free market capitalism, our democratic system, in the end we prevailed. And I'm confident we can do so again by following that parallel.
Thank you. Ambassador Etienne.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Washington. Thank you for having me from Paris. We have the state visit of King Charles right now in Paris. And I'm so happy to see Mark on this occasion, but also HR and old friends. As you have said, all of you, history is a guide for us. We must know history very well, and HR is a very good historian and has said very wise things, but history never repeats itself. So to come to your question, from the 30s, we have also to learn that democracies must be strong and must not compromise with basic principles. I think this is something we have to keep on our mind. From the 1950s, we have to remember how to manage the competition between big powers, the biggest powers, as Mark has said. But there is something which is completely different from both the 1930s and 1950s, which is that we are not alone in the world. I think that Mark has said something like that. And he mentioned India, but it is not only India. We're in a world where now, and it was already the idea of the United Nations at the beginning, we must take into account the positions of everybody around the table, which means also Africa and all the other actors. And this is really important. I think we will come back to this.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm going to start now by going on each of the theaters so we can have a conversation focused. Let's start with the war in Ukraine. General, we had you last year on the panel. You and Lord Sedgwill and Ambassador Etienne worked when the Novichok poisoning happened at the White House. What have you observed so far from the conflict? What has surprised you? What has not surprised you so far?
Yeah. Well, I just think that the stakes are high here because this is not just a individual event in terms of the reinvasion of Ukraine in February of last year. It fits a pattern of aggression from Russia under Putin that began really in the 2000s. In the very beginning of the 2000s. I mean, you have to remember that that Putin did poison a Ukrainian presidential candidate in 2003 and permanently disfigured him, and the campaign of subversion was ongoing in Ukraine. All the way up to the first invasion of Ukraine in 2014, the actual military invasion using a combination of conventional and unconventional forces, and then the reinvasion. But I think it's important to place the conflict in a broader context, and we're here meeting at a moment when it seems that resolve to support Ukraine is at least wavering a bit in Europe and in the United States. And so it's important to understand that the fight in Ukraine is relevant to being able to restore peace and to build a future of peace and prosperity by checking an authoritarian revisionist power that brutally attacked Ukraine, but also engaged in a range of aggressive action against Europe, the United States, in Africa, in Syria. I mean, what Putin has done, essentially, just in recent years, is effectively annexed Belarus. He's created all sorts of problems in other countries. Through political subversion, he turned the government in Georgia. He's active in Transnistria and Moldova. He's subverting with the future Bulgarian election right now. He's enabled the serial episodes of mass homicide in the Syrian civil war and enabled the Iranians in his bid to play the role of both arsonist and fireman in the Middle East. And then, of course, we've seen how active Russia has been to create more problems in West Africa as well. That's why this fight that the Ukrainians are fighting for, I think, all of us in the free world is important to peace and security more broadly. And then you have to consider the other side. Russia is in this partnership with no limits, to use the word of Xi Jinping and Putin. And it's a partnership that's drawing others in as well. Iran with its sale of drones and soon-to-be missiles to Russia. And Kim Jong-un, the Shoigu visit to Korea, then of course Kim Jong-un's visit to Moscow, the sale of arms probably in the offing there. So I just think that this is a moment for all of us to recognize what is at stake. And again, the 1930s analogy can be way overdone, but I do think what we can learn from that period is a headliner, is that weakness is provocative. There's a lot of discussion about trying to avoid escalation, trying not to provoke Putin further. But what provoked Putin in the first place, whether it's the Skripal poisoning, which you mentioned, and others, is a perception of weakness. And I think that perception of weakness led to the reinvasion of Ukraine last year, and now is not the time to give Putin more hope. What he's hoping for is that we will lose our resolve. We, the countries that have come together to support the extraordinarily courageous Ukrainians in the fight for all of us.
Dr. Lulata?
Yeah, so I'll build upon what HR said. I think this is very, very important because there are lessons, I think, from Ukraine on various scopes. I think we should also say that there is a lesson about how this has evolved and our ability to understand that this is coming. I come from an intelligence organization. And I think there is a cause to be praised to the American intelligence establishment of realizing this on time and understanding that this was really coming, even in times where others, including the Ukrainians, wanted the world to believe that this wasn't really coming up. And that's an important message that this works. I think also that hard military force is still relevant, something that HR has been talking in other panels on as well. And I think there are two things that relate to that we need to be cognizant of. First is the issue of time. I think one of the problems is that from the beginning of this war, all of the parties felt that time was on their side. Putin felt that, even though he miscalculated the way it started. I think the Ukrainians at various points in time would rather continue this because they want to, hopefully, to finish it in the way they want. And I think that also the superpowers that are aiding this process, but a bit from the sidelines, would rather see this continue that way where Russia continues to weaken. It's been a year and a half already. This can last for so long. And as time progresses, I think the strategic calculuses change, also on other theaters that we will touch upon later. The second thing I want to put out is this issue of deterrence. And sir, I think this goes to what you said before about this perception of weakness. You know, before this war started, there were people in Russia, prominent people in Russia, referring to this as if this was like a Cuban Missile Crisis all over again, speaking of learning from history, right? From the American perspective, this wasn't anywhere close to the Cuban Missile Crisis because this wasn't personal. Americans didn't view this as something that they need to be engaged as part of a military collision between the US and Russia the way it was during the Cold War. So when Putin understood that he will not confront the superpowers, he can get away with it. Now, of course, he completely miscalculated the tactical pieces and couldn't conquer Ukraine the way he wanted. But I'm not sure he was wrong about the strategic message. He knew that he will go in, NATO wouldn't intervene, the Americans won't necessarily intervene, and he can go on. And I think there's a message there about how to, what's the importance of posture, what's the importance of projecting power and being willing to fight for it when we want to deter an adversary, and we'll talk about China later, right, naturally. I think this story will be relevant there as well.
Lord Selva, over to you.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said. So let me just add sort of really one point to all of that. I think particularly the point, I agree particularly with the point that weakness is provocative. And I just want to build on that point slightly. The truth is that Putin, over a long period, as HR has said, through incrementalism, had essentially got away with it. And I fear that had he gone for another incremental extension of Russian activity in Ukraine, trying to seek a little more territory in the Donbass, trying just to create the land bridge to the Crimea that essentially his forces are concentrated on since all of their setbacks in the first phase of this, then the Western reaction would not have been as forceful as it has been. And it was the fact that he went for a full-scale invasion to try and annex the whole of Ukraine, etc., that prompted the forceful Western reaction. And so we mustn't learn the wrong lessons from this. If there are other ambitious authoritarians around, the lesson they may well learn is, okay, don't go for broke, but incrementalism you can probably get away with. And therefore we have to find a way, as the Western Alliance and with allies and partners elsewhere who care about a rules-based order, of deterring incremental aggression as well as all-out aggression.
Thank you. Ambassador Betian.
Well, you asked about the lessons to learn from the current situation in Ukraine and the war in Ukraine. First thing, as I said in my first answer and following HR and Mark, yes, our democracies must be strong. And I would add to what was said, I would remember what we did or we did not do in 2013 in Syria. These signals are understood by people like President Putin, of course. So this is the first thing to learn for the future. The second thing is to learn from the Ukrainian people themselves. Not only their courage, but also some issues where they have been incredibly efficient. I think of cyber, for instance, and their knowledge and their ability, their agility in using or resisting or defending themselves against cyber attacks. The third thing is, for us Europeans, Europe sees war back to our continent. And we must not only expand our budget, our defense budgets, but also think that now the type of war we must prepare for are not exactly the wars that we were expecting. For instance, in France, we are more on expeditionary missions against terrorism. This has consequences not only for the amount of our budget, but also for the way our defense is organized. And if I may say, as a conclusion, the last thing we must conclude is that we must continue. HR mentioned the hesitations which might appear in the support of Ukraine. And I think it's really important to continue to support the Ukraine. We will speak about the elections next year in Europe and in the United States. It's really important because the factor time is absolutely essential. The one who has the possibility the one who is sure that he will sustain his support, his action over the years has a really big advantage.
Thank you. Let's switch to another theater. Dr. Valletta, you mentioned China and Asia Pacific. General McMaster, China is watching what's happening in Ukraine. Next year and 2025, 2030, as you said, is the maximum dangerous period I think, for the world. We argue the same in SCSP. What are some of the lessons learned, do you think, China is taking from the Ukraine conflict? How would that translate to their thinking vis-a-vis Taiwan? And then, next year, as Ambassador Etienne mentioned, most of the democratic world goes through the elections. And so there are a lot of uncertainties that are boiling over the horizon. Chinese economic uncertainty, all these things making this decade really a decisive decade and a dangerous one.
Well, I think you look at the threat from the Chinese Communist Party and the degree to which China is challenging, our interests. It is a global threat. I think there is a tendency, and this is one of the false arguments about diminishing support for Ukraine, is that we all should play like little kids soccer, or European football, and all run to the ball in the Taiwan Strait, when in fact China is involved in competitions much more broadly than even the broad expanse of the Indo-Pacific region. The competition is playing out in Europe, obviously, and China is watching to see what the lesson is. Will our will buckle? I mean, I think when we look back, Philippe mentioned the first invasion of Ukraine in 2014 being tied directly to the unenforced red line in Syria in 2013. I think the renewed invasion of Ukraine is tied directly to the disastrous self-defeat, surrender to a terrorist organization, and disastrous retreat from Afghanistan. It was in August of that year, of 2021, when he wrote the long missive justifying the attack and was marshaling his forces to commit that attack just several months later. So this perception of weakness is provocative, not only to Putin, but also to Xi Jinping. And if you look at the 2021 reinvasion of Ukraine, think about what was going on in Europe as well, in the United States. We had the denial of the election outcome here in the United States, was driving even more political polarization. You had Mark Sedwell's old boss getting in trouble for the parties at number 10 down the street. You had a very contentious election in France. You had a stoplight, what appeared to be a weak coalition in Germany. So
Ours is perfect.
I think that's right. That's right. Israel was on its 18th election, and so I think there was this perception, that democracy is over, and I think it's really important to go back and read the joint statement that Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin issued on the eve of the Beijing Olympics. You know what the message of that is? Hey, free world democratic countries, you're over. Yes. You're done. This is the new era of international relations, and we're in charge. How's that working out for them? Not very well, I think. So what we should do is take the opportunity to maybe bolster our confidence to recognize that these authoritarian regimes can look strong from the outside. I mean, hell, they look great on parade, but when you get into a scrap in Ukraine, they don't look as tough, and they're actually quite brittle as regimes. So I really think if you look at what's going on right now in North Korea, in Iran on the one-year anniversary of Mahsa Amini's murder, in China where they're having all these economic issues associated with what, to me, I'm just a washed-up general, not an economist, but the whole thing looks like a big Ponzi scheme to me in China in terms of the Chinese economy, and obviously how Putin has succeeded in really diminishing Russia's power. So I think rather than be hand-wringing the way we seem to be, we ought to be celebrating Ukrainian valor, bolstering our democracies, as Philippe has mentioned, is critical to this competition, and be more confident in who we are, in our friendships. You know, I mean, what cocktail party do you want to go to, man? I mean, do you want to go to the Xi Jinping hosted, you know, cocktail party with Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, you know, and the supreme leader? I don't think so, you know.
Dr. Hulada.
Well, you know, after that, what can I say?
Would you go to that holiday?
But I will say that, sir, I wish we had more of that spirit in world leadership of the democratic power. And thank you for your service at a time of difficult times. Because I think that this is, I completely agree, right? I mean, this should have been the opportunity of the liberal world to prove that we're prevailing. And, you know, there's a quote I like to always use: this is a crisis that, and we shouldn't let it go to waste. But I'm not sure that we're taking this crisis and using it the way we want. You know, when we speak globally, of course, I have my perspective on China, but nothing I can say that would top what HR said. But a few perspectives from the Middle East. You know, we're facing some difficult situations right now. 2023 was probably the best year Iran has experienced in many, many years.
Yeah.
And that's a shame, because 2022 was one of the worst years Iran has faced in, I think, maybe since the revolution, right? And this has changed so fast because of what we do, because of how we act to it, because we deliver a message that there are things that they can go by with, because we legitimize 60% enrichment just so that they don't cross the threshold to 90%. I'm a little bit critical about the policy on Iran on that. And that resonates. And I think the Saudis also get some of those messages. It so happens that only after China come and broker a so-called deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia, then the administration rushes in and try to say, okay, let's save this before China takes over the Middle East. Well, those things are happening continuously. We cannot only focus on one region on the world thinking that if we only solve that in Southeast Asia, things will be okay. Because HR, as you said, the conflict with China is global. And the Middle East is one of those places where this is happening. This won't just be in a box. You know, people think, let's just go back to that deal or make that deal and things will calm down. This is not the reality. You know, from an Israeli perspective, we try our most to follow what Mark has said before and act on it when it's small before it gets too big. But those forces that we're facing are extremely violent and extremely against us, our values, our cultures. That is very difficult.
Thank you. Lord Sedwill.
Okay, I won't try and match HR's enthusiasm, although I admire and agree with it. I think 2 or 3 lessons. I mean, thinking about what this would look like from Beijing, what lessons might they be drawing or should they be drawing from Ukraine? The first is the point we've just heard, and I think we've all touched on really, that weakness is provocative and strength and patience is a deterrent. And Israel has always signaled with credibility strength and determination in the defense of Israel's territory and peoples and so on. And that's proved to be a very powerful deterrent for several decades now. And there's a lesson we can learn from that. That willingness, you know, as a relatively small country, but to protect their interests with absolute determination, to ensure that their national security comes first and they have the strength and the capabilities to do so, is really important. That's a powerful lesson for us. And so, you know, what lessons should they be drawing? Well, first, that once you start a war, once you launch an invasion, you don't know what the outcome's going to be, and it can go very badly wrong. And we all know that amphibious operations of the scale and complexity that will be required in Taiwan are 10 times as hard as the kind of land-based operation in Ukraine. And China's forces have many of the same structural and other weaknesses that the Russian forces have. And so I'd be very, very cautious. If I were the Chinese National Security Advisor, I'd be very cautious about giving any confidence to my president that a military operation wouldn't end in actually an even bigger disaster than the operation in Ukraine.
Thank you.
And as HR has said earlier,
No, go ahead.
What is crucially important is we stay patient, we stay the course. Because if it looks as though we lose patience, we stop supporting the Ukrainians, we don't provide the weapons, the sanctions ease, and so on, then, of course, we're then encouraging aggressive action, whether that's a full-scale invasion or a blockade or something else. And so Western patience, Western strength is the most important deterrent here.
Thank you. Ambassador Etienne, same question, but I would add a twist. Is this time for a strategic autonomy also to be introduced?
Well, strategic autonomy for the Europeans is exactly about having the instruments and the policies to be strong, not to be weak. And for instance, to be able to decide for our own interests. And here I would extend it from defense to other strategic fields, such as energy policy, energy supplies, or technology, and our basic economic interests through just think of reciprocity. When you have such discussions with big powers such as China. So the strategic autonomy is very much for the Europeans to get this, and it is the lesson. It is exactly the lesson which everybody here talked about from what happened in Ukraine. We must be strong enough, and we must have the instruments to decide about our own future.
We have less than 5 minutes, so a quick last question about artificial intelligence. Dr. Hulada, you have a background in this space. SCSP is focused on, the impact of AI in ensuring national competitiveness. China has clear plans. They want to be a global AI power by 2030. How do you see AI fit in the current geopolitical environment?
Yeah. So I think this is true for AI. I think this is true for other emerging technologies such as quantum computing and the need to have the entire control over supply chains, chips, batteries, solar technology. There are a host of things that our economies, that our culture are dependent on, so that we can signify our strength. But I agree that AI is different of all of those because it can transform the world as we know it. This can make what we've learned as normal and common to change. Some of the science fiction kind of conspiracies and stories may emerge if we give those abilities to computers and to machines. I don't think this will happen so fast, but I think there is a trajectory there that can give our adversaries an advantage, because they will be willing to do some of those things more faster than we would. Not necessarily on all of those. We need to remember that it was the Chinese in the 70s that joined the US to ban manipulation of genomes, and just as forcefully. But I think that the power of the private sector now is much stronger, and it's more difficult for companies to follow those rules. I think there's a lot to be done on this, and I think there's a lot to be done of this together. I think this is time, as we said before, on military issues. I think this is also true in emerging technologies and commerce. We need to put our forces together, because together we are stronger. And just a year ago, I think this panel was right at the kickoff of a joint strategic technology collaboration that was led by Jake Sullivan, my interlocutor at the time, and myself on this stage. There's a lot that we can do together with the Americans, with the Europeans on these issues, because there are some risks, and I'm not sure that we're moving fast enough to contain them.
Lord Saville, I'm going to go to you next, because London has been taking a leading role in sort of like organizing the international community. They're hosting the AI Safety Summit early November. So your thoughts on the AI and its implication for geopolitical environment?
Well, very briefly, it's a big topic, and I know we're short of time. So very briefly, I think essentially on the civilian and commercial side, it's important that we act in concert, particularly among countries with the same democratic values, in order to provide essentially safe regulation of the use of all new technologies, but obviously including AI. I think we could do worse than starting with Asimov's 3 laws of robotics and sort of proceed with some of those principles. On the military side, however, we need to think very carefully about this. I think sometimes aspirationally people think there's a way of preventing the military development of AI. And actually what we need to recognize there is, like any new capability, it can actually enhance our capabilities. It offers greater precision. We could minimize casualties on our side, minimize civilian casualties among our adversaries. And so we're bound to want to use autonomous tech and AI. But defense and deterrence against the potential use of AI by our adversaries is going to be an important feature as well. And so we have to develop those capabilities while at the same time investing in the civilian capabilities that we're going to need to keep our economies competitive over the next 25 years. Big topic, could do that answer in about 2 hours. That's the 2-minute version.
Thank you, and just a plug that we have the UK Deputy Prime Minister in about an hour here in person, so we'll follow up on the UK's role. Ambassador Etienne, last word on the AI implications for national security.
Well, if I may say a word about artificial intelligence, Canada and France, when we had the presidency of G7 a couple of years ago, we have created with other G7 members the International Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, which is based on the OECD. And it's really important, like Mark said, that our democracies come to a common understanding on the environment on these developments. So I will just I will not develop this, but it is now an absolutely crucial aspect of our national security, but also an absolutely crucial aspect of our internal democracies. The development of artificial intelligence, as you can see, is really now the center of a lot of discussions in our societies. And to make our society stronger, we must also define the conditions to develop artificial intelligence in a way which is acceptable, for instance, in culture, for journalists, for, you see the discussions in Hollywood and so on. So on the national security aspects of AI, I will not say more than what Mark has said because it's very wise.
Thank you. General McMaster, not many people know, but your national security strategy is probably the first one that mentioned artificial intelligence. So last word from you.
Hey, I'll just say that it would be wrong to hold back the development of artificial intelligence capabilities. Obviously, we want to integrate the ethical use of artificial intelligence into the way that we apply that technology. But you have to recognize that if you're going to constrain the development of technology, and if that technology gives a certain party a competitive advantage, all parties to that competition have got to sign up for the restrictions. And I don't think China, Russia, others will sign up for it. So I think it's really important for us when we think about the big vulnerabilities of artificial intelligence, like it could break all encryption. Well, how do we apply those technologies to make encryption stronger? If you're afraid, for example, that artificial intelligence could be used along with biogenomics to develop biological weapons that target people with certain genetic codes, then hey, we better be applying artificial intelligence to be able to rapidly prototype and field vaccines, for example. So just think about the specific applications and the interaction of measures and countermeasures across multiple disciplines.
Thank you, sir. Before I ask you to join me in a round of applause, I would just note the lunch will be served for the next 90 minutes, so please don't all leave because we have an amazing panel after this. We could not have a lunch break because so many speakers that we invited wanted to accommodate our schedule and their schedule, so please be respectful. The program will continue, and please, whenever you have time for a leg stretch and everything, go outside. But thank me for joining these gentlemen on this amazing panel and being with us today.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks a lot. Great to see you guys. Great to be with you, man.
Our next panel will focus on the future of AI in the Middle East. We will be joined by His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Olama, Minister of State for AI of the United Arab Emirates, Dror Bin, CEO of the Israel Innovation Authority, and Ambassador Dan Shapiro, Senior Advisor at the U.S. State Department and former U.S. Ambassador to Israel. The conversation will be moderated by Nadia Shadlow, Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute and former U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategy.
So should we start? I guess, okay. I'll start knowing that everyone now is getting some lunch, but we're on a strict schedule and everyone knows that you need to listen to Ili. So I'm really happy to be here today with His Excellency Omar Sultan Al-Omar. He's the, as your guides say, he's the Chief Innovation, he's a Minister for AI and Innovation at the UAE. Also on screen, we have Dror Bin, the CEO of the Israeli Innovation Authority, and we have Ambassador Dan Shapiro from the United States. So thank you everyone for being here. So I'll jump in right away. It's really interesting. Israel and the UAE are two of the most innovative countries when it comes to artificial intelligence. I think the UAE is one of the only ministries for AI in the world. And you're one of the first countries to have established an national AI plan, I think in 2017. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to highlight some of the successes and what you have seen over the past few years and identify some things that you think the audience should know about the direction that the UAE is going in.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure being with all of you here today, and I'm sitting with such an esteemed group of speakers, so thank you for the invitation. When we talk about artificial intelligence, we have to come to terms with the speed in which this technology is evolving and the impact as well that it has on our lives. The UAE is a country that is known for its dynamism. It's a country that tries to overcome challenges but also grasp opportunities. And I think there are a lot of synergies between the UAE and Israel in this matter specifically. We have moved very fast on the artificial intelligence domain. And today you see that a country that was not on the map when it comes to artificial intelligence was able to create a large language model, for example, called Falcon, that is the most used large language model according to Hugging Face, the most popular large language model in the world. And how we were able to do that is by fostering partnerships, working with our allies, and also investing in infrastructure and in building the capabilities internally. What we, I think, find interesting is if we look at throughout history in the last few millennia, we see that there were government domains or government ministries created for certain technologies that had a big impact on our economies. So when our societies used to depend on wood, fire, and coal, there was not a single minister of energy in any country on earth. Today, we see that there needs to be a minister of energy because the production, the distribution of energy impacts the economy directly. And it's important for us to ensure that it continues to be present. Artificial intelligence will have the same impact. And that's why in the UAE, we believe that there needs to be someone who oversees the impact of AI, the deployment of AI across the government, and that we need to also regulate for the bad, but at the same time accelerate the good.
Thank you. And do you find that your other departments welcome the advice of the AI ministry? Are they eager to absorb the technology and the infrastructure?
In all honesty, in the beginning, no. It was extremely tough because everyone thought of the Terminator scenario when I spoke to them about artificial intelligence. But I remember coming to the US and I had a few meetings with a few key figures in this field in the US. And one of the things that was apparent is an individual told me, the first thing that you need to tackle is ignorance within the decision-making process. I told him, what do you mean by that? He said, you need to make sure that the officials that are taking decisions on AI know what AI is, what it can do, and what it will lead to. And with that advice, we went back and we created a program with the University of Oxford that our government officials, our senior leaders need to go through that are working on technology-related matters, that are deploying technology. It's an 8-month program, so it's an equivalent to an executive MBA. And they have to really understand the ethics of AI, what is responsible AI, how do you actually read and try to understand the code, understand good and bad use cases. And also, for you to graduate, you need to come with a case study of a concept that you want to deploy in your department, in the government, that is presented in front of a judging panel that scrutinize every single element of it. And if you're able to actually prove that that application is responsible, that to lead to positive long-term impacts, you actually pass the program and you get the degree. We have over 400 officials today that have gone through this program. And they are the AI army that are actually deploying and working with me on making sure that AI is not an ignorant matter where we just look at the glitz and the glamour and the news headlines, where we actually think responsibly of how to deploy.
Interesting, and has implications for the United States, I think. Now I'd like to turn to Dror from the Israeli Innovation Authority. Dror, might you tell us a little bit about what some of your successes have been over the past few years, how Israel views innovation, and what your priorities are? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Nadia. Well, it's known that Israel is a global tech hub with a lot of high-tech sectors leading innovation globally. And indeed, also on the artificial intelligence front, Israel is on the lead. I think that there are various international comparative metrics that show that Israel is already at the top 10 countries in terms of artificial intelligence. And actually, the places our tech hub is excelling in are the same places where we excel in the broader high-tech context. First of all, talent. I believe that we are blessed with a lot of very talented people, both researchers and entrepreneurs that really, when you give them a challenge that you say it's impossible, then you see the spark in their eyes and they want to go for it. The second asset of the country is great or excellent academic research, but the secret sauce is actually the combination of those researchers and entrepreneurs that are willing to work together and bring solutions from the knowledge that was gathered in the academy. And this is why we see a great amount of high-tech companies using artificial intelligence in order to bring innovative products and applications in areas that are not even intuitive for artificial intelligence, like food, energy, health, agriculture, transportation, construction. And actually, we just concluded the research about, we try to count how many high-tech companies in Israel already use artificial intelligence in a real manner in their offerings. And we found something that was actually even surprising to us. Already 2,200 companies, high-tech companies, are using artificial intelligence very deeply in their offering and across all tech sectors. So I believe this is the main asset and the main reasons why Israel is ranked so high on the artificial intelligence metrics.
Thank you. So it sounds like, in a sense, there's also a very strong public-private partnership model that the authority uses, working and investing in private sector companies.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe in a few words about the Innovation Authority. Basically, we are a government agency we're incorporated as a corporate, but responsible for the high-tech sector in Israel. We operate in three different ways. One is direct investment in high-risk, disruptive startups. We just give grants, we invest in those startups. The second way is by sponsoring the establishment of infrastructure like labs and academic research in the country. And the third way is by removal of growth barriers. And the first one, investing in startups, this is our day-to-day job. And actually those 2,200 companies, many of them started out with grants from the Innovation Authority. On the second and third fronts, the infrastructure and removing growth barriers, we are now leading a national plan for artificial intelligence, which is tackling exactly the infrastructure and the growth barriers. So, for instance, we are now establishing a high-performance computing lab in Israel to make sure that the Israeli companies and researchers have enough capacity to train the artificial intelligence models. Another example of this plan or ingredient of this plan is opening up databases. Israel has an enormous amount of databases. One which is very well known after COVID is the health database in Israel. So all the HMOs and hospitals have a lot of digital records of patients. And all of this is actually gold for artificial intelligence. Once you make this available to researchers and entrepreneurs, obviously while maintaining privacy of the patients, they can mine gold out of it and suggest and find new ways to treat and take care of people. We also invest in large language models for Hebrew and for Arabic. I know that the Emirates are also doing the same about the Arabic. And this investment is twofold. One, in order to be able to open those databases that I mentioned before, but also to make sure that artificial intelligence can, at the end of the day, touch all the citizens in Israel in day-to-day services and applications that they can actually use in their own language, Hebrew and Arabic. And as I mentioned before, we also invest in research to make sure that Israeli academic researchers remain in the forefront of artificial intelligence. We are going to launch a plan which we call moonshots, things which today are considered unsolvable in terms of artificial intelligence. We are going to challenge our community to see if it's solvable or not. And this is on the infrastructure side, on the removal of growth barriers. Regulation, I think it was mentioned in the previous session, regulation can be an inhibitor for innovation, but also can help facilitate innovation if it's done in a smart way. Right. So we are working, first of all, locally on the regulation side, but also with our American partners and European partners to make sure that we can also, at least to some degree, influence the global regulation. Last but not least, sandboxes. I think this is one of the most important ingredients of the national plan. Ability not just to develop the products and services which are based on artificial intelligence, but also to test them in a secured environment where the regulator is flexing the regulation, and together the entrepreneurs, the companies, the regulators are in a combined manner learning what this technology can bring to this specific sector, how can it be used for the benefit of the people, how the regulator can secure and maintain the privacy of the people. So all of that is something that is not one-off. It's something that you have to learn, you have to study step by step, understand, unfold all the risks, all the opportunities, and work on this together.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Ambassador Shapiro, but I did want to highlight the last point on the sandbox model, which is, I think, interesting and worth calling out, and maybe the UAE has something similar. The idea that you're bringing the participants together to experiment, to test regulations, to work through problems at a smaller level before they're scaled up. And I think it's an interesting model. I think one thing I'm taking from this conversation is that the UAE and Israel offer different models for how to integrate AI more broadly into their societies. And I'm not sure if SASP has done specific work on this, but one idea is to work through all of the models that other countries are bringing and to see what we can learn as Americans. Ambassador Shapiro, I'd like to turn to you to talk a little bit about how the U.S. is thinking about tech cooperation, AI cooperation with Israel and the UAE and the region more broadly, if you'd like.
Sure, thanks, and it's a pleasure to be with you. I'm the Senior Advisor for Regional Integration at the State Department. I'm focused on advancing the Abraham Accords, the Nega Forum, other integration efforts across the region. So when I'm looking at the future of AI in the Middle East and the North Africa, I'm seeing it through that lens of regional integration. And if we're choosing to embrace regional integration, if the countries of the region are choosing to embrace that, opening these kinds of conduits between societies and economies around technology really is going to be one of the keys. That's against the backdrop of a region that is among the least integrated in the world, and there are many statistics that demonstrate how difficult it has been to trade across this region, to share resources across this region, and the consequences of that are very clear. The region is desperately in need of growth and jobs for a surging youth population, and there's a real untapped potential to generate the prosperity that's needed to underpin regional security and stability. But one of the real important opportunities, and we're hearing it from my two fellow panelists, is the deepening of the economic engagement between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, two dynamic economies driven by innovation, with cutting-edge technology, including in AI, and entrepreneurial problem-solving abilities to catalyze trade and growth and development. We've seen UAE-Israel trade, including in these technologies, rise at exponential levels in the first 3 years since the Abraham Accords. So we want to build on those connections, and we want to include other countries in these regional integration platforms to deepen what they can do together. And so together, those two and others can use these technologies to build resilience that's going to be necessary to address challenges like climate change, infectious diseases, other emerging transnational challenges that define their shared future and all of our shared future. And that's where AI obviously offers huge potential. As we know, and our leaders, senior leaders have said repeatedly, it's not a question of whether AI is going to be used, but how to ensure it's used responsibly and for good. Just this week, I'm speaking from the UN, from New York at the UN General Assembly, and so just this week, Secretary Blinken hosted an event on the sidelines of the General Assembly to showcase how leading U.S. companies and startups and other partner firms and entrepreneurs in developing countries are using AI to try to make progress on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This comes as we acknowledge we're falling short of those UN Sustainable Development Goals, and so we need to draw on all the technologies we have to catch up. So for the Middle East, just imagine how when Israel and the UAE, leaders in this industry, together with partners who may not be quite as far along, but want to work with them, can use those technologies to address those most pressing challenges in the region. Improving management of water resources in a very water scarce region, dramatically improving weather models and disaster relief and response and prediction models. We've seen a number of very serious disasters recently in Morocco and Libya and elsewhere. Modeling and monitoring the potential spread of diseases that don't know boundaries and don't respect political borders. Facilitating the clean energy transition. The UAE is going to be leading on this at COP28, but it's one of the most critical areas of the future for this region. And so with Israel and the UAE both at the forefront of this technology with some of the models that have been referenced by Minister Al-Olama and by Dror, we really see enormous opportunity to deepen their cooperation and pull in others. And lastly, I'll just say we also acknowledge the risks AI poses and the needs to establish the rules of the road for national security, for human rights, and so forth. And those, the ability to shape that is up for grabs. The United States wants to be the leader, and we want to do it with our best partners and our partners in regions who are pulling together and our partners who have the greatest capabilities. And so we see a huge opportunity for ourselves to ensure that as those rules of the road are set, we both see the benefit flowing to regions that are trying to integrate, and we see the proper rules being respected with partners like the UAE and Israel.
Thank you, Ambassador. His Excellency, I'd like to turn to you and ask you what sort of additional cooperation or partnerships do you envision or would you like to see in terms of areas that we could build upon?
I think, so first and foremost, there's a lot of conversations right now that talk about governance of artificial intelligence. And I want to go back to one of the previous speakers who talked about a principle-led approach rather than focusing first on governance, because I believe this technology is evolving at such a pace that any governance framework that we put in place today is going to be outdated by the day it comes out. And another thing is governance requirements and governance drivers are going to be different depending on the geography. So if you look at the threats and the challenges that AI is going to create for the US, for example, on certain fronts, are very different to Israel, are very different to the UAE. And we can look at, for example, the full spectrum of AI technology. So self-driving cars are very different to large language models. The number of people that are going to lose their jobs or going to be disrupted by the deployment of certain technologies in the US are very different to smaller countries like Israel and the UAE. We need to have a very agile governance discussion, and we need to talk about it in a way that is realistic, pragmatic, and involves the private sector. I think there needs to be a lot more cooperation to have the private sector actually be in the driver's seat with us and actually being guided by the government in terms of what can and cannot be done and what should and should not be done. The second thing that needs to happen is, I believe that there are certain inherent advantages that geographies have. So my fellow panelists here from Israel talked about the sandbox. So we have something in the UAE called the Reg Lab, which is a regulatory sandbox that any company in the world can use. And actually, it allows us to change the regulations for 6 months without having to go back to the cabinet to see the impact of deploying certain technologies in the UAE. So these models, if we collaborate more with the US, will be incredible case studies for us to actually export American technologies or Israeli technologies to the rest of the world by actually using the UAE as a testing ground. And I'm sure that Israel as well has a lot of different models there, and we've seen a lot of collaboration on that front as well. Finally, one advantage that the UAE has to offer is the diversity of the people in the UAE. So we have 200 nationalities in the UAE. The local population is 10%, so 90% of the population is so diverse that this is a truly global data set. So AI companies that deploy in the UAE are naturally global because of that incredible insight that they generate from all these people. And this actually allows for us to be the key partner for countries like Israel and countries like the US to ensure that their companies are first global and second are localized to any language, to any region in the world without having to have many offices around the world. I think there needs to be more collaboration, more cooperation, and we're seeing it right now in terms of the strategic dialogue between the US and the UAE and Israel.
Well, thank you. I think that's a good way to end the panel. I realize it's a very short panel, but hopefully it piqued your interest in a subject in looking at what other countries, especially the Middle East, are doing in the area of AI and innovation. And I've already come away with several ideas for how we can learn some lessons. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's me again. I want to really thank you all for respecting the lunch rule. When I told my wife we're not gonna have a lunch break, she said, "That's not American." I said, "I was born in communism, so I can bend the rules a little bit." But the reason why I'm here before I introduce the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is that with Nadia, my mentor, and a Board of Advisors member, we want to make a big announcement. The SCSP is launching a new initiative. It's a commission on scaling of the fusion energy. Last year, for those of you that have not tracked our work, we produced 6 battleground technologies that we have to stay ahead in this decade. One of them was the new energy generation and storage, where fusion really fits nicely into that. A couple of months ago, our team, led by PJ, David, Abby, and others, produced a national action plan for the US advantage in fusion energy. So today, with Nadia, we're announcing the new commission that is really a natural extension of our work, and it will seek to bring together private sector leaders, academic leaders, and leaders from private sector to look at what are the things we got to do to scale this technology. So that's the purpose of the commission. We're also happy to announce that the co-chair of this commission will be the US Senator Maria Caldwell. And so we'll have more announcements in the day ahead and the months ahead. But for those of you in the audience that know something about this technology, please reach out. We'll send more information as this unfolds. But I just wanted to use the stage today and make this announcement on the new commission on scaling of fusion energy. Thank you, Nadia. Look forward to another project working with you.
Thank you.
And thanks for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
And as I mentioned, I would like to introduce on stage the UK's Deputy Prime Minister, Dowden. Thanks. Good to see you. Yeah, to see you. You grab a seat here. Sir, thank you so much. I know you have a busy agenda in Washington, so I appreciate you dropping by Global Emerging Technology Summit. And I know we have limited time. I have 3 simple questions. Last time you spoke at the NSCI Summit, you had a different portfolio. That was 2 years ago. The world has changed. How do you observe, sort of like from London, the recent geopolitical environment, and what is your thought about that?
Well, I think undoubtedly the geopolitical landscape has totally changed since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and it's something that I was talking at the UN Security Council yesterday. about. And for all of us, it has increased the threat landscape enormously. For the first time in most of our lifetimes, we have seen a sovereign European state, a free democracy, illegally invaded, contrary to pretty much every principle we stand for, including all the principles of the United Nations Charter. And actually, I think what it's done is it's changed global politics. First of all, it has meant that contrary to what Putin calculated, he thought that the West would fragment as it has done before. Actually, we came together in the face of Russian aggression, and that was demonstrated at the Security Council again. It has reinvigorated the United Kingdom's relationship with Europe. We have stood foursquare with them in defense of European security, and reinvigorated relationships between the United Kingdom and the United States, because both our nations have been at the forefront of addressing this Russian aggression. Of course, this is also, though, in the context of increasing global instability, increasing Chinese aggression in the South China Sea, and a wider threat landscape in which artificial intelligence also fits in terms of the potential of that to proliferate the risks that we face.
You mentioned artificial intelligence. Last time you spoke at the summit, the purpose of having you there was to really talk about the UK's effort in this space. Much has changed in the last 2 years, the emergence of large language models. So just tell us a little bit about how London views artificial intelligence.
Well, look, I think the first thing, we have to see the huge opportunities there are for artificial intelligence. And I think somebody put it to me the other day in a way that resonated. We need to think about how efficient a human being is in terms of walking or running. Actually, we're kind of to the upper middle of the pack of animals, right? There's other animals that can convert their energy into movement in a much more efficient way. We then invented the bicycle. That shot us massively ahead in terms of the way we can deploy the same energy in an efficient way to achieve movement. For me, that is the opportunity of artificial intelligence. It can take human endeavor and it can supercharge it and look at the sort of challenges we face, whether it's seeking to diagnose cancers, whether it's in relation to big global challenges like climate change, the potential of the application of AI to solve the challenges we face as a world. I saw this again at the United Nations earlier this week. I was talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. Applying AI to that means that we can massively advance a human ability. On the flip side, though, we also have to take very seriously the risks that are being presented to us in relation to AI, not least by the very frontier tech companies that are developing the AI themselves. So the other side of what I'm doing, and I've had meetings in Washington and New York about this and others around the world, is how we bring together the international community to address those challenges. So our Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, agreed with President Biden earlier this year that the United Kingdom would host the world's first Frontier AI Summit, which we'll do at the beginning of November. And there's a lot of different initiatives going on around the world right now, but this one is aimed specifically at Frontier AI. So what we're seeking to do is bring together the entrepreneurs and the CEOs who are developing this technology with world leaders, with wider representatives of civic society, to do two things, really. First of all, to get a common understanding of the exact nature of the threats and indeed how they fit in with the national security landscape. And then secondly, to try and start the process of how, as a global community, we can address that. And one of the things we've done in the UK is to create the AI task force. And the AI task force is bringing together experts, world-leading experts, Turing Prize winners and others, with, crucially, GCHQ, which is one of our digital intelligence agency, to try and work together collaboratively on that. If we can then broaden that out to an international consensus, I think that will be an important step forward as to how we understand these risks and think about how we can mitigate them.
Incredible. I think it's natural for London to host this summit. I mean, you have incredible universities, incredible private sector, vibrant cities in a really close proximity, which makes UK the center for the innovation. What do you think would be the key outcomes of the AI Safety Summit in November?
Well, I would hope, and if I've been involved in much international summitry, as I'm sure many people in this room have been. You will never in one summit change the world. But what you can do is take a positive step forward in the right direction to address some of the challenges that we face in the world. And if out of that we can achieve a common understanding with like-minded nations around the world, indeed the wider global community, about the challenges we need to focus on, and then secondly, bring together knowledge and expertise and create some kind of institution, some kind of institutional framework, or at least the beginnings of that from this. So in the same way that, for example, the IPCC has been created and other international institutions that look at emerging threats that we face as a humanity over the decades, I think we need some kind of institution like that in respect of AI. And I hope that we will take a step at least towards that at that summit.
Thank you, sir. A last question, because I know you have to run out, but we have Secretary Blinken right after this providing recorded remarks. I know you hosted with him the Sustainable Development Goals meeting in New York during the UNGA week. Some of the key takeaways from that meeting that strike you as an outcome?
Well, first of all, the United Kingdom played an important role in creating the Sustainable Development Goals. We're very proud of the role we played in that. We're now halfway to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, and it's clear we have a lot more work to do. I mean, when we came up with those, COVID had never been heard of, for example. So there is more work to do together, but the United Kingdom is really committed to that. We recommitted to it. I know it's a priority also for the White House and for the current administration. But what I also think is it goes back to some of the conversations we started on here. For me, if you look at the world's greatest challenges, whether they're climate change, whether they're global poverty, the application of technology through free markets with a proportionate regulatory system is the way that you solve them. We've lifted more people out of poverty in the past 20 years than in all of human history through a combination of technology, open free markets. And I think that is the opportunity that you get from artificial intelligence. If we get it right, it can turbocharge our ability to address some of humanity's greatest challenges.
Thank you, sir. I know you have to run out of time, and I want to thank you again for coming by. You were here with us 2 years ago, although virtually because different times. I wish you can come back in our next editions of the Global Emerging Technology Summit. And thanks again if you join me with a round of applause for Deputy Prime Minister Dowden. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Grant, and it's my pleasure to announce that we are excited now to hear recorded remarks from the U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to join the Special Competitive Studies Project's Global Emerging Tech Summit. 2 years ago, I spoke at the National Security Commission on AI Summit about the critical role that diplomacy can play in shaping the terms of our technological future. The United States has made clear our intention to compete for our vision of that future, one in which emerging technologies are developed and deployed in ways that deliver for our people, that protect our interests, that uphold our values. Since then, even in 2 short years, the technological landscape has transformed. Today, generative AI is now fully part of our lives and has entered the bloodstream of our public debate. Other critical and foundational technologies, from quantum to synthetic biology to 6G, are rapidly advancing, and in some cases converging, to increase the potential for even further game-changing breakthroughs. And as emerging technologies stand poised to revolutionize the production of knowledge, rewire our economies, rearrange the building blocks of life itself, they're also challenging the global competitive landscape. The United States must play a pivotal role in determining how these technologies are developed and how they're used for years and decades to come. The State Department is leading diplomatic efforts to do exactly that, so that we can lead the world into this new era of technology safely, securely, and with trust. Broadly, our tech diplomacy has 5 interconnected lines of effort. First, we're advancing our vision for the technological future. We believe technology can and must be used to put countries on the path to prosperity, solve shared global challenges, and build a better tomorrow for all. To build support for that vision, we're working with like-minded partners to demonstrate to the world how our approach tangibly benefits them and how it contrasts with the repressive vision of other states. Second, we're shaping the rules of the road. We're working with developed and developing countries alike to promote our principles for using and governing emerging technologies. In AI, that includes the approaches contained in the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights and the voluntary commitments from leading AI companies recently released by the White House. We're also building a broad-based international consensus around a political declaration on responsible military use of AI and autonomy. We're advocating for these approaches not because they're ours, but because they are technically rigorous, advance human rights and democratic values, and will help usher in benefits for all. Third, we're promoting trusted digital infrastructure. We want countries to continue to adopt digital infrastructure, wireless networks, cloud, undersea cables that are secure, reliable, and interoperable, and that allow for greater protection against human rights abuse, privacy violations, and threats to national security and global stability. We're partnering with the U.S. private sector and that of our allies to preserve and strengthen our positions where we possess technological advantages. Fourth, we're rewiring tech ecosystems, including supply chains. We're working with other states, including through coalitions and initiatives like the Quad and the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, to align our industrial policies in a way that guards against global disruptions to critical technologies. Private companies and capital are also key to these efforts. Fifth, we're applying a small yard, high fence approach to sensitive technologies. We'll continue working with our partners to build a shared understanding of the threats in these technologies falling into the hands of human rights abusers or being used to advance the military capabilities of strategic competitors. We'll take all necessary steps to prevent U.S. technologies being used in ways that will harm our people, our interests, or our values. These goals are as ambitious as they are important, and they depend on a modern and strong State Department that's ready and empowered to meet the opportunities and challenges of this moment. That's why, over the last 2 years, we've elevated and strengthened our cyber, digital, and tech diplomacy. We established the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy and the Office of the Envoy for Critical and Emerging Technology to focus and direct our diplomatic efforts. We're recruiting, training, promoting, and working to retain more tech-proficient professionals across the department. But we can't do this work alone. We need partners like the Special Competitive Studies Project to help advance our nation's tech leadership. Just as the Rockefeller Special Studies Project of the 1950s, led by Dr. Kissinger, convened leading minds to shape our strategic approach to the early post-war period, SCSP is helping the U.S. government sharpen our thinking, clarify our national purpose, and compete over the long term. As the original Special Studies Project found, a nation which does not shape events through its own sense of purpose eventually will be engulfed in events shaped by others. Together, we have the ability to bring about a tech future that's inclusive, rights-affirming, secure, and prosperous. If we're successful, we will strengthen our nation's position as the center of global innovation, boost our resilience and that of our partners, ensure our competitiveness for years to come, and demonstrate the ability of democracies to deliver in this new technological era. Thanks for your remarkable work and for your partnership. And thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. We're waiting for Leader Schumer to arrive any minute, so I was asked to make another announcement, which I'm going to do it right now. It's me again, Eli. I lead SCSP, in case you don't know by now. 6 times on stage today. Thank you so much for my team. I think this next one is a big announcement because we have never done something like this, but I wanted to let you know today because of the magnitude of the project we're going to do next year. I wanted to put it on our calendars and on your radar, but In keeping with the spirit, I want to announce 2 events that SCSP will be hosting next May. First, we will be reconvening the Ash-Carter Exchange on Innovation and National Security, thanks to the support by Stephanie Carter and the Carter family, because I think we had a huge success with the event we had in May, really remembering the legacy of Secretary Carter that a lot of us had here the pleasure to work with in the Pentagon. And second, and what I said this is a new project for us, is next year at the same time, in early May, we will convene the first AI Expo for National Competitiveness with technology demonstrations. So the event will be held at the DC's Convention Center, so this is a massive venue, as you all know. The purpose of these events will be, as I always say, to bring together champions of innovation from private sector, academic world, research institutions, our national labs, the United States government, and our allies and partners to educate and inform the public about innovation in AI, identify new ways of collaborating and strengthening partnerships between industry leaders, and enable productive exchanges among such leaders and the public with the overall goal to ensuring the United States maintains leadership in these decisive emerging technologies. As of now, you can visit our website. More details will be provided in the coming weeks. But in the meantime, I really encourage you to take part in this expo. It's going to be, as I said, massive. It's going to be big, and we expect to see all of you. We will expect to see our major tech companies, small, medium, and large. We expect to see departments and agencies that want to nurture these technologies and ensure that we stay ahead. And we want to see our allies and partners. I see my friend Andre here from France. So I expect to see you there in May, Andre, with your project, JEDI. And so please visit our website. Stay tuned. We expect Leader Schumer to come any minute now. They just finished a vote, I understand, in the Senate, and they have hosted President Zelensky earlier. After that, we have our chair, Eric Schmidt, delivering keynote remarks. I want to really use the stage here and just thank Eric, because Eric has been a true champion of these issues. His unlimited support for us and the work we do really has made a huge difference. Something that he doesn't get a lot of credit with, but I truly appreciate his leadership, his support, and his guidance for everything we have done at SCSP and what he does globally to include technology, national security, and other things. And we have both of the leaders here, so I welcome you to stage. Please, Leader Schumer and Eric.
Well, thank you, Ellie, and it's great to be here before such a distinguished audience. I want to thank my dear friend Eric Schmidt for inviting me and for his great leadership on this issue. And it's great to join with such an amazing group. Whoops. Even the bottle thought you were amazing. But I'm going to put this down here. No, I'm a little bit out of breath. You know, I rushed to get over here. I used to be a basketball player. No more. But our team at Madison High School, our motto, we weren't that good, was, "We may be small, but we're slow." So sorry, I'm a little out of breath here. We have votes on the floor, so I'll have to speak. But I wanted to be here with such an important audience, and then I'll have to leave. But I want to thank the people who have made this possible today. Eric Schmidt and the Special Competitive Studies Project. First, Eric, it was really great to have you. Look at those nice socks. I wore my Ukrainian socks today. We just saw Zelensky, and he is a beacon. There you go. Thank you. Zelensky is really a beacon of strength and courage, and he's right at the fulcrum of the future of our democracy and dealing with brutal dictators. It's very, very important, so we're glad to be here. But anyway, Eric was at our inaugural AI Insight Forum last week, and he's been a great resource to me and so many of us in the Senate, meeting with us, testifying in committee, and sharing his expertise and your expertise on how to navigate the immense changes that are happening in technology and society. And of course, I have to thank every one of you in this room for promoting American democracy in a world defined by technological change. It was with help from a lot of you that we secured a historic accomplishment last year, enacting the CHIPS and Science Bill into law. This was a dream of mine, and as you may remember, I originally entitled it the Endless Frontier Act, because Vannevar Bush, the Secretary of the Army, right after World War II said, if America invests in science, it's our endless frontier. And we did. We invested in NSF and created the greatest tech industry in the world, and invested in NIH and created the greatest pharmaceutical industry in the world. Unfortunately, we had to change the name because Endless Frontier, a lot of people in America thought it was about covered wagons or something like that. So we called it a much more simple name, Chips and Science. But it's already paying huge dividends all over the country. $200 billion in new private investments. 50 new semiconductor projects have been announced in the United States since CHIPS and Science was signed into law. So let me say that again. Thank you for everything you have done in promoting American democracy in a world defined by technological change. I believe this is the central task of our time. The world's a very different place than even 5 years ago. We've seen global crises shake nations around the world to their very foundations. But we've also seen wondrous innovations, innovations that not too long ago seemed to only belong in science fiction. And none are more consequential than AI, artificial intelligence. If applied correctly, AI promises to transform life for the better. It'll reshape how we fight disease, how we tackle hunger, how we manage our lives, enrich our minds, and ensure the peace. But if ignored, there are real dangers as well. Job displacement, racial and gender bias, misinformation, a new era of weaponry, and the risk of being unable to manage this technology at all. The question falls on all of us, on Congress, on the private sector. How can we ensure that artificial intelligence enriches our world and opens the doors to new prosperity? But also, how can we protect against its many very real risks? And most of all, how do we ensure democracy thrives in a world defined by this technology, which is more powerful, more complex, more far-reaching than any before? These aren't easy questions. AI is one of the most difficult issues Congress has ever confronted. In past situations, when things were this difficult, the natural reaction of a Senate or a House was to ignore the problem. Let someone else do the job. AI is the toughest thing we've ever handled. It's changing so quickly. It's so complicated. It affects so many different aspects of the world, and frankly, Congress doesn't have much of a track record as we would on education or health or defense in doing it. So the natural reaction might be to ignore it. But we can't ignore AI. We can't be like ostriches with our heads in the sand and do nothing. And so, as Majority Leader, as Senate Majority Leader, I am committed to working with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to draft and advance AI legislation that can pass the United States Senate. This is one of my top priorities, and I welcome the efforts of all of my colleagues who feel as strongly about AI as I do. The stakes for getting AI right are as high as they get, as high as they get. As we speak, the United States is in a race against adversaries around the world to define the rules of the road for AI. The Chinese Communist Party won't hesitate to invest what it takes to beat us. The best thing Congress can do right now is embrace bipartisanship. You don't pass much in the Senate without it, and dedicate the necessary resources to promote AI innovation, to ensure the right safeguards, and to protect our democracy. The worst thing we can do is run to our partisan corners and succumb to chaos and to gridlock. That is why I'm deeply worried, frankly, about what we're seeing in the House, where a group of 30 or so extremists are threatening to push us into a government shutdown. This small group of extremists have only one goal in mind, it seems: chaos. Imagine what kind of a signal a shutdown would send to the Chinese Communist Party. They would conclude that we don't have what it takes to tackle the biggest challenges of the future, that U.S. politics is too chaotic to think big picture or plan for the long term. This is a terrible message to send to the world, especially because the majority of us in Congress on both sides of the aisle want to get things done. If Congress is serious about addressing AI, the last thing we need is a shutdown. And I urge all of you, however you can, to impress upon Republicans of goodwill, and there are many, many of them, to resist the chaos of a small group of extremists. What we need most is bipartisanship. Now, thankfully, when it comes to AI, in our initial endeavors, we've seen a lot of it. Senator Rounds and Senator Young have been exceptional partners with Senator Heinrich and myself in creating our AI forums. I suspect most of you know that last week was a big one for the Senate AI. I joined with Senator Rounds, Heinrich, and Young, our bipartisan AI gang, to convene some of the top minds in artificial intelligence. It was precisely the kind of discussion Congress needs to hear if we're going to get AI right. A gathering not just of developers of AI systems, although they were there for sure, but also some more skeptical voices who ask tough questions, voices from both within the AI industry and from outside of it too. These forums will continue throughout the fall. We're trying to bring everyone to the table because everyone has a stake in AI's future. Now, last week's forum made a few things abundantly clear. First, Congress must play a role in regulating AI. One of the most striking moments at the forum is when I asked all of the participants, critics, experts, community leaders, and developers of AI alike, to raise their hands if they agreed that we needed federal involvement, and we had universal support. Not one person had their hand down. That was a seminal moment, and there were over 70 senators sitting in the audience when that happened, and they saw the need for us to act. Second, most everyone agreed that one of Congress's priorities should be to promote and invest in innovation. Innovation must be our North Star. And I mean innovation in two senses. There's what I call transformational innovation, the kind of breakthroughs that can help us combat world hunger and help our kids in school and strengthen national security and even go after diseases like cancer. But we also need to invest in sustainable innovation that has to advance so that the negatives in AI are dealt with, we're able to deal with them. It's to make AI, sustainable innovation makes AI more transparent. It minimizes harms that AI inflicts on workers and civil rights and prevents these technologies from going off the rails altogether. Here, in both cases, when it comes to innovation, the government has to step in and provide oversight. Because even if a handful of companies on the sustainable side do the responsible thing of regulating themselves, there will be others inevitably who don't. And that will drag everyone down to the lowest common denominator. We need to invest significantly in these sustainable innovations. It's essential for our national security and for staying ahead of competitors like the Chinese government. Finally, there was a consensus that we needed to balance between innovation and safeguards. This won't be easy, but it's essential. You can't go too far in either direction. We need both transformative and sustainable innovations to both maximize AI's benefits and minimize its risks. Congress has no choice but to pay attention to both. Now, last week's forum was just one step on an ongoing process. We're going to have more of these forums later on in the fall. And the goal, as I said before, will be for these forums to supplement the work of our committees supercharging Congress's typical process. Ultimately, we'll work with our committees to draft the best AI policies possible, using the insights and knowledge generated from these forums. I told my colleagues that these forums are the nutrient agar for AI innovation. In this audience, everyone says, oh, yeah. In my caucus, everyone said, what the heck is that? But I remembered my high school biology where we grew bacteria on nutrient agar. Anyway, yes. I wasn't too good at biology, I can tell you. Ultimately, we're going to work with our committees to draft the best policies. No question about it, this is, I must admit, extremely ambitious. We must exercise humility as we proceed. But we're going to work very hard to come up with comprehensive legislation. And even if we can find just some solutions and create a degree of consensus to deal with some of AI's many challenges, we must pursue them. Now, my friends, in conclusion, the challenges facing our nation remain immense. We know that. I promise that I will keep working with all of you to keep America the world's hotbed for emerging technologies. We cannot afford for it to be any other way, because all of these technologies, not only do they create tens of millions of good-paying jobs and happy American families, but they also ensure that our democratic values will survive around the world. At the end of the day, this isn't a fight for which countries have the best technologies. This is a fight for which countries' values will dominate this century. Together, we can make sure that technologies like AI are used to promote democracy, not extinguish it, to expand economic opportunity, not diminish it, and to enhance our nation's security and not threaten it. And most of all, to keep this grand, noble experiment, is what the Founding Fathers called this country when they founded it, to keep America a beacon of hope for all the world for years to come. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Senator Schumer gets it, and he gets it exactly right. And what's interesting about Senator Schumer is he organized the Gang of Four, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, himself and Heinrich, and Rounds and Young. And together they really have built a rare thing in Washington in the Senate. And this resulted in the first of 3 hearings last week, which I was fortunate to be one of the testimonials, whatever it is, at. There'll be more. And I think there's a reasonable chance, these are my words, not anybody else's, that by the end of the year, the US will have a conception of how we want to deal with this technology. I want to begin my talk by thanking a whole bunch of people putting this together. Illy, who's here, Joe, who organized it, Angela, Jennifer, Mike, Hina, and the rest of the SVSP team. Thank you all very much for putting this on. So I think I don't need to tell this audience that this is an important time to be doing what you all are doing. And I think a simplest way to understand this is to take a look at what's happening in Ukraine. I've been there quite a few times. I'm going there next week. I'm working to the degree that I can to help as a private citizen. And as a computer scientist, when I look at Ukraine, what I see is an opportunity for the use of AI to help win the war. And I think everybody here knows, but basically you have a more traditional land-based conflict. Both sides are dug in. It's difficult to make progress on both sides. The Ukraine folks are building a new method of war around autonomy and drones. In my previous work with a number of people in the audience, we talked about this, where you can see it actually playing out in real conflict, unfortunately, in the last year and a half. Today, there are a few hundred drone companies in Ukraine, And they fundamentally lack one thing, which is they lack AI. So one way for you to think about things that you could do to be helpful would be to try to get more AI technology into the hands of the people on the Ukraine side. There are many ways of doing that. For example, helping them with software, helping them with training, helping them with knowledge, helping them with education, helping them with more computer scientists. But my own view is that ultimately AI, this will be a war where the Ukraine folks will win because they ultimately use these tools that I'm going to talk about in a minute for their defense and ultimately to remain independent, which is a huge priority, I know, for everybody in the room. This is why I wear my pin all day, my Ukraine and US pin. If you take a look at AI where we are now, we have these extraordinary breakthroughs in terms of LLMs and frontier models, as they know. And everybody knows that I'm talking about GPT-4, Anthropic. We had the minister from the UAE here, Falcon 2 looks like it's competitive or better than the best of the open source models. They've done a fantastic job. Llama 2 is now out from Meta, of course, very, very good, very well trained. We've set up a very, very interesting competition in the US among all of these players with huge stakes for them as businesses, but also for huge stakes for us as a nation. So what I want you to think about is I want you to think about the promise of this in the following way. I want you to think about, can you imagine if we had an AI doctor that made our current doctors more effective? There's a doctor shortage if you haven't noticed it. And wouldn't it be amazing if the poorest level of education doctors, of which there are in various parts of our country, were aided and their care were better? And wouldn't it be better if the top doctors had somebody, not a human, but somebody to give them some advice in the very tricky situations that doctors present? That's an AI doctor. Wouldn't it be even nicer if that doctor spoke every language, could deal with every culture and everyone's health problems globally? And wouldn't it be nice if it was free, right? There's every reason to think that that's achievable. Every reason to think that if we combine the work we're doing now in specialized areas of medicine, we can achieve that. And of course, it has to get regulated for safety and things like this. What about education? We spend an awful lot of time in our country complaining about the state of our education. Why don't we just fix it? And not with the usual mechanisms, but rather by coming up with an AI tutor. And this is not an AI tutor that replaces teachers, and we don't replace doctors either. We don't have enough teachers. We have the same problem. But what they do is they get better ways of teaching in the student's language. And we all know that everybody learns slightly differently. And so the system is gamified in such a way, the way the gaming works, is it figures out the way you best learn and then delivers it and gets you to your highest potential. You can't argue against me. It's obviously good to take everyone and get to their top potential. Society would be so much more strong. And we can debate all sorts of things about education, but at the end of the day, why don't we just solve the problem using AI? The teachers actually, when you talk to the head of the teachers union, she says she wants this. They want the teachers to be more productive because they actually care about what they're doing. It's obvious. What about diseases? What's interesting about AI is that humans can't do 1 million combinations of various historical drugs and interactions in an hour. We can't do it in a decade. We can't do it in our lifetimes. But a computer can do that and basically mix and match. And I and others here in the room are funding projects that are essentially chemistry, where you look at all sorts of interesting combinations. And various techniques involving AI and quantum allow us to take the drugs that are effective and make them more effective, longer lived, and ultimately more profitable for the corporations that sell them. The important thing here is that the underlying, the industrialization of these systems in, for example, healthcare, will transform the way we do. And I'm going to come back to some of the more profound changes. But the simple stuff, I want it for our citizens. I want it for myself. I want it for you. I want it for our nation. I want it for our companies. I want it for our profits. I want it for Wall Street. I want it for everybody. And we are the leaders at this. A team here, including a number of my friends, put this together. This report is incredible. And thank you, Tom, and the usual suspects for this. And it's really a study of what is possible with generative AI. And I've worked at innovation power for a long time. My own personal view about innovation is that it's going to be more important than hard power and soft power. A long time ago, people figured out there's hard power and soft power. Hard power is the kinetic power, and soft power is marketing and culture and so forth and so on. The world is so complicated now that the way we're going to win is because we're going to innovate our future. And this is going to have all sorts of implications. It's going to mean that the innovators will lead, and the people who can't innovate are going to lag, right? So let's consider Afghanistan, just to make a political point. They've managed to take half of their IQ and put them back under the burqa, so forth. That's terrible. Right? It's terrible for many, many reasons, but it also means they're not going to be able to play at this level. It's a permanent harm to their country because they won't be able to innovate because they won't be playing with a full deck. They're going to be playing with a half deck and maybe not as good a deck as the half that they're suppressing. So the point here is we have to get our very top folks working on innovation to lead. And in case you're wondering about innovation, we sort of have forgotten everything about America. Everything that I benefited was based on innovation. The science that's invented here, the National Science Foundation. I go through all the things that I personally, or you personally, benefited. It's because of an innovation mindset, which is established by people who are since dead, right, that we owe a great gratitude to. The next thing that will happen after we get the doctor and the tutor and the sciences fixed is we're going to start having various forms of very interesting stepwise intelligence. And these systems will be able to give you recipes. They'll be able to say, how do I solve this problem? How do I solve that problem? And you'll see the beginning of thinking. And these are not conscious. I'm not making any claim like that. Please don't write that down and don't tweet it out. The system will have to make a decision. Step one, what do we do? Step two, what do we step three? That's a little bit like humans. Now, eventually what will happen, and this is more speculation, is that you're going to have savants. And these savants will be specialized. There'll be a chemistry savant and a physics savant. And what I'll say to the chemistry savant is, learn more chemistry, solve new problems. Today, they can't do it because they can't do math properly. But the AI is adding what are called tools, which allow it to call out to get mathematically correct answers. The combination of LLMs and tools and other specialized approaches are going to give us these kinds of savants. They're not going to replace chemists. They're going to make chemists do more chemistry. My own prediction about all of this is that at the end of the day, we're going to say that the AI age doubled the productivity of everything. And by that, I mean us. So if you're a writer, you'll be able to write twice as much, or twice as higher quality, maybe that's better. If you're a business person, you should be able to double your profits. If you're a scientist, you should be able to accelerate your rate of discovery. And the reason I said a half is we have early evidence, for example, that programmers' productivity is near doubled, right? That they can literally they can sketch out what they want and the computer can finish it. And they roughly report a doubling of productivity. I said this to my friend, the famous economist, and he said, oh my God. And I said, why are you so upset? And he said, we don't have models of more than 2 to 3% productivity increase. And I said, well, maybe that's your next research project for your graduate student. And he said, yes. He now has a whole bunch of postdocs and grad students trying to figure out what does the world like if my prediction, which is obviously optimistic, that our individual productivity doubles in our lifetime. No one's ever seen that before. This is the power of artificial intelligence. The reason that I'm so happy about this, and I've run over, I want to finish up, is that we're at one of these moments where you can feel it's going to change again. And when these things happen, it's really important as a citizen to pay attention, at a minimum so you can have interesting dinner parties, right? Because people want to know in America what's going to happen next, okay? So let me tell you what's going to happen next. National security, a lot of people here are working on national security. Finally, our military-industrial complex is going to have to face the fact that it builds rockets when it should be building bullets, that it uses hardware and not software, that it's run like a 1980s corporation by very courageous people who are subject to these rules. All right. We finally are going to learn in our country how to use software and attritable systems, as I call them, to build extremely powerful defensive systems for our country, which is hugely important. The second thing is, we really are going to solve some of the problems that have bedeviled our society for so long. I use the doctor and the tutor as an example, but there are so many. The arrival of an intelligence of a kind that's under our control is a very, very big deal. We need to get ready for that. That's why you should read our report. That's why I'm so happy that you're here, and I'm very, very grateful to be here. Thank you so much.
So we have a minor schedule change because the senator needs to get back and vote. So please now join me in welcoming the Honorable Todd Young, U.S. Senator from Indiana and the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, ranking member of the Subcommittee on Near East, South Asia, Central Asia, and Counterterrorism for keynote remarks. Senator.
Did you hear what I said about you guys?
I did not.
You're really good.
Very, very
Right.
good.
My friend
You can
from-
write that down. You can tweet that.
My friend for many years, co-leading with the other three, all of the AI work that is going on in the Senate. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. My friend, of course, and obviously Eric Schmidt. It's a delight to be with all of you at this summit, to hear from the other amazing speakers, including Leader Schumer, with whom we're working on a number of different initiatives. But I'd just like to briefly begin today by reflecting on the fact, which is really quite remarkable, that in less than 3 years, the United States of America will be turning 250 years old. Now, for some, pondering this fact is a source of great anxiety, inner torment, because the truth is that in so many ways, right now, Americans appear as divided as ever. It's true. And faith in our shared institutions, from government to academia to the not-for-profit sector to our press, are all at record lows. Rapid technological developments have changed how we live and work. There are a lot of changes going on. But despite the undeniable benefits of our changing economy and the technological environment, these advancements have set some parts of America back. They've cost jobs. They've hollowed out our intimate communities. Consider this. Since the year 2000, 94% of the new jobs in the United States of America have been in urban areas. And while there are more than 3,000 counties across America, a full third of our nation's gross domestic product comes from just 31 counties. Out of 3,000 counties, just 31 counties drive a third of our growth. So this has led to, as others have characterized it, an inequality of opportunity. It's, by extension, cast doubts on the promise at the very heart of our Declaration of Independence, and I believe it's contributed to current discord among our citizens. And all of this is occurring at a time in which our nation is engaged, as everyone here knows, in a global competition with the Chinese Communist Party. And that competition will determine whether the human rights written into our Constitution, those Enlightenment values that we subscribe to, part of our heritage, or the Chinese Communist Party's disregard of those very values will govern the 21st century. This is a competition, and in one sense, it's a race as well. It's a race to ensure the technologies of the future align with our democratic values for the benefit of every single American. These include capabilities like quantum computing and robotics, synthetic biology, hypersonics. The Chinese Communist Party has invested trillions of dollars in these frontier technologies and in a wager that our people are too divided, our political system too dysfunctional to meet this century's challenges. Well, how do we prove Beijing wrong? That's what I'd like to discuss today. How can we meet this fulcrum moment in world history And I believe the answer is really quite simple: by harnessing the creative power of the American people. After all, unlike in China, where a small cadre of individuals govern the affairs of 1.4 billion people, in America, we have a different system. We enlist the unique perspectives and energies and talents of 300 million plus people to solve problems, free people. But another golden age of American innovation is going to require more avenues for more Americans to meaningfully participate in the modern economy and help meet our most pressing national challenges. The happy coincidence is that our ability to develop and ultimately commercialize new ideas is essential to our national power, and it will also create economic opportunity for many Americans who've been overlooked in recent decades. Now, we took a significant step forward last year when Congress passed the CHIPS and Science Act. It's a bipartisan national security and economic security investment with much of its funding going towards upskilling rank-and-file Americans so that they can help ensure that our country leads the world in technological innovation. From semiconductors to hypersonic systems to artificial intelligence and autonomous systems, the law incentivizes research and development that will lead to meaningful careers, prevent future supply chain shortages, and safeguard our military readiness, all while bridging the economic opportunity gap that divides too many of our citizens. Now, the CHIPS and Science Act is a significant first component of unleashing our innovation potential, but it's only the first. We have more work to do. We must lead the world in establishing rules of the road for digital trade and for artificial intelligence, something you've heard about today from Senator Schumer, so that these new frontiers of global commerce are not dictated by the values of the CCP, but instead reflect, again, our values. Last week, I joined Senator Schumer in that AI Insight Forum that he alluded to. That all-day event was open to the entire Senate and featured CEOs of leading tech companies, thought leaders in defense, research, education, and civil society. Of course, Eric Schmidt was present and offering thoughtful remarks. But the breadth of expertise across a range of disciplines that gathered on Capitol Hill was truly impressive. I came away from that forum inspired by the incredible opportunity that's before us, but also with a new sense of urgency, because American leadership is not guaranteed. Now, it's not hard to imagine a future where every child has a private tutor, personalized health care is available even in the most remote regions of this country, but across the world, and where our firefighters can survey a burning building for survivors without ever entering. These advancements will make our people safer, make our military stronger, they'll level the playing field between our rural and urban communities, making every American more prosperous. When it comes time to this and other emerging technologies, now's the time for Congress, in a bipartisan manner, to identify the opportunities and vulnerabilities, and where existing law doesn't address potential AI-specific vulnerabilities, develop legislative solutions to threats that AI may pose without creating obstacles for Americans to employ this technology in ways that benefit society, economy, and national security. A balance must be struck. We should remember the future belongs to and will be governed by the values of the nation whose people innovate with the most urgency. So I'm here today to encourage this audience to look towards the upcoming 250th anniversary of our declaration, not with angst, but with a new sense of national purpose. If the institutions in which Americans have lost trust, and I named them earlier, will work together and rise to this occasion. If we place faith in our people, if we invest in our places, if we unleash great American ideas, our military will remain the world's strongest, our economy the most dynamic, our workforce the most talented, and the United States of America itself one of the great innovations in all of human history, a nation conceived in liberty and with government of, by, and for the people, will endure for centuries to come. Thank you for having me.
Now we will have a tech demo focusing on transparency and authenticity online. I would like to introduce Munir Ibrahim, Executive Vice President of TruePic, and Santiago Leon, Head of Advocacy and Education at the Adobe-led Content Authenticity Initiative, to present the case for content provenance. Thank you.
All right. Pleasure to be here. So my name is Santiago Leon. Once upon a time, I was an award-winning war photographer, and I spent 10 years documenting war and conflict around the world for the Associated Press, photographing 8 wars on 4 continents and risking life and limb to bring truthful information to media organizations all around the world. After that, I ran the global photo department of the Associated Press for almost 15 years, overseeing hundreds of photographers who were doing what I had done in years prior. And now I head up advocacy and education for the Content Authenticity Initiative, which is a large community of almost 2,000 companies and individuals around the world seeking to create and implement an open standard for digital content provenance.
Hello, my name is Munir Ibrahim, and I'm with TruePic, a technology company that specializes in digital transparency and authenticity. Prior to that, I was a Foreign Service Officer with the US Department of State, deployed in a variety of locations ranging from Damascus, Syria, to the UN Security Council. It was my time as a US diplomat that I saw the critical need for digital content provenance, transparency, and authenticity in everything we see and hear online. Thanks for learning a little bit more about content provenance with us today.
All right, so let's look at the landscape around transparency and authenticity. We've identified 4 main pillars here: detection, policy, education, and provenance. Detection software, while surely useful on an ad hoc basis, has a couple of major problems. It's not scalable, it's not particularly accurate, and it's invariably an interminable arms race with bad actors trying to stay one step ahead of the latest detection software. It involves uploading files to programs that look for telltale signs of manipulation. We've decided not to focus on detection for those reasons. When we talk about policy, we talk about briefing lawmakers and policymakers around the world so that they're well informed as to the status quo with technology, what's coming, etc. And Adobe, along with a number of other major technology companies, recently signed up to a White House pledge on artificial intelligence, guaranteeing transparency, security, all of those kinds of things. When we talk about education, we're really talking about media literacy. Media literacy is a very irregular landscape around the world. In some countries, it's highly developed, and very young children learn best practices for navigating this confusing media landscape we live in, and in other countries, it barely gets a mention. But we think media literacy is fundamental to the area of transparency and authenticity. But what we're really focused on today is this notion of provenance. And so what do we mean in this context? It's about establishing the basic trustworthy facts about the origins of digital files, where they came from and how they might have been changed along their journey, and ultimately sharing some or all of that information with the viewer so that they can get a better sense of what it is they're looking at. So it's really about proving what's real as opposed to detecting what's false.
Does it matter? Do we need transparency and authenticity in the content we view online. And I would argue, yes, it does matter. Think about the personal decisions we make every day. Who you date, who you hire, what you rent, what you buy, who you vote for, what you believe. The things we hear and watch and see online influence those decisions. Think about businesses and private industry. Entire verticals, from insurance to banking to auditing to monitoring and evaluation, and many others, are highly reliant on images and videos to actually run and perform operations. Let's go a step deeper. I mentioned I was a foreign service officer. I sat on the ground in Damascus, Syria, and I saw brave Syrians risk their lives to document atrocities and oppression on the ground throughout Syria. Years later, I sat in the UN Security Council, and I saw those same style images and videos of atrocities, of attacks, of chemical weapons use enter into the highest level of national and multilateral decision-making. I also saw bad actors, critics, countries that wanted to undermine the authenticity of those images simply claim they're all fake. That is a term coined today known as the liar's dividend, and it's highly effective. Without transparency and authenticity in the content we consume, even multilateral and national governments are going to have an issue.
More recently, of course, we've seen the rise of generative AI, text-to-image generators. With a few clicks of the keyboard, you can create a hyper-realistic image that's indistinguishable from a quote-unquote real image. When this image of the Pope wearing the puffy coat came out, I'm supposed to be an expert in this. I fell for it. It was plausible in my mind. And of course, I was wrong. And if I can be fooled, well, imagine, everybody can be fooled. So we've spent a little bit of time talking about the problems here. Let's talk about some solutions. We think that content provenance is really, really important, and it's scalable, and it ensures secure transparency at scale. The work that we're doing is based on a technical standard created by an organization that Adobe founded together with Microsoft and Intel and a host of other large technology companies called the C2PA. The C2PA is the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity. It sits within the Linux Foundation as what's called the Joint Development Foundation Project. And its goal is to create a robust global standard which can be used to create open source tools to implement secure provenance in the digital world. The Content Authenticity Initiative is a group of almost 2,000 companies building open source tools that are being implemented in consumer-facing products as we speak. So how does it work? We've divided the work up into 4 main areas, starting with capture. Here, we're working with hardware manufacturers, both cameras and smartphones, to integrate this technology into those devices at production. Meaning in the not-too-distant future, when you go to buy a hardware device, it'll likely come out of the box with this technology installed, and you as the user can choose to turn it on or off, depending on what the default setting is. What it does is it secures the existent metadata that most devices currently generate, things like XMP, EXIF, that give you a lot of very valuable information about how and where a file was generated. Next, we move on to edit. Here, we're integrating this technology into editing software across the board, not just Adobe products, because this is an open source initiative, so it's going into all sorts of editing tools. And here, any changes that you make to a digital file, you darken it, you lighten it, you tone it, you do what you will to it, each of those changes gets captured as an action, and attached to the file is another secure layer of metadata. So what you're doing then is creating the sort of digital chain of custody about where the file came from and what might have happened to it. When we talk about publishing, we're working with publishers and CMS manufacturers to leave these secure layers of metadata intact with a view to displaying some or all of them to the viewer to build trust in the content so that the viewer has a better sense of what they're looking at. And we call these secure layers of metadata content credentials, and they're being implemented widely. Now we're going to take a look at a video that takes us through that journey.
Let's take a provenance journey from capture to edit to display, using secure technologies aligning to the C2PA open standard. We begin our journey with TruePic's Lens SDK, a secure software to capture authentic images and videos. From the moment of creation, images are cryptographically sealed with the C2PA open standard, ensuring that provenance data is embedded into the file. The photographer is now using TruePic's camera to capture images of Lower Manhattan. The capture is similar to that of your native camera. The image is now dropped into a verification tool to show its original provenance, including its date, time, location, and source or capture mechanism. Now let's take that same authentic image captured with TruePic's camera and drop it into one of Adobe's products. In Photoshop, significant edits are made to the image using an AI tool which completely changes the original photograph. Before making those edits, the Content Credentials function is turned on. This captures the changes made to the image and embeds them into the file using the C2PA open standard, ensuring that all edits are added to the existing manifest. Now, when the AI-edited image is dropped into the verification site, all edits are transparently marked and can clearly be seen using this slider. Additionally, all the original authentic capture information is visible. All this work is based on the C2PA open standard and is being driven by the Adobe-led Content Authenticity Initiative, working with partners like TruePic to develop and implement a global standard for digital content provenance. Consider joining us.
So the video you just saw, and as you just heard, is made possible because of this open standard. There's several tenets that make this open standard unique, and I'm going to quickly run through the biggest ones. One, interoperability. As you just saw, an image from TruePic's camera seamlessly went into Adobe's Creative Cloud with all the provenance data read and added to through a chain of custody. Second, because the provenance data is backed by cryptographic hashing, it is now tamper evident, so that edits and changes or manipulations to it will be known to the content consumer. This also works in multiple formats. As we all know, digital content is not just a video or an image. There's audio, there's text-based, there's a variety of other things. It is an opt-in open standard and is architected as such, which is incredibly important. And there's a variety of other tenets that really make this open standard possible to scale. What can all of you do? Get involved. Join the C2PA, join the CAI. These are open forums by which we welcome additional voices, participation to make this as powerful and open as possible. Ask questions, learn about provenance, pilot the technology through a variety of different ways. As you heard, between the CAI and the C2PA, there's over 1,800 different organizations, from technology companies to NGOs and a variety of others, that are all engaged in this. We hope you can join us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If my math is correct, I think we've officially passed the halfway mark. So everybody, thank you for staying with us. We have a very exciting second half, so we would also appreciate that everybody stays in your seats and we can get going with the rest of our day today. My name's Sarah Johnson, and I am thrilled to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Avril Haines, the Director of National Intelligence, for a conversation about the future of our intelligence and technology. Michael Morell, the former acting director of the CIA, will moderate this conversation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Avril, it is a thrill to be on the stage with you. You know, the times that we work together are some of my most memorable, special, fun. So it's great to be with you again.
It's phenomenal. It's one of the very advantages of being here is I actually get some time with Michael. So appreciate the opportunity.
So we're going to talk about the impact of emerging technologies on the intelligence community, on the job you have to do, on what you have to bring to the table, right? And maybe that's the best place to start, is to ask you to to kind of frame the problem, right? All these emerging technologies, both by our adversaries and by us, how does that impact you? How do you think about that strategically?
Yeah, it's a huge question. And first of all, it's wonderful to be here. I think the summit is phenomenal and so much at the heart of where we have to basically evolve. Frankly, the sort of opportunity to discuss with both the private sector and the public sector some of the challenges that we have is critical, as will be obvious from our discussion, I think. But in terms of emerging technologies, I mean, I think maybe I'll start as follows. Like, one is, it is clear that technologies and emerging disruptive technologies are having increasing impact on the national security world in a whole series of different ways, and in many respects creating surprise in a whole area of spaces. And you can go from looking at UAV technology and, for example, how that affected the conflict in Ethiopia and sort of changed the dynamic there, to things like digital repression because of communication technology, just so many different ways to think about this. And I sit at ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and try to facilitate, in effect, the work that happens across the intelligence community in different elements. And when I look at different emerging technologies, there's kind of a rush to ensure that we understand the emerging technology that we're looking at, that we're using it appropriately for mission, because honestly, if we're not taking advantage of it, both within the intelligence community but within the government writ large, then that can also become a threat because we are not keeping up to pace with what our competitors or adversaries are doing in these areas. It is also to understand essentially the potential threats that it poses and how it connects with other trends that we're seeing. And in doing that, we're looking at our own work. So if I just take generative AI as a kind of an example of this in a way, we may be looking at how that affects, for example, counterintelligence, right? So generative AI may make it easier for, in effect, other services, but also non-state actors that are interested in monitoring our activities to do so. We may be looking at it from the perspective of a cyber threat, a variety of things. We would also be looking to try to help the government understand threats more generally to our national security that are sort of traditional. Cyber obviously overlaps with that. That's going to be one of the things that we highlight, disinformation in the context of election security. There might be bio. There's just a whole series of things that we're going to think about in that way. But one thing that people don't necessarily realize is that we're also being asked to think about this not just in the near term, but in the long term, and to really try to identify key disruptions for society that may intersect with national security. So we're trying to do analysis that helps us understand, for example, could it result in disruptions to the labor markets in different countries? If so, what would that look like? How would that intersect with other issues? And from an organizational perspective, we're trying to put together essentially a strategy for how we're approaching artificial intelligence writ large, kind of making sure that we're pushing in all the hard places, but also being thoughtful about privacy, civil liberties, ethics, other issues in terms of governance. We're thinking about how it is that we build standards that allow us to actually have interoperability across the community. So things like data is an enormous asset that we have in government that makes it a potential advantage that we can have in the context of generative AI. But of course, unless we're actually able to combine data sets that we're thinking about from across the community, we may not be able to take as much advantage of that as we might otherwise consider. We have to develop mechanisms for facilitating collaboration. We have to think about funding for innovation and for scaling different solutions and options that we're focused on. There's just a whole variety of sort of organizational and structural things that we have to be on top of in order to take advantage and to also understand what the threats might be. But you're so familiar with all of this, Michael.
No.
Yeah, do you want
Great.
to add to that?
So in terms of the threats, right, posed by our adversaries' use of this technology, what are the ones that worry you most when you look at the list of emerging technologies?
Yeah, I mean, so I'll start with generative AI and then I'll move out from there. So for generative AI, I think in a sense the near-term greatest threat is the disinformation potential and the capacity for that to be used in the context of elections and other things. And that's certainly something that we're very focused on. And it's also, obviously, cyber is another piece of this, counterintelligence, et cetera. But one thing that I just highlight about the threat in this space, and this is true for other technology areas too, is that we obviously think about state actors. That's sort of our business. But in many respects, what many of these technologies are doing is making it possible for a lower barrier of entry, basically, to being a threat. In other words, empowering non-state entities as well, and making it cheaper and easier for them to access, the potential, in effect. And also to think about how the state actors that we typically focus on are also, yes, going to be part of what we're going to be looking at in terms of the threat, but if you've got something that's cheaply available, that's commercially available, you might also see other state actors that typically would not be engaging in these kinds of threats doing so more because it's more available to them, and as a consequence, we need to keep an eye on that as well. So this is a part of the emerging technologies space, I'd say, that's true in a whole series of areas.
Yeah.
And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Quantum, synthetic biology,
yes,
and all of them enabled by AI?
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Yeah, and I was going to go to bio next because I do think it is one of the most incredibly important aspects of the threat landscape that we're facing. And it is, in a sense, in the bioconvergence space that we see the potential for more surprises in a way than what we would otherwise see in the context of a particular stream. And to your point, quantum comes into it as well. Like, all of these things are interconnected, and it has the capacity to interconnect in ways that create more threats. But at the same time, we recognize that we also, as societies, want to take advantage of the opportunities that many of these extraordinary developments provide. And from my perspective, part of what we should be doing is helping to highlight that, to recognize how it is that we can participate in allowing for those opportunities as best we can while mitigating against the threats. And that is sort of the sweet space that we're trying to occupy, in effect.
Yeah. When you do your assessments of foreign nations' capabilities in these areas, are you asked by policymakers to compare those to what's happening here?
Yeah.
Which is countercultural?
Yeah, we were talking about this too. It is a really interesting, so I mean, this is true across the board for our analysis of threats coming from adversaries, whether they're technology related or not, right? Which is to say that almost no matter what the threat is that you're telling the president or the National Security Council about, what they want to know is, so what do we have that can counter it, right? And how do we manage, in effect, how we're doing versus how they're doing in these different spaces? And something that I was mentioning to Michael that I see as a classic trend, that's relevant to other spaces and won't surprise you, I suspect, is that it used to be, we talked about blue and red was kind of our classic analysis, right? Red being the adversary, blue being the United States. So how are we in comparison, and how are we capable of countering, and what's our sort of advantage or disadvantage in certain areas? And typically you would go to the Department of Defense to understand blue, right? Because they're the ones that are challenged, that are facing those threats typically in sort of hard national security, traditional national security spaces. Nowadays, increasingly, we go to the private sector to understand blue, right? Where are our companies? Where is our technology edge? How do we compare to adversaries? How do we calculate, in effect, or assess the delta between us, and what should we be most concerned about in terms of the factors that could lead to a vulnerability or a change in that?
Yeah. In terms of bringing in technology to help you with your mission, right? Both because it's available and because you need to counter what the other guy's doing against you, right?
Yeah.
What are the most important technologies, and how are you doing in terms of bringing those in?
It's mixed, I'd say. I mean, it is, so across the board, there are different versions of how you bring in technology. It's such a huge kind of question and ecosystem. So as an example, obviously, Again, with generative AI, bringing it in, understanding, having the opportunity to test large language models and work with them is obviously critical for us, in doing that work. But we also have to make sure that we're thinking about the environments within which we're bringing them in and the data that we're using and our capacity to understand the quality of it and ultimately, therefore, what it is producing. If you're looking at, biotech, for example, and understanding sort of the advantages and the opportunities and a whole series of other technologies that we brought in, some of them related to artificial intelligence more generally or in other spaces. We have a whole series of mechanisms. Some of them are things like In-Q-Tel, which give us opportunities to match ourselves with companies on the outside that can produce things that can innovate and we can use for mission in different spaces. Some of it is related to bringing in expertise that allows us to develop things within the intelligence community. Often we are also working with universities or research institutes, and we have specific projects that we're focused on in developing them. And I think there's kind of an institutional piece of it, but there's also an expertise piece of it. And we've been trying to take advantage of effectively public-private partnership law that allows us to do more of those types of partnerships. And we've been focusing on space, on artificial intelligence, on some of the areas that you might imagine in high computing. And it's clunky at this stage, in my view. Like, it's one of those things where we're constantly kind of banging our head against the wall to make it work more effectively, but there are a lot of challenges, and this is an area where we're consistently reviewing and trying to improve our capacity to do this, and we actually have a group that is looking at this to sort of from the outside and the inside to try to make sure that we actually have new ideas and are scaling best practices in different parts of the community so that we can engage more effectively in these areas.
So all of this stuff, and you've talked about this a little bit already, but everything you have to do, right? There has to be a partnership with the private sector because that's where the knowledge is, that's where the technology is.
Yeah.
Is the private sector responding in a positive way? Do you get pushback? How's that working?
So one way to frame this for folks, to the extent that this is useful, if you think about, it is a clear trend line that the private sector is increasingly powerful in many respects within society, right? And in many ways, multinational corporations are setting agendas for themselves. They can be spoilers of government action, or they can create momentum, and they are a critical geopolitical force in many respects that we have to pay attention to. And as the intelligence community, we have traditionally been focused on state actors and proxies of state action. And yet, increasingly, we need to understand what the private sector is thinking and planning in a variety of areas. And that is a place where trying to make sure that we're engaging in those strategic conversations with the private sector is critical. And it's not that the private sector is resistant to that. It's more that we have to make sure that we're not just talking to the people who typically talk to us, but that we're actually engaging with different parts of the private sector to sort of have that kind of conversation. And just to give a very brief example to bring this home, one of the things that, in the context of the Ukraine conflict, for example, Russia invades. We obviously have a reaction of sanctions among the United States and allies and partners. And at the same time, key sectors of the private sector decide to self-sanction, right? Oil services companies, others pull out, has a big impact. That is a useful thing for us to understand that they're going to do that has an impact on the sort of conflict and the way things are proceeding. And so, that's one piece of what we as the intelligence community need to engage on. A second piece is more along the lines of what we've been talking about, which is to say that increasingly the talent, the experience, the knowledge, innovation is happening in the private sector. And as a consequence, we have to have better ways, in effect, of having those kind of public-private partnerships where we're having folks go from the intelligence community, which we are doing now, to the private sector, learn about certain areas of innovation, for example, and then come back in to the intelligence community in order to be able to bring that knowledge in. Because if you are at the height of biotech, for example, chances are you're not going to think of the intelligence community as the place you want to go to work, right? If you're doing really advanced work, you're going to go to a place that is doing the most advanced work in biotech, and that's unlikely to be us. So it is, we have to have that kind of exchange and communication and engagement, but it really is a sort of a different version of partnership in a way. We also recognize that threats that we face are frequently ones where the information that is critical to us is in the private sector. So for example, if you look at ransomware as a challenge more generally, you know, our folks have been telling us, like, actually there are companies that do ransomware negotiations. They actually understand what's happening in these spaces, right? We need to go talk to them. We need to understand what they're seeing in order to be able to really put together a comprehensive threat picture. And the great advantage that we can serve is to bring that information in, combine it with the exquisite intelligence that we collect, and then give a better sort of comprehensive picture. So all of those are a piece of the puzzle. And then finally, I'd say a third pillar that we have focused in on, you know, again, it's somewhat obvious, but it is really the fact that the private sector is so much a part of, in a sense, our attack surface, right? So if you're thinking about the critical infrastructure, so much of it is owned by the private sector. We recognize we need to make sure that that critical infrastructure is capable of defending itself, that we're doing everything we can to help them, all of those things. But it extends beyond that, because that's been a pretty long conversation about how it is that we do that and improving our capacity to do that. If you think about our competition with China on technology issues, for example, we have to work with key sectors that are critical to that competition and ensure that they can protect their own intellectual property, that they can protect the expertise that they have, that we are working with them as much as possible to ensure that that they're hardened in a sense for those issues, and that they're able to see the picture that we see with respect to supply chains and other things. So there are just so many different elements of this that I think are critical for us to improve.
As you work through all of these issues, what's your role and what are the role of the agencies? How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, OD&I is incredibly useful as a way of facilitating collaboration across the community. And sometimes that's as simple as us bringing together a task force of folks from the different agencies and departments. Like we did this when the sort of generative AI stuff was first working through, to get the community's experts on this together, right? And to allow them to start talking about what is the vision for the future that they think for their own elements, but then how does that work with others so that they can leverage each other's capacity? And then going out and talking to private sector experts on these issues so that they can learn from them together, because the conversation that they have amongst each other and with the private sector is actually some of the richest pieces of that kind of work that then leads to collaboration. And so that's a part of what we do. A part of what we do also is then helping to set, as I was saying, kind of standards across the intelligence community that allow for greater interoperability, that make sure that we're growing in ways that allow us to more effectively leverage each other, because it's a big community, as you know well. And actually setting those standards can actually have an enormous amount of impact, but you've got to get the right standards, so you're working with the community to figure out what that means, and not overly restrictive and not creating problems for people, right? Like, bureaucracy is challenging. It can be very effective under certain circumstances, but not so much under others. And then thinking about the governance framework for these things, working through, and I think this is, for every technology area, we go through a civil liberties and privacy check, and it's crucial. It's not something that is like a box that we have to check. It is really fundamental to our legitimacy and to our capacity to continue to do the work that we're doing. Because if we get that wrong, not only are we out of sync with the values that we all were brought up to believe in, and why we're working for the U.S. government, but also, ultimately, we can create a challenge that undermines our legitimacy and our capacity to do that work. And, as we're in the context of a right now, a big discussion over one of our main authorities, 702 authorities, surveillance authority. This is a clear space where, again, like if we don't convince folks that we are responsible with the authorities that are provided to us, we may lose them, right? So we have to make sure that we're baking that into the process, and Odie and I can do that. And then finally, the funding piece. And the funding piece is kind of an obvious point in the sense that, of course, all of these things require resources, and we need to promote funding, but it is also true that part of what we need to do is to help kind of create a different risk calculus for areas where we're in emerging technologies so as to promote innovation. So we can do things like set up funds that allow you to take more risk in effect, and as a consequence see the advantage of doing so. Sometimes you'll fail, but sometimes you'll succeed, and that is important. And then
so there's a pot of money where people can kind of bid on, and then you hand that out?
Exactly, exactly. And we do it in different things. We've had strategic investment group where we have a process where people can basically put out ideas, and then we have experts that look at what's the best kind of concept that might be funded by the community so it doesn't come out of base budgets. And we've had some really creative ideas in the artificial intelligence space for doing this, but then also ones where smaller pots of money that you can kind of bid for that's more along the lines of what you're describing, and workforce stuff too.
You know, maybe another role you can play is I imagine that there's a lot of experimentation going on across the community on generative AI. And for you to take the best practices then to share them across the community, I think would be incredibly valuable.
We have a program called the Unity program that's supposed to do just that. It's actually focused on artificial intelligence, and it's supposed to help us take the best practice and then scale them and fund the scaling to some extent so as to be able to take advantage of it. I have to say, it's not worked as well as I would have liked it to, and it's one of the things that we're trying to figure out, like how can we improve this in effect so that it does more of what it was intended to produce, but yeah.
Okay, open source.
Yes.
Open source, something near and dear to my heart. You wrote about it before you became DNI.
Yeah.
And here I guess we're talking about both publicly available information and commercially available information. There's a critique that the community's not doing enough, not bringing in enough open source. Walk us through where you are, where you'd like to be, how do you think about it, and how does a US person's piece fit into this?
Yeah, there's a lot there. So we had a panel that looked at this basically, and when I first came in, based on my own experience and knowledge in the intelligence community, as Michael said, I wrote a study on this too that I thought we needed to do more in this area. And one of the things that we found was that there actually is a lot going on across our community on open source, and it is valuable both sort of tactically but also strategically in many respects, and that there was a recognition of that value. But there was not, and this is kind of classic, and you'll appreciate this, I think, like there was not sufficient investment in effectively the tools that would allow you to scale the sort of best practices across the IC on how you actually exploit open source information appropriately. And there was also not sort of consistent requirements being put down. So I'm trying to think like how that translates for folks that don't spend a lot of time in our world. But in essence, if you're an all-source analyst in the intelligence community, what you're doing is you're looking at every int and you're trying to pull that information in and provide analysis based on that. And when you talk to different parts of the community and you talk to the all-source analysts, they were the most dissatisfied with our sort of open source, effective work, because what we were finding was that there were sort of stovepipes of excellence where people were really doing great open source work for their closest client, in a sense, but not really doing it strategically for the whole. And so a lot of what we're doing right now is trying to create an opportunity for us to do a sort of more coordinated open source requirement piece, to build it in as the sort of int of first resort, in a sense. So in other words, if you can do it as open source, right, if you can actually pull together the picture that you're looking for in that way, then why not do it using open source, publicly available information that you can use for that purpose? And then obviously you want the ability to combine it with sometimes the exquisite intelligence that we have in order to give a better picture more generally. But we want it to both be tactical and strategic, and it's incredibly useful and important. And it's critical, too, to the way we do business right now in terms of partners, because it gives us more opportunities to basically engage in that kind of exchange with the private sector, with other countries, and more generally. And then finally, on your US person piece of this, I mean, I think one of the things that we recognize is that what we used to think about when I was ages ago, it feels like a lawyer in the government, I think about privacy-related information, personal information. We sort of had key things that we thought of as being personal, like your social security number, you sort of certain things that were particularly privacy-related information that needed to be protected. One of the challenges today is that there's so much information, and increasingly so, about all of our activities, right? And as you pull it together, particularly with sort of extraordinary data exploitation tools that exist now that are easily available, you can actually reveal privacy information through that sort of mosaic of data. And that can be concerning too, and that's a perfectly reasonable concern for folks to have. And so what we've been, again, working through, and we released a panel report that we had done on this that looked at this issue, is basically trying to build a framework for dealing with commercially available information and thinking about where it is kind of particularly sensitive and creates that sort of problem, and then what are the safeguards that we apply in those spaces so that we can, again, be responsible in the way in which we approach this.
Yeah. Ariel, our time is running out. We could talk about this forever.
I know.
So great to be with you, and thank you.
Same. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, everyone, for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you.
One quick announcement. If you are the owner of a missing Apple Watch, please see our registration desk so that we can reunite you. For our next panel, please welcome to the stage members of the European Parliament, Eva Majdal and Dragos Tudoros, as well as the Honorable Michael Bennet, U.S. Senator from Colorado and a member of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and the Honorable Brendan Boyle, U.S. Representative from Pennsylvania and co-chair of the Congressional European Union Caucus. We are pleased to have Jamil Anderlani, Editor-in-Chief of Politico Europe, moderate this conversation about transatlantic cooperation from strategic competition. Jamil, over to you.
I'm here in Brussels. I've joined many panels before where honored guests were virtual. I've literally never seen one where a moderator is virtual, so I'm honored and very, very happy to be here. I wish I could be there in person. I take this as a sign of great American innovation, and very excited to be here. This is a fantastic panel. Eva is a great friend of mine here in Brussels. Dragos is soon to be a new friend. Michael Bennet is my senator. I vote in Colorado, so he happens to be actually my senator. And Brendan and I have enjoyed some fun times here in Brussels as well. So it's fantastic. They're gonna, I'm sure, treat me gently, and I will not do the same to them. But first of all, I wanted to ask all of you, first, before we start into individual questions, what is the state of the transatlantic alliance, relationship, scale of 1 to 10, and where are the points of friction or problems, the tension, perhaps, in the relationship? So perhaps we start with Eva. Could we go to you? 1 to 10, scale of 1 to 10, where are we with the state of the transatlantic relationship?
Well, I would like to think that in political terms, I think the state of transatlantic relationships are at a very good place. If you want concrete numbers, that could be an 8 or a 9 or even a 10. Depends, which particular part you are assessing. But if you look at the way Ursula von der Leyen and President Biden are in constant communication over topics such as Ukraine, in fact, the most important topic, I think this is an excellent sign. However, if you go and look into details of where it would be very beneficial for the EU and the US to be strengthening our cooperation, to be learning from one another, to be exchanging more on topics related to competitiveness, growth, green energy, clean tech, artificial intelligence, technology, and emerging tech. I think there is ample opportunities for us to further strengthen those relationships and strike new projects, new pacts, make sure that we bring other democratic nations on board that would share our vision on these topics.
Senator, can I go to you? 1 to 10, and your summary of the state of the transatlantic relationship.
So I would say I would agree that it is a 9 or a 10 if we had to assign a number to it, particularly compared to what it was like, just a few years ago. I'm not sure that anybody understood how tested the Transatlantic Alliance. In fact, I'm sure that we didn't know how tested it would be. I think we didn't know how tested NATO would be. And I think it was just 2 years ago very unclear what the world's reaction to an invasion of Ukraine by Putin what that would yield. And it's extraordinary what it has yielded. I mean, Avril Haines was up here just a few minutes ago. If we're honest about it, I don't think our intelligence community would have predicted that Ukraine would have done as well as it's done. I don't think that people would have understood that the bravery and courage of the Ukrainian people and of President Zelensky, who met with us today, he was graceful enough to meet with the Senate today, that they would inspire the entire democratic world, in a fight that is not only for Ukraine, but is a fight for democracy. And I think that has created an opportunity for us to strengthen the alliances that we have had. And I agree also with my colleague that there are areas where we're out of sync with each other, and this is an opportunity for us, I think, to sync up and to ask the question not just about how do you push back on the hideously unconscionable invasion by Putin of Ukraine, but as humanity and living in democracies, how do we offer something better to humanity than Xi Jinping is offering? And I think that is where we're going to find ample opportunity to work together in a way, probably in collaboration, that we have not seen since the Cold War.
I should mention to the audience that Senator Bennett has a hard stop. There is a vote, and we believe very strongly, I'm sure, all of us, in supporting and strengthening democracy. We want him to go and practice some democracy, so a hard stop at 2 p.m.
I thought you were going to say, since I have a hard stop, I should cut my answers in half.
No. But a hard stop at 2 p.m. And
thank you.
I believe Congressman Boyle also may have to, a little more unpredictable on when the votes are, I believe, in the House. But
that's putting it mildly.
He might also have to slip off the stage at some point. So we will excuse them because, as I said, we all believe so strongly in the functioning of a strong democracy. To give that example to the rest of the world. Congressman Boyle, perhaps I'll move to you. 1 to 10, and your assessment of the current state of the relationship.
As an homage to the late, great John McLaughlin, I will give it an 8.72. If you ever remember his show, he was very particular on the scale he used. So there seems to be quite a consensus here that it is, if not at perfection level, that it is very high. If you consider just the post-World War II period, I think the low probably was 20 years ago. At this time was the run-up where the invasion had already taken place in Iraq. That, I think, was the low point in terms of transatlantic relations. We were in a better place a few years ago than we were 20 years ago, but still not in a great place. I mean, take NATO, for example. It was just a few years ago that you had the French president calling NATO brain dead. I serve in a body called the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I remember at the 2019 NATO meeting in London, that November, December, we were celebrating a big 70th anniversary of NATO, and the open joke in terms of gallows humor, was whether or not we would be celebrating a 75th anniversary of NATO. No one jokes like that at all. So this is truly, I think, the highest point in the transatlantic relationship, certainly since November 1989, that day when, shockingly, the Berlin Wall came down. Now, why isn't it quite a 10? There are still some challenges. Our trade relationship is not as strong as I would like it to be. Combined, the US and the European Union account for 42% of the world's GDP. But we're a long ways away from where we thought we were maybe in 2015 when TTIP, if you recall that, was being negotiated. And there are some issues that might come up even in the course of this conversation regarding how we treat digital privacy, taxation, those sorts of things that still lend themselves to some conflict, although it's very, very manageable. And again, this is absolutely one of the highest points in the post-World War II era.
Now, Dragos, I'm relying on you to break a bit of consensus, be a bit of a contrarian. Come on, give me something slightly different from the down the middle. 1 to 10, and your assessment, please.
Well, I'll actually go with a 9 myself to invest.
Terrible.
To invest, to continue to invest in the relationship and make it a 10. Not go for lower than that. But why the 9? Because I do think that over the last 4 years, there's been I think, a clear political investment in the relationship. I think we've worked hard on trade and technology in the TTC since we are in a summit on AI. We have worked incredibly well on Ukraine, I think more than anybody would have expected. And we are gradually, but I think irreversibly, also aligning on China. And there are many, many other points where we see eye to eye with each other. Clearly, there are things, that's why we cannot give it a 10, and I think we all agree. We've had IRA and the irritants that were produced by that. Now, on the European side, we're going to have STEP, so we will see exactly what kind of a reaction that will cause. And I think we also need to very seriously start thinking at some anchors that would continue to make sure that this relationship stays at the 9, because we are going to have political elections in Europe next year. There will be elections in the US next year. And if I look at the polls on the EU side, we will have a surge of political forces on the extreme right. Will that bring a different tone including on the relationship with the US? I certainly hope not. But certainly there will be turbulences ahead, and I think that if we also start investing beyond the very strong political engagement and rhetoric, we need to start thinking at some very concrete anchors that we can put on technology, on trade, on foreign policy, speaking of critical materials and critical supply chains, so on and so forth, to make sure that, again, through the turbulences, possible turbulences or changes of next year, we will stay at a 10 or at a 9.
So all of you have been staunch advocates for support for Ukraine in this brutal Russian invasion, Russian war on the Ukrainian people. I literally this morning in Brussels hosted our daily news meeting, and in it we were discussing how potentially Ukraine might have lost support even from Eastern Europe, which has been probably the staunchest supporting nations in terms of this war when it comes to Ukraine. So even there, we're starting to hear some rumblings, some talk about the costs. So maybe for you, Senator Bennett, because I know you have to leave in 2 minutes, very quickly before you leave, where do you see it going? Do you think that America in particular will stay the course? Do you think we can keep supporting Ukraine even with a lack of, high success in its latest counteroffensive?
Well, yes is my answer. Yes is my answer, because this isn't just a fight for Ukraine, as I said. This is a fight for democracy, and I know everybody becomes a Monday morning quarterback about this counteroffensive. Just like when the Federal Reserve here is raising rates or lowering rates, everyone in Congress all of a sudden is an expert economist. the reality is if people would just step back for a second and consider the extraordinary success that the Ukrainian military has had with our support, with Europe's support, the extraordinary way in which the Ukrainian people have risen to this occasion. And if you just wound the movie back to the beginning of this invasion and said 2 years later, what would be the situation? This would have eclipsed anybody's sense of what we've done. And I think it's very important for us at this moment, you know, when there is no doubt among the leadership in Ukraine about what they've done for democracy, and when people there are sacrificing their lives, and among other things, an ancillary effect of what's happened is we have become stronger together. Putin has been revealed for what he is. Xi has to think now 3 or 4 times again about what he's going to do with respect to Taiwan. I think we should look at that and say, that is a success. We need to support it. And I would say the United States in particular has a irreplaceable responsibility here. And I think we're going to see a big bipartisan vote out of the U.S. Congress supporting the supplemental for Ukraine. That's what I think.
Well, thank you very much, and I know you have to leave in just a minute, so it's great to see you. And,
thank you for having me. Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you in person.
I'm sure. I know you didn't actually say whether you voted for me or not.
I didn't
We're
say
happy to have you
non-
in Summit County.
We're completely non-partisan at Politico, so I couldn't possibly endorse a candidate like that, especially because I'm so huge on the stage, it looks like, from what I can see. The senator mentioned Xi Jinping's view and the relevance of what's happening in Ukraine for the very brave nation of Taiwan. I'm very interested to hear from other panelists, and it was mentioned a little bit before. I'm very interested to hear from other panelists how you see China in Europe and in the United States. And I think, Dragos, you mentioned that there is a bit of distance between the US and Europe on China. How does Ukraine play out? How does it play into considerations around Taiwan? And why do you think there's such a gap? And how do we close that gap between the US and Europe? Maybe Eva, could I call on you first on that?
Okay, yeah, sure. So first of all, I think it was briefly touched upon. I mean, Europe's position on Ukraine, because I think we need to see where we are today in order to look for possible changes in our foreign policy, our geopolitical strategy, and so on and so forth. So Europe's position is very clear right now. We will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. Would I want us to have taken swifter measures, even more ambitious measures and bolder measures up until today when it comes to our support to Ukraine? Yes, of course. But in the same time, we have shown the unity which you in your previous question tried to touch upon. Everyone before crisis always says, well, will Europe stick together? Well, we not only stuck together, we are still sticking together to our decisions. Again, it could have been bolder, it could have been more efficient and effective, for example, on sanctions. But we also strengthened the transatlantic relationships through that. So this is where we are. But in order for us to be able to see the bigger picture, I think we need to make sure first that Ukraine wins that war and that it's not prolonged as long as it already is enough prolonged. The second point is that while supporting and helping Ukraine, we don't lose the sight of the ever more complex global issues that are out there. We need to be able to see beyond our borders. We need to make sure to prepare to be much better prepared and resilient for future shocks, whether they come from China or elsewhere. But particularly on China, the third thing we need to make sure is that I like to call it a renewed Europe policy on China. And that will take a long time, and it will make a lot of sense if we at least focus in the area of critical and emerging technology. I think it will be important for us to have that discussion. So kind of when the president of the commission talks about de-risking, to kind of unpuzzle that term and understand what it exactly means in concreteness. So I'm someone that very much would like to see this happening. But in order for us as Europeans to do all these steps, we indeed need to have that unity, and we can only have that unity if societies understand the importance of winning that war and the importance of Europe having a glance at possible issues that are out there and trying to prepare for possible difficult situations. In order for us to do that, we need to talk to our societies daily. We need to be much more effective communicators in order for the topic not to fall out of sight from societies, and also in order for us to be able to counter the enormous amount of propaganda that is out there in some of our European countries at the moment. So I think those things are achievable if you have strong political leadership, but that strong political leadership in Europe has to engage with our societies so that they continue their support in Ukraine. It is very high in some countries, in others a bit lower. But I think, you know, also as the senator said earlier, it's a very clear battle. It is a battle between democracies and autocracies. That's at least the way I see it. I'm a little bit more blunt on the black and white issue here. And I would very much want to see us, you know, make sure that that war is won in a timely manner by Ukraine, of course.
Thank you very much. Dragos, to bring us back more to the topic at hand of AI and technology, you were a co-reporter of the EU's AI Act, which is, I believe, the world's first comprehensive legislation on AI. So what are the factors that you think are the most important when you are trying to strike that balance, not always an easy balance, between regulation and innovation?
Well, this has been from the very start, and Eva has been part of that process as well. This has been from the very start one of the challenges, but also one of the things that kept us focused in the negotiations in Parliament and now in the negotiations with the Council in finding that balance. It was evident to me from the very start in the first draft report that I wrote that, of course, protecting our interests and protecting the interests of society and of humans is the essential thing that this legislation is to deliver. But at the same time, we have to be constantly mindful of not taking off the table the opportunities and the stimulants for innovation that are absolutely key to actually allow us Europeans to also reap the benefits of AI. So again, that balance was a fundamental element in the conversations. And now, I spent the past couple of days here in Washington discussing with fellow legislators on what the process in Congress and in Senate is now around AI. Certainly much more intense than it was only 5-6 months ago when I would come here and I would talk about AI. There is a sense of urgency and purpose that actually gives me great hope that we will also be reaching that moment when we can be aligned on the approach on AI. And here, I think we all heard Senator Schumer mention exactly that, the balance between safeguards and innovation. That's precisely what Senator Schumer said. That is precisely what anyone working on the AI Act on the European side would say as well. We've introduced provisions in the text that are meant to help companies ensure compliance. We have sandboxes as a structural element to stimulate innovation and to allow lower costs for compliance for companies that would be still engaging in developing high-risk applications. We have a mandate for standards that are supposed to be bottom-up, again, to ensure that innovation is instigated and that also companies are part of the process. So all of these elements, together with a broader measures that are meant to help ecosystems. When we heard President von der Leyen last week speak of the 3G and mention that 3 of the most powerful supercomputers in the world are now in the Union, and they will be put at the disposal of AI developers to train and prepare models out there. So again, it's not only through the AI Act that we will be delivering our objectives on artificial intelligence. It's a much broader landscape and ecosystem that we have to invest in order to deliver us that balance between protection and innovation that we want to achieve. But I'm pretty confident that we have now the good framework to achieve that.
Thank you. Representative Boyle, you're the co-chair of the EU caucus in the House, and one area of contention, frankly, it affects our business like it does many businesses, is the lack of a similar data protection in the United States to the data protections in Europe, which some people argue are maybe a little bit of overkill. When a same company can't access data in one part of the world that it can access freely in the other part of the world, can cause friction and difficulties. But how do you see, Representative Boyle, do you see the US moving closer to what Europe has with very, very strong data protection legislation, or do you see Europe potentially moving more, reversing some of that, those strict rules that we have here in Europe?
Yeah, well, so first on the data privacy framework, I mean, the administration put some pretty top-notch and serious people on as part of that grouping to attempt to reach this framework, which after a lot of time and effort, they were able to come to somewhat of an agreement. We need to recognize the challenge. There is, and you were alluding to this, very different type of system in Europe and within the EU as exists in the US. I also think further complicating matters is, frankly, Congress has not passed our own data privacy law here for American citizens. Last term in Congress, out of committee, there was a sweeping bipartisan bill that passed 53-2. And I did not have the opportunity to vote on that because it never came up in the full House, and I don't believe anything has passed in the Senate. So we still, in Congress, have a ways to go in terms of getting our own act in order. Even then, before we can have the conversation about better integration, or at least having the two systems communicate with one another. I will say, though, if you're inviting me to provide a prediction on what this will look like 3 years from now, 5 years from now, it's hard for me to envision a regulatory regime in the US that looks anything as strict as currently exists in the EU when it comes to data privacy. Whether one is in favor of it or not, I would have a hard time seeing that come to pass in the US.
Interesting. Eva, back to you. Perhaps for the last word, depends how long you would like to answer. We're coming nearly to the end of our panel. But next year, obviously, is a massive election year. We in Politico have been talking about it as, my American colleagues have been talking about it as the Super Bowl of elections and the Super Bowl for Politico. We in Europe like to think of it more as a much rarer and more consequential as maybe the World Cup in soccer rather than the Super Bowl, which happens, as I remind you, every 5 years rather than every year. But joking aside, it is a huge election year. What do you think both sides, the US and Europe, should be prioritizing when it comes to techno-industrial cooperation, Taiwan, Ukraine, the rise of China, the challenge of China? What would you say has to be the main focus, no matter who's elected on both sides of the Atlantic?
Yeah, so particularly when it comes to tech and emerging tech, I think it would make a lot of sense that the relationship that we have already built through the different working groups in the TTC or at the G7 Hiroshima process, that we kind of bring them to perhaps a more coordinated, a more collaborative level where we are able to convene more often. We could call it a group of tech-wise council, however we want to name it. But the idea would be that it's not just the ones writing the laws or the rules or the guardrails agreeing to voluntary measures, but that it would that group would remove the silo conversations that we are currently having. I've talked in the past, just in the past week, to so many people. They've all been in a different conversation in Congress, in the White House, in the UK, with some of us in Brussels. And we are all kind of talking about the same thing, but we are not part of the same conversation. So it's not just for the ones that are writing, as I said, putting pen to paper on the guardrails, but it's also, of course, for the private sector to be part of that conversation, academia, civil society, experts, engineers, so on and so forth. It has to happen in a more coordinated manner. And the reason I think this is necessary is because if now the first instinct we have is we need to regulate and we need to do something about this, I think in the long run we'll need to be looking at it in a very different way. It's going to be some type of a new type of more flexible, resilient, relevant way of addressing those emerging technologies.
I see there's only 50 seconds left on the clock, so I will absolutely be very quick. If I had to choose one very specific answer, there's no question that the 2024 general presidential election in the United States is the most significant, especially as it relates to the war funding in Ukraine. I was interested in how confident Michael was, that Senator Bennett was, that our supplemental would pass. He serves in a Senate chamber where the Republicans there are much more pro-Ukraine or supportive of the war effort than the chamber where I serve in the House. Depending on how those elections go, if you have a MAGA majority and a return of President Trump, I have a very hard time believing that we would continue funding the war effort. I pray to God it doesn't happen, but that is a possibility we all need to be clear-eyed about.
That's something we talk about a lot at Politico, and I want to thank this fantastic panel. Thank you for being so flexible and allowing me to join from across the Atlantic. It's a great honor, a great pleasure. I look forward to seeing you all in person soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we are pleased to be joined by Reid Hoffman, partner of Greylock, co-founder of LinkedIn, and co-founder of Inflection AI, and Dr. Tom Mitchell, Founders University Professor at Carnegie Mellon and co-chair of the SCSP Task Force on Generative AI, for a conversation about the future of AI and large language models. This conversation will be moderated by Ryan Heath, Axios Global Technology Correspondent. Ryan, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. We are here to talk about what is next, and I know that people are hungry to hear about what is next in AI, and we are very, very lucky to be joined by Reid and Tom, who have extremely storied backgrounds in this field. So to quickly run you through that, and to frame it a little bit more, we want to look at a bit more of the technical and the commercial side of things. And I know we've been heavy on the politics and the geopolitics up to now. So that's what you can expect over the next 25 minutes or so. So Tom at Carnegie Mellon University has a massive background in machine learning, in AI, in entrepreneurship. And Reid, as an investor at Greylock, and most recently as a co-founder of Inflection AI, has been on the front lines, the commercial front lines of this revolution. So I want to start off with the same question to both of you, which is, what has surprised you most about this year in AI? Because a lot has changed since we ticked over into this calendar year.
Well,
I'll keep this brief because there are so many surprises, but of course, just the advent of large language models and their capabilities that you can get out of a training system to predict the next word over trillions of examples is pretty astounding. But given that that exists, then I would say over the recent 9 months, maybe the biggest surprise to me is the somewhat success of the open source community in developing smaller versions of these models that don't have to run over the cloud on a supercomputer that you can only access that way, but instead are small enough that you can actually run them locally. And the development of those models, sometimes for specialized applications, but with a level of a competence that approaches, does not equal, things like GPT-4. And I think that throws a wild card into the question of what the future is going to look like.
So small language models may end up ruling some of these markets. Reed?
Well, I think Tom's completely correct that one of the things that's interesting is almost like, back when, so-and-so broke the 6-minute mile, 5-minute mile, 4-minute mile, and then all of a sudden everyone figured out how to do that and do it better. Part of the leading frontier models do have a whole set of both open source and proprietary models following them. I completely agree with that point. I'd say the other thing that is a macro thing is that what we are at the very beginning of is the scale compute revolution. And even though I agree with the smaller models and the fact that they could do a bunch of things, they can be trained, they can infer, reproducing GPT-3, 3.5, much smaller training runs, much smaller models is very interesting. I think we're just beginning to see what happens when we apply, thousands, tens of thousands of, GPUs, compute units, in tandem. And we saw it with, CNNs and reinforcement learning and a bunch of other stuff, but I think that's just the beginning of that. So as magical as I think everything has been, I think the surprise about what will be coming is I think that will be not just oh my gosh, look at what GPT-4 has done, but like what happens as we expand that scale compute paradigm, both having frontier models, LLMs being the controller, being a module in it, other patterns of large compute. I think we're literally we're not even in the first inning yet.
So given that we're at such an early stage, and a lot of people have become worried about the end game of AI, I wanted to flag that it's the 6-month anniversary tomorrow of that infamous letter of some AI experts calling for a 6-month pause in AI development. Now, no AI lab actually paused their development, so the organizers they lost their literal battle, but I want you to tell me whether you think they might be winning the war that they were trying to wage, which was to slow down development or put constraints on development. And did they help their cause or did they hurt their cause by tackling the problem the way they did?
So I'll start and then. So look, I thought that letter, as I expressed to some of my friends who were some of the co-authors of that letter, was a exercise in marketing and PR that was actually detrimental to the cause. One, you do a simple thing of, hey, we issue a blanket call to everyone to slow down. The people who go, well, we care about the impact on society, so we're going to slow down. The other people don't. You have a QED that it's a negative impact. Another one is that there's a small number of labs that are really driving the scale effort of this. And to kind of go and say, hey, I'm going to be, kind of virtue signaling to me, not talking to you about this, going out there going, we're great, we care about humanity, and you don't. They're like, well, okay, so then we shouldn't collaborate with you on this stuff. So it hurts their cause. I just thought it was an exercise in foolishness. And the problem, of course, is the most natural thing that most human beings get to when they encounter new technology is they go, oh my God, I'm fearful of it. I don't know how many people in the room knows this, but when the printing press was introduced, it was derided as a degradation of human cognition. You no longer had to have memory, and a spreader of misinformation, right? And it's like, disaster. And that's the natural impulse. And it doesn't mean that you shouldn't pay attention to concerns and navigate, but the question is like, what are the things that we're trying to build towards? And I find that a lot of the critics, think that they're being very virtuous by saying there's this possible danger, when you say, well, look, what the real question is, what should we build towards, and how do we do that within a kind of our social infrastructure that's building this stuff, companies and other kinds of things, and steering towards what we want to get, as well as what we're steering around. And so I found that whole thing to be an exercise where the critics felt good about it, but were actually doing more harm.
And Tom, it feels to me that there is a bit of a below-the-radar game sometimes with issues like this letter, where if you were a startup and you paused development for 6 months, you might be dead. So that brings into question market dynamics around, would something like that just help incumbents? How much power do the incumbents in these markets have? And historically, it's pretty large. And you mentioned open source, and that's why I wanted to bring it back to that. Open source can be a great lever as well in this field, but by giving the little guys something, you can also give the bad little guys something, and by that I mean China, Russia, Iran, and so on. So I want to sort of tease out some of those dynamics with you and what you think about what's going on in the power games here.
Yeah. Well, I think that the open source potential community there is a huge wild card in how this is all going to unfold. If there was no open source, and by the way, I think there's going to be, my guess, there's going to be a very vital, productive open source community developing models that are more specialized, that are smaller, that maybe do not match the broad competence of these huge models that will, I think, continue to be developed by a small number of players. So looking forward, it seems to me the most likely ecosystem will have both of those kinds of things in it. But then if you think about, say, some of the considerations of the risks of AI and how we might regulate or control for them, for the big players, it's going to be much easier to go to the big players and say, well, here are some regulations you must abide by, or, in fact, many of the big players are already suggesting on their own what they would like to abide by. But for the open source community, that's going to be pretty much impossible because they will be used by anybody and there's no enforcement for that. So I think there's so many dimensions of this, but I think that is the ecosystem we're going to be facing. And that in terms of regulation and norms and trying to enforce those norms, the open source community is going to be particularly problematic. It's just what we're up against.
Mm-hmm. And then some of these questions don't matter so much if you're talking about a customer service chatbot, but they matter a bit more at the intersection of AI and biotechnology, for example. How do you see some of those intersections working? It's a question to both of you. Like, do we need constraints on particular types of models? Do we need to have a discussion before some of those really advanced models come into existence about whether we need those constraints?
I think the short answer is yes. And part of it, I think, to the entire community, it's one of the things I've been saying to a bunch of the open source people. I was on the board of Mozilla for 11 years. I'm very positive on open source. LinkedIn open sourced a bunch of different tech. But we need to have a way to say, open source gets to 100% no accountability. And we need to have something that, on some of these things, is a little narrower. Because like the worry in like, for example, take bioterrorism is crazy people. It's not even just Chinese or else, but crazy people go, I can now do bioterrorism much better because I know how to use, or I can be enabled by using these open source models in order to plan an attack, figure out what science, how to do it, et cetera. What are the ways to make it happen? Because it creates an embodied expertise in all this stuff. And it's an unknown technical problem to say, well, how do you release an open source thing that is uneasily retrainable to not being safe, right? That is no one has any idea yet about how to solve that. If we could solve it, that would change things. That's one possible vector. But I think we actually have to be paying attention to that. And I think we all need to be paying some attention And there's the obvious thing about, we've got a set of different conflicts going on with Russia. I mean, obviously, to a bunch of people in this room, an obvious exit strategy from Ukraine for Putin is to try to mess up the US elections in 2024. You're going to have a whole stack of stuff here. What are the things to do about that? And open source tech can help enable that in ways that would be very much suboptimal.
Tom?
Fair enough.
Tom, given your university role, I'm interested in what you think the role academics should play in the fundamental research and keeping the big tech companies accountable, in participating in the regulatory debates. And there's been a bunch of struggles this year. Like, public universities don't necessarily have the resources to obtain the computing power to run the models and keep everything in check as they might. And it's a gold rush. So I don't know, maybe you'd love to take $5 million from one of these new companies instead of doing what you do so well now. How do you think academics should participate in it?
We were talking about this backstage, Renai. But I don't know how many people know this, but this is a huge sea change for the research landscape of AI. Up until 10 years ago, US universities, and in particular US universities, completely dominated the development of AI. Almost all of the frontier research came out of US universities, some other universities worldwide, but to first order, that was it. Over the last years, it's kind of flipped, really. All of the recent frontier results have come out of private organizations, OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, et cetera. And universities are struggling to figure out how to remain a player, because if you need hundreds of millions of dollars of computing infrastructure to train and use state-of-the-art language model, which you do, then if you're a university, that's just out of the question. One of the things that is being considered in Congress is a recommendation by a committee called the National AI Research Resource Committee, which wrote a report recommending that the government try to address this problem by essentially funding computational resources that would be available to universities. I know there's a fair amount of support of that in Congress, although new spending seems to be a bit of an issue this year in Congress. But I think that recommendation by the National AI Research Resource Committee for government to step in and do something is going to be an important decision point for whether universities remain in the game.
Look, I think it's part of the reason we were talking about this backstage is from both, I think, the academia and the industrial perspective, is to say, how do we get a synergistic and better progress, and also making sure that we're doing the right kinds of things with the technology for society overall. And universities bring another expert point of view on what are the things to do and not to do. So getting that partnership redone is really important. And it has to be some version of, say, look, where do we get a good, kind of alignment of interest? Because the question is, well, I think that it would be great for the government to provide, kind of an academic research cloud and some other things. It's never going to be quite the edge of what the companies are doing. Because part of, the companies are, now that they see what the possible economic outcomes of all this stuff are, which is, embrace, transform every industry. Why transform every industry? Every industry involves communication. When you look at what LLMs have line of sight to doing, they transform information and communication, generation of it, understanding of it, analysis of it, new kinds of ability to find it, synthesize it, all the rest. Even a steel manufacturing company, cares about this because they care about internal work, sales and marketing, et cetera. So that's what's going to happen. So the companies see it, so they're going to be building towards that. And the good news is they are efficient developers here. But then how do we get the other considerations in as a way of building it? And one of the central ones, I think, is academia. And so that's part of the reason why when we had a few minutes in the green room, we're like, hey, let's talk about some ideas about how to solve this problem. So.
Hearing you talk about the way AI supercharges all these modes of operating and thinking, it reminded me that you once referred to AI as amplification intelligence. Is that the sort of thing you meant, or what did you mean by that riff?
So 100%. So in the day that GPT-4 came out, I published a book co-authored with GPT-4, so the first book on AI co-authored with AI, to demonstrate this. And part of what I was saying is, like, there's almost a misnomer. I mean, it's obviously a form of artificial intelligence, but think of it as amplification intelligence. Thinking of it as giving you superpowers for what kinds of things you should do. And it will give all of us superpowers in communications. And then people say, well, but, does that, and the reason why the first chapter is education is like, oh, does that destroy students because they don't write essays? And I was like, look, even with just GPT-4 the way it is, like, well, say I'm teaching an English class somewhere, and I'm teaching an essay on, Jane Austen and colonialism. I go, well, I went to GPT-4 and I generated these 8 papers. These papers are a D+. Go do better, right? And by the way, learn to use the tools in order to make it. And by the way, you say, well, what happens with teachers? Well, actually, in fact, you can use GPT-4 today to help teachers grade, in which case they can spend more time with their students. And by the way, that grading process can be much more on-depth of, oh, you could have done this better, and you could have done this better, and this would be something to do. All of that's form of amplification. And so thinking about how do we use this as amplifiers and accomplish more of the kinds of things we want to do, the kinds of interesting work we want to do, other kinds of things, that's the lens that I think is really important, which is the reason why I published this book called Impromptu.
Can I just make a comment on that? I think that's right on target, a great way to think about it. It's related to an issue that a lot of people are interested in, which is what is going to be the impact of this new AI on the workforce? Will we be replaced? Will people be unemployed as a result? And the idea of intelligence amplification is really suggesting that AI is going to assist people to do a better job at their job. And that's in contrast to, for example, robotics kinds of technology. This new language model technology is really in the knowledge work space, whereas robotics technology, the other AI technology, is in the physical world space. And the difference between those two, I would suggest, probably is going to lead to a difference in which kind of AI augments and assists humans to do a better job versus which kinds of AI replaces them. If you're working on an assembly line and I get a robot, you will probably be replaced. If you're working in an office making important decisions and I give you a language model, you will probably remain in your job, especially if you learn how to use large language models.
I would say that's definitely true at the top of the office, let's say. But I use law firms here as an example, so I'd be interested in your feedback. So law partners are not going to be replaced by any form of AI. But when you're doing the graduate work and most of your job is sitting in a basement sort of going through documents, you're not going to be needed to do that sometime soon. So I wonder, do we run the risk of breaking or emptying out some of our talent pipelines where we're always going to need the people at the top, but we fail or cease to invest in the people at the bottom and the middle because the AI comes in, and that works in the short and the medium term, and then you've got a broken pipeline at the end of it. Is that a risk?
Well, I think those folks will also be using AI to do stuff, and I do think that part of what happens is, like today, if you say I'm working in the basement looking through thousands and thousands of pages, you're like, yeah, I'm not going to be spending hours and hours doing that. But what I will be doing is saying, okay, I'll be using the AI tool to try to figure out what are the best pages to be looking at. Like my job will transform, right? And by the way, that's good, because simply going, I'm reading through all the pages is not necessarily the best use of time. Whereas actually, in fact, what the job is now is I take the tool down, the tool goes, I do a bunch of different queries and prompts, and I kind of go into this and I go, oh, I should really pay attention to these 5 pages, these 10 pages, et cetera. I'll do this kind of summary. Then I'll start thinking about like okay, I'm thinking this, and I'm using, because this is one of the ways that I use AI tools. I go, here's an argument, what's the counter argument? And then I look at the counter argument and go, okay, I knew points 1, 3, and 4, but 2, I should tune up a little bit more of what I'm doing. They can all use it too.
Yep. Now, we were running a bit over time, so we're going to wrap up reasonably soon. So I guess this is a final question. When I think about our government institutions and certainly our global and multilateral institutions, they just weren't really built to cope with technology that innovates in almost real time. So I'm wondering, do you have any views on what types of conversation, if there needs to be new forms of partnerships that we're going to have to invent in order to cope with the sort of technologies that you understand all too well are coming?
Sure. I would say, thinking about how government should respond, I would say the key principles to follow are, number one, most regulations that need to occur are really at the application level. AI applied to self-driving cars will need to be regulated in some way, but it'll be a very different way from AI applied to medical diagnosis. So if we're going to regulate, primarily that should be at the application level. Principle 2, there will be some rather generic technologies like foundational models, and for those, it's going to be tough to regulate, but what we can do is the equivalent of what we do on food labels, nutrition labels for food. What's in here? What are the capabilities? How was it built? What kind of data was it trained on? What kind of accuracy does it show at different tests? Second principle. Third principle, the world is moving very fast. By the time you pass a law, it's going to be based on assumptions that are out of date. Therefore, we need to come up with a scheme that's very robust to a rapidly changing environment. One specific idea that I know is floating around DC and has got some traction is to create the equivalent of what was created when computer viruses became a big deal, which was a separate third party that had two functions. One was to detect and advertise the existence of new computer viruses. And 2 was to collect and disseminate best practices for dealing with them. I think with the election coming up, if you imagine having a similar organization targeted to detecting and reporting adverse AI events like deep fake videos of candidates for office and collecting and disseminating best practices, these things would go a long way.
Things I would add, I mean, I completely agree. As one, a couple of frames. So one is that part of the key thing is getting the kind of technical talent, in the mix. I think it's kind of surprising we don't have a Secretary of Technology, right? Technology is driving stuff. It's like just because this is what the cabinets have been for, decades, doesn't mean that you shouldn't evolve to that. And it isn't, look, I think the Obama White House did a great innovation with CTO, US Digital Service, those are all great, we should be amplified, but like something along the depths of that and getting, kind of technical resources and discussions in the room. It's one of the reasons why the kind of making sure academia stays current and on the right side, because it's easier to say, well, academia has a independent, kind of more objective point of view that might not have a conflict of interest. And that's part of the reason why as a society it's very important to keep that in the mix in a very good way. Another one is to figure out public-private partnerships, because it's very natural that all this stuff is going to be driven intensely within the commercial sphere, no matter what we're applying within university and government sides, because the question is it's a scale compute revolution. And it's not just scale compute in the GPUs, it's in data, it's in size of teams doing these, it's in all these things working cohesively in that direction. And by the way, it's one of the reasons why, even when we get to kind of like wartime questions, that's the reason why the companies get co-opted by the government, in doing this, because they are very efficient, effective organizations for doing this. And I think that's, so figuring out public-private alignment and partnership. That doesn't mean not regulation, but like that kind of thing is, I think, part of how we get to where we should be going, where we want to be going, as opposed to, and there's obviously dystopias we should avoid.
We are absolutely going to avoid dystopias, but thank you for a very fantastic discussion, Reid and Tom. Thank you.
We are thrilled now to welcome online Pat Gelsinger, the CEO of Intel, for a fireside chat with Chris Darby, Global Head of Venture Investments and Senior Managing Director at Cerberus Capital Management.
Yeah, Chris.
Thanks very much. Ely, you told me I had to wear a tie today. You're not even wearing a tie today. Reid didn't even wear a jacket. So it's a real honor for me to be here speaking with my good friend Pat Gelsinger. Pat, you may not realize this, but we've known each other for 20 or so years. And after 20 years, you're the Intel CEO, and I moderate fireside chats for a living.
Thank you, Chris. So good to be able to spend some time with you and participate in this super important chat.
Well, over those 20 years, Pat, a lot's changed. We look the same, but a lot's changed, especially in the microelectronics industry. Somebody said software was going to eat the world. May have been Reid, actually. But over the last 20 years, it seems like microelectronics have eaten the world. Can you talk about what's happened over those 20 years and the effect it's had on Intel?
Yeah, and over the 20 years, I mean, clearly, and I like to point back to the 1990 data that basically had 80% of semi-manufacturing in the US and Europe and 20% in Asia. Those numbers have flipped, right? It's now 80% in Asia and 20% in the US and Europe. And as we saw in COVID, all of a sudden, the world had a semiconductor shortage, and we woke up to realize that everything is going digital, and everything digital runs on semis, right? So all of a sudden, it's like I can't ship a $30,000 car, because I'm missing a $1 microelectronic component. How did that happen? Right, and all of a sudden the economic implications. I was meeting with one of the defense industrial CEOs, and says, well, how many Taiwan-made chips are in the F-35? Long pause, and the answer was, I said, you don't need to answer the question. The answer is not zero, right? So the national security implications, the economic implications of that, have just caused this wake-up call. And as I like to say, Chris, where the oil reserves are has defined geopolitics for the last 5 decades. Where the technology supply chains are is more important for the next 5 decades, as the entire world goes digital. And, the last conversation around AI, hey, everything AI runs on chips, right? We're seeing an explosion of innovation. And for Intel, we went through a bad decade. We lost our way, we lost our technology leadership, and obviously as I came back to the company 2.5 years ago, it was like, we are gonna fix this. We're gonna rebuild this iconic company called Intel. We are gonna rebuild the technology, position in the West, and we're gonna rebuild manufacturing at scale. It's that important, to the economies, to the geographies, to national security, to create geographically balanced and resilient supply chains for the most important thing for the next 5 decades.
So I'm going to make your staff and the SCSP staff nervous. I'm going off script. What are the KPIs that you would look to? How does Intel have to adapt? And how do you measure that, that adaptation over a period of years and hopefully quickly?
Yeah, and there are probably 3 that I'm really super focused on, Chris. One is we have to get back to building the best stuff, right? And I have to have the best process technologies, that are delivering on that Moore's Law cadence, right? This magic of silicon and Moore's Law, exponential increase in number of transistors, the computational capabilities, while you simultaneously have an exponential decline in the cost and power consumption of those devices. That's the magic of Moore's Law, that you're seeing that exponentially occur. And we have to get Intel back to the point that we're doing that. And I, launched us on this 5 nodes in 4 years. Generally a node takes maybe 2 years. So that's 10 years worth of work, right, in 4 years, an audacious plan, but we're executing on it, right? Every quarter we're updating on our progress, and we just had our Intel Innovation Conference this week, and I'm showing off silicon wafer after silicon wafer, Intel 7, Intel 4, Intel 3, Intel 20A, Intel 18A, what we're doing to really bring that back at the package and at the wafer level. Second KPI, for me in that regard is that we have to rebuild manufacturing, right, in US and Europe. And, when we announced the Ohio site, the Magdeburg site, these were, moments that I think are catalyzing the national interest. They're that important for jobs, for economy. When I stood on stage and, with President Biden, I said, today the Rust Belt ends. Today, the Silicon Heartland begins. It's bringing up a well of, emotion, commitment, nationalism that I think people realize how important this is. And, to both Secretary Raimondo, President van der Leyen, by the, a decade, let's go from 20% to 50% of semiconductor manufacturing back in US and Europe, another KPI. And the third one, for me is, part of this shift to Asia was foundry, right? Where, fabless companies needed to go, elsewhere because, the only national champion possible in this regard, Intel, we only manufactured our own chips. I have to become a world-class foundry, to enable everybody's chips to run, in those factories. And, in addition to work like the CHIPS program office and so on to rebuild manufacturing, we have to change our business model as well and enable, every defense contractor, every startup, every academic program, but all of the, fabless suppliers, that they have a world-class source of leading-edge technology at volume, in a resilient supply chain in the West.
So, Pat, they've only given us 3 hours for this conversation. And I want to unpack a couple of those things. You talked about Moore's Law, and yet we've heard a lot of people saying, is it still alive? Is it still relevant? What's your answer to that?
Well, my answer to it is, Intel's mission is Moore's Law is alive and well until the periodic table is exhausted.
I've heard you say that before.
Hey, we are going to keep bending physics, science, chemistry, and finding ways to keep it going. And, I always say that, Moore's Law, is not a law in the physical sense, right? But it's always been this observation that the innovative, creative genius of humanity is enabling us to sort of keep that exponentiality alive and well. And we always have about a decade of visibility, right? You get past a decade, it's like a foggy night. I can't quite see what's going to happen. But, in the next decade, we see, 4 things: a new transistor type that we're just introducing with, ribbon FET, new power delivery mechanisms with power via, lithography. We can keep printing smaller and smaller things with EUV. But maybe the most important is 3D packaging, where we're moving from 2-dimensional, Dennard scaling, as it's been called, to 3-dimensional wafer-level assembly packaging. And we truly see that, last year my most complex chip was about 100 billion transistors, and at the end of the decade, we envision a 3D composition of silicon to be 1 trillion transistors in a single package. And, if you do the exponential math on that, that's pretty much right on the line of Moore's Law, that we hit 1 trillion transistors by the end of the decade. And sitting here today, Chris, guaranteed We will deliver that. We will make that happen.
Okay, so this is easy. Technology, check. Got that plan.
Yep.
You know, the Silicon Heartland that you've talked about, I think, eloquently, and talked about the jobs and so on and so forth. There's an equal conversation that has to go on around talent.
Mm-hmm.
You and I have had the good fortune to work with minds like Steve Pawlowski and Wenhan Wang and others. How do we develop that next generation of genius, and what role does government have to play? Where does government and Intel have to come together to support that goal? How do you think about talent?
Yeah, and maybe 3 different comments on that regard. One piece of the Silicon Heartland announcement that just really, to me, was very profound. You know, essentially the technology boom has occurred on the coast, not in the center of the nation, right? And to me, part of this is also reaching into a broader talent base, right? And we've seen all of the Midwest schools, you know, hey, we had, you know, Michigan State and Ohio State in the same room and not throwing things at each other, right? You know, just like, you know, hey, you know, this ain't happened in decades, right? You know, but, you know, Purdue and Michigan State, Carnegie Mellon, right? You know, Case Western, right?
Don't forget Arizona State. Come on, don't forget Arizona State.
You know, but they're already doing well in this regard,
okay,
right, near our site there. But all of these other schools, you know, kids left. Right now we say, come home, right? And it brings more of that talent base, but it's also the talent base in the community colleges, right? You know, how we reach into high schools, et cetera. You know, we have to make the technology attractiveness of the talent base better than ever in this regard and more comprehensive across the different layers. Remember, you know, I'm a community college graduate, right? I started as a technician at Intel.
We'll get to that. Don't steal my thunder.
But, you know, reaching a broader portion of our talent base, and it needs to have, second, good programs. And this is part of NSTC, you know, refueling that pipeline, putting research dollars in the DARPA, universities, et cetera, you know, to be creating that talent pipeline for the future. You know, one of the things that I want to do out of our fabs is every shuttle program, as you say, the ability for kids to be designing advanced chips. How do we keep lowering the barrier, you know, that every school in the nation is doing advanced semiconductor design work and microelectronics programs as well. And the third piece is, I think our immigration policies are all screwed up, right? If you're going to get a higher, you know, education degree from the U.S., right, you should come attached with a green card. We want the best and brightest minds of the planet to come here and stay here. And they've been the fuel of so much of the tech boom, you know, that I just think that is, you know, implausible that we don't make that part of it. Send us your best people. We want them all.
So Pat, when you think about the role of a CEO, what you don't do is almost more important sometimes than what you do. When you think about Intel's core competencies, what businesses do you have to be in? What businesses are optional? And what businesses should you not be in going forward?
Well, you know, I've said, you know, the 2 things that we're like have to get back to being really good at is, you know, we have to be the best technology providers at scale in the world. And we're going to do that for our internal products and for our foundry customers. And, you know, it's just this passion to go, hey, have we figured out how to make the physics work yet? No, but we think we can. Okay, that's a business I want to be in, right? And, you know, we just announced, for instance, this week, you know, that we're going to move the packaging industry from organic packages to glass-based substrates. And when we move to glass, that means we get to integrate optics directly into the silicon connectivity. And, you know, silicon optics, you know, hey, this is the edge of what's possible. But if we're going to build the biggest AI machines on the planet, you know, I got to drive the picojoules per bit down by an order of magnitude and the aggregate terabit, you know, capacity of an individual chip up by a couple of orders of magnitude. We're going to enable those technologies, and we have to just, you know, always be pushing forward, right, of the product and technology in conjunction together. And then the second I said is we got to build the best products, right? You know, and, you know, around x86 CPUs and GPUs, accelerators, you know, and this idea that we're going to make AI everywhere, right? In our PCs, in our edge devices, in the data centers and so on. Everything that computes, Intel's going to be in that business. If it doesn't compute, we're not going to be in that business, right? If it's not pushing the edge of technology, hey, there's going to be other people that can do that better, right? And if it doesn't compute, there's going to be other people that do that better. So those are the areas that I've said. And, since I've been here, we've exited 9 businesses now. And I have some bets of, some incubation businesses that I think, could be the ones that are truly game-changing, for tomorrow. So it takes a lot of discernment to be a CEO, and you also have to be humble enough to know, hey, some of the bets that I put on the table, they're not right. Okay, let's pick the next ones.
Yeah. So Pat, Intel's a global brand. It's a global presence. And we're doing a lot to repatriate microelectronics here in the United States. We're making a lot of investments as a government. What are your conversations like with countries around the world in terms of the investment that Intel will continue to make in those regions and how you will maintain commitment around the world for Intel as that venerable brand?
And, the way I think about that, Chris, is, there's 3 major markets of the world: Asia, China, right, Europe, and Americas. And, as we talk to leaders around the world, and I've probably met with 35 heads of state since I've been in this role as a CEO, that I want to make the supply chains balanced and resilient across those 3 markets of the world. So when we go to Europe, we've played a seminal role in helping to shape the EU Chips Act, because we want more of this manufacturing and technology in EU, right? The US is 12%, the EU is now 7%. Wow, their situation is even more precarious than ours. And the EU Chips Act, passed the Parliament by a nail-biting vote a couple of weeks ago of 587 to 10. Right? They got the memo, right, at that point, how important this is to their future, and our German site, Polish site, but this has to be across the geo. It has to be more of the supply chain that they control. As I was, meeting with one of the CEOs of the big 3 German car manufacturers, I said, I want you to be able to go up on the top of your building, get out the telescope and say, there's my fab, right? Right, just building more of that resilience in their supply chain, just like we want to do in the US, just like Asia is doing. And, since we began the work on the CHIPS Act, the EU CHIPS Act has passed. You've seen strong efforts in India, right, Korea, Japan, as well as other nations stepping up to say, oh, we get it. And post-COVID, they're getting it. They're making these investments. Industrial policy is not a dirty word, right? It's a national priority and something as important as microelectronics.
You're getting applause. Like, you nailed that one, Pat. So we're in Washington, D.C., and the CHIPS Act was I think, just a really important moment in this country's history. What else should, somebody makes you policy king for a day.
Well,
what else do we need to be doing, Pat?
Yeah, so 3 things. One is, we already touched on my immigration policy change. Second is, it was chips and science, right? The science pieces largely haven't been funded yet, right? And, so we need to finish the job of the chips and science. And right now, our proposals, are in the hands of the CHIPS program office. We need those dollars to start flowing quickly for it, but we then need to go put legs on the science piece of this as well, because that is the seed corn for the future of our nation. And then the third is, I fully expect that we need to have CHIPS 2. Right? We have to prove that CHIPS 1 was good.
Yeah.
But, this is a big, very hard effort to reverse, trends this way. And hey, I think we're going to be, 2 years from now, we need to go do CHIPS 2. And building on the success of CHIPS 1 and the Science Act, To me, industrial policy and something is so critical to the future of our economy and national security, it can't be viewed as a one and done, right? This needs to be a policy view for multiple generations to come. So to me, those three, and right, it needs to always be done, and I say this over and over again, to me, the three legs of our international policy should always be sell every product we can, right? Minimize technology flow wherever it's critical to our national interest, and third, always align with our allies. Our friends must be our friends. Europe, Asian friends, and we have to align our policies with them. And to me, that's the formula, for successful industrial policy, international policy, and national security.
So I'll put this one on a T for you because we're friends. Should there be a demand signal from government as well around, look, if you build it, we will buy it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Governments do that all around the world, so should we, right? We want to build our national industries. We want to, right? The question I asked before, how many Taiwan-made chips are in the F-35, right? Yeah. This is so critical to us, right? For us in the future. So absolutely, it should be a demand signal. I do, fully support the idea that, hey, the government can put a thumb on the scale to drive its policies, and I think that's appropriate.
So Pat, we've only got a few minutes left, and I think this might be the most important question I ask, and I'll frame it this way. I've got a 21-year-old daughter, and I want her to grow up to be Pat Gelsinger, not the moderator. What advice would you give to young people today if they want to turn into Pat Gelsinger? Tell us about how did you get there, and what would you tell a young person?
Well, thanks, Chris. And, I started as a farm kid and stumbled into technology, went to community college, got hired as a technician, just a Cinderella American story. There's no reason I should be sitting in this chair today by any means. And I always say people should have a career map. One is they need mentors, people that are making them better on the way. And obviously one of my early mentors was Andy Grove, right? I used to joke that Andy, mentoring with Andy was like going to the dentist and not having Novocaine, right? He beat the snot out of you, but he made you better, right? And, hey, if you want to fully realize your career potential, you need mentors that are going to make you better. Second, audacious goals. I wrote early in my 20s, I wanted to be CEO of Intel, right? Hey, it was such an outlandish statement when I wrote it, right? I'm a technician, right, in the company, right? It just can't possibly be the case. But every time I sat in a meeting with Grove or Moore or Noyce, I would ask the question, do I know enough to say what they said? Do I agree with what they said? Could have I done that as well? Became this sort of driving force, for me. Every day I sat in the building to saying, what do I need to learn to be able to do that? How can I position myself for that? And the third I say is passion, right? Pursue your passions, right? And for me, this idea of technology, that I could work on something that truly changed the life of every human on the planet, right? Oh my gosh, I love technology, but I love even more the impact that it can have on humanity and truly on every person on the planet. I've been blessed to work on things like USB. When my granddaughter plugs in her USB stick, she says, "Thank you, Papa." Yeah, right. I worked on Wi-Fi, right? Right, policies and so on. And when you plug into Wi-Fi or don't plug in, right? It's just there. It becomes this ambient expectation that, if my hotel doesn't have Wi-Fi, well, hey, I'm not going there again, right? It's a global phenomena, right? Pursue your passions. So, right, I say, for those three, one is, right, mentors, audacious goals, pursue your passions, and obviously for anybody, right, who's considering a career right now, hey, tech is it, right? STEM, but I call it STEAM: science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, right? And all of those together, we want to create more of that capacity, for tomorrow. So to me, MAP and STEAM, that's where it's at.
Well, and I would tell the audience, I did end up at Intel for a short period of time 20 years ago. And Pat Gelsinger was kind, thoughtful, welcoming. He made my transition into Intel, for as short as that stay was, a truly memorable experience. And I'm deeply grateful for the friendship that we've shared over these years. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our guest, an American icon, Pat Gelsinger. Thanks, Pat.
Thank you, Chris.
Please join us in welcoming on stage Audrey Tang, Taiwan's Minister of Digital Affairs, and a conversation with Joe Wang, Senior Director for Foreign Policy at SCSP.
We're only at hour 8 today. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for staying. It has been a great day. It will continue to be a great day. Audrey, thank you so much for coming all the way from Taiwan and also from New York to join us today.
Yeah, nice to meet you in high definition. Yeah.
In 3D.
Yeah.
So Audrey, you're a global leader on cyber resilience and digital democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And we wanted this chat to really feature how Taiwan is this amazing success story.
Mm-hmm.
Despite all of the cyber attacks, despite all of the disinformation,
mm-hmm.
despite violations of your airspace, disruptions of your maritime navigation.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do it? Can you talk to us about what lessons the world can learn about how you yourself
mm-hmm.
have really strengthened Taiwan's digital democracy
mm-hmm.
against all of these things that you face every single day from the PRC?
Yeah, whenever there's an attack on our democracy, we just counter with more democracy and increase the bandwidth of democracy, reduce the latency of democracy to make sure that we can actually get a very quick response from our people on how best to solve any dilemma, really. I remember during the pandemic, there was this framing that you either cater for safety and sacrifice economic progress or the other way around. And we managed to co-create with the civil society, with people to avoid like any single day of lockdowns throughout 3 years. And so after that experience, we basically upgraded our democratic institutions so that whenever there's any emerging issues, we do not wait for 4 years to upload 3 bits of information each called voting, but instead just align the society to counter that particular threat.
Yeah, no, and I think it's important to start on the defense, we talked about this beforehand. I think it's also important to show the PRC in terms of what we can do on offense and really demonstrating that democracies, open societies actually have a better model in terms of how we live our lives and what our way of life can be. And so, can you talk to us about, your ministry just was created last year, and you have a model of participation, progress, and safety.
Yes.
And I think it's an incredible way to really showcase how your ministry really is focused on working with the Taiwanese people, on building a positive vision for what technology can do for Taiwan and for your people. Can you talk to us about what you do?
Definitely. Yeah, our tagline is digital resilience for all. And we have this quite unique design in that my ministry, Ministry of Digital Affairs, is all about universal service, competence, education, broadband as a human right, data infrastructure, and so on. But underneath the ministry, there are 2 administrations. One for the digital industries, which is AI, digital transformation, economic progress stuff. And also underneath the same ministry, the administration for cybersecurity, which is about safety, testing, verification, and so on. So in most other countries, you have this triangle in 3 different ministries, or you have one ministry taking care of one side and then counterbalancing it with another, maybe on safety, maybe on economic affairs. But by taking this triangle approach, we basically looked at each attack is an opportunity for more resilience. Case in point, we're very new. We're a startup, really, which started last August. And just a couple of weeks before we started, when we say to the Taiwanese society that our tagline is digital resilience for all, it's not very easy to understand. But then former Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. And right after the same hour as our website went online, missiles started flying over our head. And in addition to the background level of around 5 million cyber attack attempts per day, now on that day we suffered 23 times more denial of service attacks volume compared to the previous peak. So basically just through almost unlimited resources to shut down our governmental websites. And we do see that around 7-Eleven convenience stores and train stations, the signboards are replaced by hate messages and so on. But we took that as an opportunity for public education, basically. I said public to the press that they're trying to put the stock market, try to decimate our trust in democratic institutions. However, our website didn't go down for even 1 second. And I invite everyone to install this Brave browser, to use IPFS to help backing us up and things like that. So basically use it as a way to educate the people about the nature of such cyber attacks and develop effective countermeasures. And interestingly, of course, the stock market totally did not plummet, but also people became, there's this instinctive sense of, oh, everyone can contribute to digital resilience. And so earlier this year, we have the 2 subsea cables, the only 2, connecting Taiwan and the Matsu Islands cut. Within the same week, right? First, a PRC flag flying fishing vessel accidentally dropped the anchor and kept moving. And then a few days later, another cargo ship flying PRC flag accidentally dropped the anchor and kept moving. And then Matsu Island was without internet. And then again, we took that as a chance to not just teach people about microwave and also satellite and backup and things like that, but we also see a lot of civil society just start learning about how to set up emergency communications when the bandwidth is limited and so on. So it become almost a kind of hobby, a pastime, to speculate, like next time when all we have is satellite internet, how can we actually get a message out and things like that. So I would say that in Taiwan, this is not a polarized or partisan issue. People look at each incoming attack and think about ways, how can we increase the bandwidth of democracy so that we can counter that sort of attack the next time around.
So a lot of our focus today really is around AI, generative AI. We talked earlier about the big report that we released a couple of weeks ago on Gen AI and the future of innovation power. So can you talk to us a little bit about what inspires you about AI, but also what are some of the key risks that you think about in your job?
Yeah, well, we have an election coming up, so January next year. We're probably the first in line in a very long rolling list of democratic elections. And this year, we've seen new capabilities enabled by generative AI, voice cloning fraud calls that just copies somebody's voice, and you can pick up the phone, and it keeps holding a conversation really interactively, but at almost no cost. So what used to be, require a very large data center and so on, can now be mounted using open source models on a laptop, really. And so with that capability, we see just unprecedented individual persuasion capabilities leading up to elections. And the traditional models of countering the A, B, C, D actor behavior content distribution, limiting the distribution like the number of retweets or shares or watermarking the content and so on, doesn't work anymore with this new attack vector. So we have to prepare for that kind of attack by shifting left to the actor, to the behavior, to make sure that, for example, we don't use passwords anymore in my ministry. Everything is passkey, everything is FIDO, biometric, yet we don't want a real name internet. So we'll invest in zero-knowledge technology so you can prove that you're a resident or citizen without having to show your real name in order to engage in democratic conversations online. So I think we've had plenty of time, actually, to prepare for that kind of precision, interactive, deepfake attack leading up to Election Day. And we probably will have more stories to share next February after our election. Now, the exciting thing for me for Gen AI is how malleable it is by everyday people. Previously, for transformative technologies, you need experts' help in order to align it, meaning to make it respond to the societal needs. But nowadays, for example, the fact checkers in Taiwan, there's this vibrant community called G0V or Gov0, people who are civic hackers in the sense that there's a new societal issue and people just start writing open source code to counter it. And for many, many years, there's this project called co-facts, or collaborative fact-checking, where people just in end-to-end encrypted channels, they can nevertheless long press a message and report it, like reporting spam, and see in the dashboard what are the most trending kind of disinformation there is. And it works pretty well, but the part-time fact-checkers, along with, of course, professional fact-checkers, are outnumbered, right? The people who actually do those foreign interference, nowadays coordinated with cyber attack, have a lot of resources. And the clarification for each trending meme of the day, the trending propaganda of the day, depends on people in their spare time. But this year, because Gen AI is just so malleable, they just fine-tuned a language model together that can clarify such disinformation attacks 24/7, adding back context and things like that. And then, so we're no longer outnumbered. And the best thing is that because it doesn't need dedicated hardware or resource and can be done on laptops, it is still squarely in the social sector by volunteers, which is the best place to be, so that it would not be captured right, by any state or capitalist apparatus. So I'm truly excited on how we can align AI using nothing but plain language. And we've been working with Gov0 projects such as Taiwan, which is now in a partnership with OpenAI, to just listen to what people want from the language models' interactions with them, and using constitutional AI alignment techniques, meaning that we just listen to everybody's words, compress it without losing nuance, and just put it into a language model and say, use this to align your next training run so it fits the local norms instead of everybody subscribing to the same monoculture.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And you mentioned earlier, obviously, there'll be elections in Taiwan in January. What do you think is going to happen, both in terms of the work that you've built up in the ministry and the ministry itself after January? What do you see for the future there?
Yeah, so if we do our job right, nothing bad happens, right? Because all of our defense, really, by shifting left, is to make it very clear to any adversary that they would just squander resources if they attack us. We detected, for example, like SMS spams and scams and interactive frauds and so on. So just this week, we're switching our ministry and soon all other ministries so that when we reach you through SMS, for example, or phone calls in the future, it all goes into this single caller number 111, and we don't use any other number to contact you via SMS. It's a very simple idea, but the idea is that we no longer need to tell people how to spot a fake content versus real content, or to invest in watermarking techniques that doesn't work now with open source model and rephrasing attack. Instead, something very simple, the provenance, the actor. We say, okay, these are real organizations, these are real people, and everything else is assumed to be a bot. And so this kind of defense posture, we believe, if done right, can shield the worst of the election interference. But of course, the adversaries are very creative, so we will have more stories to tell. Yeah.
Can I ask, is there anything you need from the international community as you prepare for January 2024?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think just the willingness to observe our election, or the events leading up to our election, to let adversaries know that the international watch, right, is on this, our democratic situation. And also just knowledge sharing, right? Most of the stuff that I described is not invented in Taiwan, right? We learn it from the best. our public infrastructure that enable this kind of data infrastructure, the zero-knowledge work, and so on. We drew inspiration from the X-Road, which is Estonia, Iceland, Finland, and so on. And because it's all out in the open, you can also take some of that toolkit and also implement here in the state level, in the federal level, and so on. And the same goes for the alignment assemblies, right? The AI-moderated facilitation that enables people to align not just AI models together, but also policies around emerging technology together. Again, that is all open source. People can run it. In fact, Anthropic and OpenAI are both running it as we speak. Yeah.
So you've been here in the US a couple of days. I mean, what are, I guess, not to be blunt, but I guess what are we doing wrong, right? In terms of, like, you guys are doing so much in terms of preserving your democracy while you're facing all the different attacks from the PRC. As a general matter, like, what do you think? What do democracies around the world, what are some lessons that they should take away from how Taiwan has kind of preserved everything that you've built on the island, and, you know, again, in terms of supporting democracy writ large, but also promoting their people and supporting the people and making sure that they're safe, secure, prosperous at home, and free.
Yeah. Yeah, so going back to the triangle, right? Participation, progress, and safety. I think what Taiwan got right was that we never accept anything framed as a safety or progress trade-off. Because that's one of the fundamental polarization when it comes to emerging technologies. We've got people, you know, just doubling down on safety side and say, you know, pause training for 6 months or things like that. And people who are saying, you know, without this progress, we're going to lose the race, but without steering to a race to safety, right? So this is a very polarizing conversation. But in Taiwan, instead, with participation, we just ask the people, what are the immediate harms you are already seeing from transformative technologies? Because nobody wants to, you know, intentionally cause societal-wide harms or extinction risks. And that become a focusing kind of shelling point, how to mitigate those harms. So for example, in terms of social media harms, when it comes to the kind of interactive deepfakes I just mentioned, we did not pass anything like the EU Digital Service Act, this umbrella social media regulation. But we were very quick in noticing, for example, that those interactive scams are now deepfaking, you know, Audrey Tang giving you investment advice or things like that. And we very quickly then passed a law amendment that says if Facebook, you know, received this threat indicator that there is this cyber attack going on, a manipulation attack going on, we phrase it as a manipulation attack, not as a, you know, freedom of speech or editorial control, right? So there's an attack going on, and then if they do not deplatform that, and somebody gets conned $1 million, then Facebook is liable for that $1 million. So it's very simple, right? It's just internalizing the negative externalities. But it is only possible if you have a radar of sorts that lets people socially evaluate those impact that emerging technology have on the society, and very quickly, in an almost weekly fashion, discover ways to reassign liabilities to those actors.
That's really interesting. So two questions to really close out the session. First, you know, there's a lot of talk in Washington about Taiwan for obvious reasons. We started our day with a lot of focus on Ukraine. What do you think Washington is kind of missing when it comes to Taiwan? Right? Just the, you know, big question, but also, like we talked earlier, like for me, when I think about Taiwan, beef noodle soup. It is. If you ever go to Taiwan, we had a chance to bring some of our team to Taiwan back in June, and I exposed them to beef noodle soup. It really is just one of the culinary experiences that you need to experience when you go to Taiwan. But in terms of like stuff that DC doesn't necessarily think about when it comes to Taiwan, either on the politics, on security, or something cultural, what do you think? You know, what would you want the people to know about Taiwan?
Yeah, culturally, I don't know whether many people know, but Taiwan has more than 20 national languages, and including, of course, Daigi, Hakka, and so on, but also 16 indigenous nations with 42 language variations and a Taiwanese sign language. And all these are national languages, which means that when we train our national language model, we have to support them all. So this is partly why we're doing alignment assemblies, because without the support of the language communities, especially indigenous ones, they're going to get massively discriminated You can't just, imagine, even Daigi, right, which we both speak. If you insist that ChatGPT, a little bit, yeah, ChatGPT, if you ask it to speak Daigi to you, it starts speaking Cantonese, but insists that it's speaking Daigi. So there is all this needs to not just fine-tune, but also do our own pre-training to support the kind of language alignment that is transcultural, that is not just about the linguistic thing, but also epistemically, to make sure that the indigenous nations, the Daigi, the Hakka, and so on, with their own worldview, can get accurate cultural translation when we're talking about things like aligning generative AI together. And so not losing nuances despite very different cultural traditions. This is why I call Taiwan, the transcultural republic of citizens.
And last question in terms of, Chris Darby on the last session, I think, and others have asked this of a lot of our speakers. So we do have a lot of young people in the room, right? We always love to kind of inspire them and mentor them and encourage them to think about their careers as they go either in government or private sector. You've had the experience of being both on the outside of government and on the inside of government, working in tech, working on public policy. What advice do you give people either in Taiwan or elsewhere that ask you for advice about their career paths as they think about what they should do as they finish school?
Yeah, so my role, 数位部长, Ministry of Digital Affairs, in traditional Mandarin, 数位 means digital, of course, but also plural, it's the same word. So I'm also Minister of Plurality, if you will. And this is quite important, not just in Taiwan, the Transcultural Republic, but also just to see digital as a force to bring unlikely bridging consensus from previously in space or in time disconnected people. So, and this opens up new imaginations about democracy that is not just about uploading 3 bits every 4 years via voting. And so I would encourage young people to rethink democracy as a social technology to, as I mentioned, increase bandwidth and reduce latency, but also to preserve nuance. A lot of the transformational technology governance work was limited by the bandwidth of executive summaries, right? If I look at this executive summary, a few paragraphs, even a whole handbook, and I think I read pretty fast, but I cannot go back to the original panel, the original citizens' assemblies, the original juries or whatever that formed this executive summary. But now with language models, and we're using it for real policy making now with technologies like Talk to the City and so on, you can actually ask that paragraph executive summary. I'm facing a new situation, what do you folks think? And then it can go back to the original conversation and synthesize the response and tell you who to call to get the most insight from that conversation. And with this enabling technology, we do not have to lose nuance. Democracy is no longer a lossy compression. You can do a lossless or almost lossless compression across cultures, and would encourage young people to rethink democracy with this in mind.
Democracy as a technology. I think that's a great way to end, but also, again, we started today with Ukraine. I'm glad we were able to bring you here as well to talk about Taiwan, since obviously that's a lot of what's on people's mind here in DC and elsewhere around the world. So thank you so much for making the way here from Taiwan and New York to be able to join us today.
Yeah, thank you. Live long and prosper.
Our next panel conversation will focus on the future of democracy and election security. We will be joined virtually by Condoleezza Rice, director at the Hoover Institution and former Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, and Michael Froman, president of the Council on Foreign Relations and former U.S. Trade Representative. While on stage, we are welcoming Michael Chertoff, former U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security and co-founder and executive chairman of the Chertoff Group, and Sir Alex Younger, former chief of MI6. To moderate this conversation, we are joined by Ilber Bajaktari, Senior Policy Advisor for SCSP.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Sarah. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed so far 7+ hours of discussions. We have another 3 exciting hours to go. but I'm really thrilled to be welcoming this exceptional panel of distinguished public servants, Dr. Rice, Secretary Chertoff, Sir Alex, and Ambassador Froman, to discuss the state of world affairs, particularly the future of democracy and the democratic world. So next year, more than 2 billion people around the world, including in key democracies such as India, United States, Taiwan, members of the European Union, will be voting in elections. In many ways, this is a cause for celebration, as nearly a quarter of the world's population have an opportunity to go to the ballot box and elect their representatives, many of them not for the first time, obviously. But there's also tremendous cause for concern. We heard earlier from the president of the National Endowment for Democracy that we just marked the 18th year of democracy in retreat. So democracies are being challenged, some from within, some from without. Russia's aggression of Ukraine obviously is the most violent manifestation of these challenges that democracies are facing. Now, on the other side of the Eurasian landmass, China is stepping up its pressure on Taiwan as it gets ready for its general elections in January. And then elsewhere around the world, you have instances of leaders coming into the office through elections, but then turning autocratic once in office. And disinformation, a virus unleashed by Russia against the free world, remains a significant challenge and likely to get worse with recent advances in generative AI. So with that as a context, I would like to begin by asking each of our panelists if they are optimistic or pessimistic about the prospects for democracies next year, and what gives them reason to be hopeful or what gives them reasons to be concerned. And I would like to start with you, Dr. Rice, if you can start us first, and then we'll go to Ambassador Froman, and then we'll come here on stage with Sir Alex and Secretary Chertoff. Dr. Rice, please.
Well, thank you very much. I would begin by saying that I am optimistic. It doesn't mean I have rose-colored glasses about the challenges that democracy faces, but when I think about the long arc rather than just the last several years, I am reminded of how many countries have been given over to democracy. First of all, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, for instance, so that we can talk about democracy in Poland or democracy in the Czech Republic. And yes, Hungary is problematic, but in 1980, we didn't have those democracies in Eastern Europe. I taught a course on civil-military relations. I could always talk about a junta in Latin America in the 80s. We don't have that in Latin America. And so I think we have to have perspective. There are more and more countries where people are saying, I want to have basic rights to say what I think and worship as I please and be free from the knock of the secret police at night and choose those who are going to govern me. And that remains, I think, the deepest human aspiration. Now, there are challenges. There are challenges of technology. I think maybe the biggest challenge is making every citizen feel that they really have a chance in this fast advancing, technologically sophisticated, difficult economy. And so maybe one of the questions that democracies should ask themselves is what can we do to really regenerate in our populations a feeling that democracy is really working for me. And that, I think, is an even bigger challenge to democracies than foreign interference in elections or the like.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Ambassador Froman?
Well, I agree and would build on Candy's optimism about democracies. I think with all of our problems, we're still the prettiest house on an ugly block, so to speak, in that I'd much rather have our problems than the problems of the autocracies. And just to look over the last couple of years, whether it was the decisions in Russia or the decisions in China that were hampered by the lack of a feedback loop, the lack of democracy, the lack of public participation that led both countries down a very bad and dangerous path. And on the other side, again, we look at the democracies and look around the regions of the world. In Europe, again, in response to what's going on with the Russian attack on Ukraine, we've got more coherence, more action by democracies, collective action, even over very difficult issues, whether it's how to manage an energy crisis or about mobilizing spending for defense. In the Asia-Pacific, the Indo-Pacific, between the Quad and AUKUS and the tripartite cooperation now between South Korea, Japan, and the United States. I think we've seen really dramatic action of democracies coming together, overcoming differences, and having effective collective action. And I think that bodes well for the future of democracy.
Great, thank you. Sir Alex?
Well, on one level, I'm a child of the Enlightenment. I'm thoroughly convinced that democracy is the best way of organizing yourself, both in terms of its moral legitimacy, but also its resilience. However, I'm also a spy, and habitually we're not paid to be optimistic. And in this case, that's also true, but I think possibly for reasons that might surprise you, because I don't think disinformation is the biggest issue, even if it's probably what I'm here to talk about. The biggest issue is this, and if you take the US as an example, I speak as a respectful foreigner and an ardent Atlanticist. People are losing confidence in the system, and trust in government is falling. And I find that entirely unsurprising. 1% of the US own 50% of the wealth. For all of the talk today, I think what I've heard is that key technologies like generative AI will present as a replacement for work, at least in the short term, in ways that will be destabilizing of identity. Social media is optimized to polarize. Key things that make the nation state work, monopolies of violence and money, are being undermined. And tech corporations are bigger than governments and yet not accountable. So you wonder why our electorates are divided. I think that list gives you a pretty good example. So the biggest threat, I think, is that we blame it all on the Russians and the Chinese. By contrast, and this is the good news, actually, I think a lot of our problems belong to us and are ours to solve, and we have agency. And by the way, I'm not here to give you the list of all the problems that beset autocracy. I hope we take those as read. Now, finally, when it comes, though, to disinformation, spiel apart, it is a savagely difficult problem, and it's going to get more and more dangerous, particularly as it lands on this very fertile and divided and polarized field that I have discussed. And the key issue about disinformation is that the West has an asymmetric vulnerability. Our system needs the truth to operate. The truth is the enemy to authoritarian regimes. So to the extent that these technologies offer the opportunity to degrade the truth, they're a net advantage to autocrats. And that is a big problem. I'm sure we'll talk later about how we organize to deal with it, but it's a thing that certainly worries me, Hilda.
Thank you, Sir Alex. Secretary Chertoff.
Well, I don't want to repeat what's been said, much of which I agree with, but I would say there's one additional cause for optimism and one cause for pessimism. On the optimism side, we have seen people in countries all over the world at some personal risk going into the street to demonstrate against what they see as authoritarian moves or undermining of the rule of law or things that impinge upon freedom. And that shows that the average person can be motivated to basically pick themselves up and go out there and fight for freedom. On the pessimistic side, one of the things, and here artificial intelligence actually has been problematic, is that political actors who are simply devoting themselves to getting reelected increasingly are looking to rig the rules of the game so that they can control the outcome. Because as we know, if you watch a football match, if you own the referees and you write the rule book, you win every football match. And so what we see in this country, for example, is people writing rules about eligibility for election, when you can vote, who can vote, whether there are impediments to voting, and also dealing with the question of counting in such a way as to undermine the ability of people to express their will and to have confidence in the result. And so I think looking at the rule set that governs the way we vote is critically important if we are to maintain people's confidence in voting. Otherwise, they'll simply say, what's the point? The outcome is foreordained. And that would be a very dangerous undermining of our belief in our Constitution and in our democratic values.
Great. Thank you, Secretary Chertoff. So, Alex, if I could go back to you, you rightly spotlighted sort of the internal challenges to democracies, but as you noted also, you were an intelligence officer for nearly 30 years, including
serving as one of the longest serving heads of MI6, a premier intelligence agency, obviously. So I was wondering, you watched Russia and China closely over many years. Can you speak about their efforts to subvert democracies and democratic processes in particular, and what should we be watching out for next year?
So I think the question is, why do they do this? And let's take this as a compliment. They regard functioning democracy as a threat, which kind of gives us a clue as to how we should proceed. But they're also subtly different. So I spent a lot of my later career watching disinformation attacks coming in from Russia, which is quite a sort of centralized approach to this stuff. And I couldn't work it out. They seem to be on the right, on the left, on the correct, on the not correct. It was random. And I thought, what is their strategic objective here? Until I realized that their strategic objective is simply to muddy the waters, to make trusting the government more difficult. And why do they want to do that? Well, apart from the intrinsic desirability of weakening our systems, it's about creating equivalence. They want to create an idea in our mind that our government's just as bad as the Russian government. They've given up trying to make anyone think the Russian government's good. It's about giving this cynical resignation that we're all the same. And that in turn feeds Putin's worldview, which is might is right, and we might as well just divide things up between us. So that's what's going on with Russia. It's the context in which we need to look at it, and I think we can only expect it to scale up. China is interesting. It's different, and in some ways it's also a betrayal of the insecurity of the Communist Party and Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping has really no tolerance at all now for any successful example of an alternative mode of government in his near abroad or his periphery. So we were horrified, particularly as Brits, by what he did in Hong Kong, where he reneged on the agreement. I take it as a sign of weakness. So democracy surfaces as a threat. And a lot of disinformation there is about closing down any potential alternative, trying to delegitimize this stuff. Now, it's quite parochial. A lot of it is about dealing with so-called the five poisons, the dissidents that might threaten China. But it's widening and it's becoming more pernicious. And there's now a greater emphasis on conditioning how you think about some of the key issues that matter to Xi Jinping. And perhaps that's the biggest issue, because the technologies and capabilities available in China are much greater. But bizarrely, China actually uses a very capitalistic approach to its cyber attack. It's broadly dispersed and highly entrepreneurial.
Thank you, Sir Alex. Secretary Chertoff, if I could pick up on where Sir Alex left off. So Taiwan has elections in January. We just heard from the Minister of Digital Affairs from Taiwan. Obviously, we have elections here in the US in November of next year. What worries you the most as you look at these two elections, and what do you think should be the most important considerations for the government, for technological companies, and for the voters, really?
Well, I'm concerned about, first of all, the lack of trust we have, at least in our population. I can't speak for Taiwan. Lack of trust in government and in institutions, and even in facts and in science. So that really, talking about the sun rising in the east, you start to get people saying it's a conspiracy. So the Russians have some fertile ground to work in, and they are going to be, I think, very motivated to invest as much as they can in trying to get the candidate they want to win the election. Because I think their view is that if their favorite candidate wins, Ukraine will wind up losing a good deal of American support, if not all of it. And that is a much more powerful weapon than Putin's been able to mobilize in his ground operations so far. So I think this is going to be, in many respects, an existential election for Ukraine and a very, very important election for us. So what should people do about it? What should Americans do about it? Well, one of the challenges we have is if the government gives warning about misinformation, that tends to get a negative reaction from some people. We even had a judge in the US, a federal judge the other day, rule that for the government to contact social media platforms and tell them they've got wrong information on the platform, even without threatening them or having the ability to punish them, that's illegal censorship under the First Amendment. I don't agree with that. But what it maybe is emblematic of is the fact that increasingly people at the political ends of the spectrum view any government effort to correct the record as inherently somehow illegitimate and a violation of the First Amendment. That means the private sector is going to have to play a more responsible role in making sure that they police themselves to eliminate clearly false messages, deep fakes, messages that originate out of foreign countries but are masquerading as Americans. And in order to make sure that the platforms do it, the public is going to have to make it clear to the advertisers and the sponsors that it's important to them that the platforms police themselves because money talks. And in many cases, the platforms respond to that. So I think this is going to require a very, very substantial private effort to make sure that we are upholding the integrity and the honesty and the trust which people have a right to rely upon.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Rice, if we could take a step back from the elections. You're one of our nation's foremost experts on Russia. When you look at the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, how essential do you think the outcome of that war is to the future of democracy around the world, but including in Russia?
I think that it is essential. It's essential because what Vladimir Putin has done is to decide that he wants to have a 19th century view of empire, that it's the Russian empire that needs to be recreated, and you can't have an independent Ukraine and a Russian empire, as Zbigniew Brzezinski so wisely said. And so if he succeeds at that, if he succeeds at you can extinguish your smaller neighbor to reestablish empire, this is not a world in which I think any of us will want to live, because there will be others who decide to move in the same direction. And so, yes, it's critical. I would say that Vladimir Putin has already lost a lot. 1 million Russians have left. This is an economy that will start to show the strains of having been isolated in this way. Russian energy production will never look again like it once did, because those difficult fields in Sakhalin or the old fields that they are trying to resuscitate, they need Western technology to do that. That is now denied to them. So Vladimir Putin is destroying his country, and we have to continue to make that point. And one thing that Yevgeny Prigozhin did before his untimely end was to say to the Russian people that this was an unnecessary war. Unfortunately, I don't think Vladimir Putin can now contain the sense of many Russians that indeed this was a ruinous and unnecessary war. But if I may just on elections for one moment, it is absolutely true that Americans in particular are losing confidence in their institutions. It is absolutely true that only 35% of Americans say that they have confidence in their elections. But you know, an interesting thing, they're still voting. And they're voting in ever larger numbers. And I think sometimes we look at the extremes and we forget that the large swath of the American population goes about their daily business. They organize themselves in what de Tocqueville called voluntary associations. We would know them today as American Red Cross and Rotary Clubs. American democracy is not just Washington. Thank goodness for that. And so I really do think that when we think about democracy, we have to think about it as something that is layered. Now, I think that one reason that we're having trouble with the question of what is the truth and disinformation and science is that the response of the government to COVID really hurt on this. People were told one thing, then they were told another. They were told to follow the science, but then the science kept changing. And so it's maybe not surprising that if we're not careful, we can stretch the definition of what is truth to a matter of simply policy differences. And so I'm awfully careful when I talk about what is true, because very often we're talking about something that will evolve or that can be disputed.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Sir Alex, Dr. Rice argued that the war in Ukraine is essential to the future of democracy. You think that view is shared in Europe? We see some signs of potential weakening of the resolve in Europe in terms of seeing the outcome of the war, a favorable outcome of the war in Ukraine through.
Well, I mean, I'm a European, and that's what I think, but it may regrettably not be representative. I have found when I talk about these issues in Europe, as I do a lot, characterizing it as an ideological battle between autocracy and democracy, even if that's very much as I see it, doesn't cut through in the way that it might. And I think we as securocrats, if I can call us that, should take some responsibility. There have been some pretty quixotic adventures over the last 15 years that have degraded people's willingness to listen when we talk about something being an ideological battle. You can explain it, though, another way, in a much more practical way, which is fundamentally, and it was done very well this morning, that to show weakness is escalatory, that Vladimir Putin is not going to stop here, that there's an obvious read across to other parts of the world like China. And actually, Europe, while it's still an active debate, has performed in a much more coherent and robust and energetic way than I would have expected. It's been a big upside surprise to me, and I think a downside surprise to Vladimir Putin. Of course, recognizing the phenomenally important role the United States has played, and the skillful role, by the way, in galvanizing this alliance.
Great. Thank you, Sir Alex. Ambassador Froman, if I can go to you next, an issue that you've worked for a long time in the government, matter of international economics. So there's been a lot of discussion about democratic backsliding recently, but there's also a considerable backlash against globalization, one would argue, and increased focus on national industrial strategies. So how concerned are you about these trends, or how concerned should we be about these trends? And what are the dangers that you see to democracies from this increased economic nationalism?
Well, I think there are two things happening, really. One is a retreat from what might be called hyper-globalization, where all the focus was on efficiency, and the supply chains were designed around that. And now we see, not just because of COVID, but it's been accelerated by that, a trend towards looking at supply chains through the perspective of security, resilience, redundancy, reliability. And that's going to lead companies to, whether it's reshore or friendshore, nearshore, or just diversify. It's good risk management to diversify your supply chain. You're not overly reliant on one country for all your production. That is in the process of happening. I think what's interesting about that is it is inherently going to be more expensive, right? Almost by definition, that if you're not seeking efficiency as the only goal, but these other goals, which are totally legitimate to pursue, it's a more inflationary or a higher cost framework for production. And that ought to be part of our democratic debate, because we don't like reliance on China and we don't like inflation. And part of our democratic debate ought to be, okay, what's the balance we're going to strike in order to achieve the security, resilience, and redundancy that we value as well? I think the second part of it is there's been a convergence of, let's call it geopolitics and geoeconomics. And so increasingly, economics is looked at through a geopolitical and a security lens, and hence the focus on ensuring that we have sufficient domestic production or sufficient allied production in critical technologies, whether that's advanced chips, or materials, or critical minerals, and the like. It's going to take a long time to build that up. I mean, you are all more expert in this than I am, but I think it's an important evolution in how we've thought about international economic policy. We can do it together with other countries, in which case I think we'll be able to achieve a great deal. If it relies solely on national policies, I think we may find ourselves having more fights with our allies than we need to. And I think it's incumbent on us to figure out how to achieve that security with our secure allies as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ambassador Froman. Dr. Rice, if I could follow up on some of the issues that Ambassador Froman mentioned, particularly the issue of geopolitics and geoeconomics. In a recent piece in The Economist with Neil Ferguson, you highlighted 5 lessons from the Cold War that you think could be useful in framing the way we approach our competition with China. And I think the 5 were importance of allies, the necessity of strong military capabilities, the prudence of efforts to avoid accidental war, the criticality of pointing out weaknesses of our competitors, and then finally that nothing is inevitable. My question is, do you think America's current approach to China reflects these 5 lessons? Where do you think there is more room for improvement? And then finally, in line with the topic of our panel, how prominently do you think our advocacy for democracy should feature in our strategy?
Well, let me start with the last point, which is that I think the United States will always advocate for democracy and should always advocate for democracy. It doesn't mean that you won't deal with countries that are not democratic. Sometimes there's a sense that if you have to deal with a strategic partner and they are not democratic, that you're somehow turning your back on democracy. America isn't an NGO. And so we will sometimes have to deal with countries that are unlike us. And so I still think, though, to be voice for the voiceless is critical. I think America is a place that people still look to as a beacon of freedom. It's why so many desperate people want to come to the United States. And when it comes to the Cold War, of course, we were a voice for the voiceless during the Cold War. And it actually eventually worked out that some of those voiceless people became our best allies. So maybe we should keep that in mind as a sort of long stretch of how we deal with adversaries. I think we're doing relatively well on many of those points. For instance, I think on allies, if I look at the American alliances and friends in the Indo-Pacific, they're pretty impressive. Australia and India as a friend, and Vietnam and the Philippines looking to get closer, and Japan emerging as a larger voice in strategic stability in the region, and so South Korea. The United States has real allies. I think China has a lot of clients, but we should be we should recognize the value of those allies. I worry that we may not be fully attentive to the need for our military capabilities. Not only is China increasing its capabilities, but it is increasing it in areas that may look like they are denial to our ability to function in the Indo-Pacific. And so we need to pay attention to that. And this is one place where the private sector, so much technology that is coming out of the private sector now can't get into the Pentagon because the Pentagon has archaic, slow processes of procurement that keep the best technology from getting to our forces. And so we need to fix that. The one place that I am mostly concerned is this question of accidental war. I was the National Security Advisor in April of 2001 when a Chinese pilot, just hot dogging in international airspace, knocked our reconnaissance plane down. They kept our crew for 7 days. For 3 days, we couldn't get them to take our phone call. We have exquisite deconfliction measures with the Russians coming out of the Soviet period where we didn't want to have an accidental nuclear war. Many of them still work. We have nothing like that with China, and I think that's a high priority so that we don't have an accidental hot conflict. Chinese ships are getting way too close to American ships. Chinese aircraft are being more and more aggressive. This is an accident waiting to happen, and I hope people are saying that in a more fulsome way to Beijing.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Sir Alex, how would you grade the current approach towards China? If you were to use the same 5 sort of lessons from the Cold War or any other yardstick?
Yeah, this is topical. There's a lot of focus on Chinese spying in the UK at the moment, and I won't comment on the detail of that, but it's led to a lot of panic, understandably, given the conversation we've just been having. And my view on this is you've got to be able to talk and chew gum at the same time. I think when it comes to something like China, which is a big fact, as Dr. Rice has explained, we can't just ignore its existence. We need to do 3 things. We need to confront it when it presents a direct threat to our security, including in the disinformation space. Then we need to compete with it. And if you ask me what is the arbiter of whether our democracies will ultimately prevail and be in rude health in 30 years' time, is whether we, as a free value system, command the heights of emerging technology, as indeed China aspires to do. And if you ask me why I'm here and why I think the SCSP is a laudable organization is because they recognize the gravity of that. So let's compete like hell. But the final C is cooperate. This is one planet. There are significant issues that cannot be solved without some form of global agreement. And as Dr. Rice has said, I share her deep anxiety about the total absence of channels for communication. And if I got one thing out of the balloon episode, obviously I'm not an insider, but it seemed to me that there was a real paucity of options when it came for either side to communicate with each other. And those need to be built up. So there has got to be some nuance, even as we remain absolutely determined with all of our strength, particularly in the sort of covert world, to deal with assaults on the integrity of our societies. The political leadership problem, I think, is to explain that we've got to do these three things, and that you're not either kind of some massive securocrat or some kind of appeaser. We've got to be able to play the whole spectrum. Okay. That's what they do to us.
Thank you, Sir Alex. Ambassador Froman, using Sir Alex's the three C's, the confront, compete, and cooperate, but focusing on the compete aspect of it. One criticism you hear nowadays internationally is that U.S.'s inability to pursue or forge new trade agreements really hinders its ability to either pursue new strategic partnerships or relationships or really contest China in some of these key strategic terrains. So how can the U.S. and other democracies really maintain their appeal if trade is not part of their toolbox when they're competing with China?
Well, first of all, I think it's a bit overstated to say that sort of trade policy is not being pursued more broadly. You know, the UK just joined the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. The EU has a pretty robust trade agenda. In Africa, they're implementing now a continental-wide free trade agreement. So other countries are continuing to move ahead and sign trade agreements and integrate themselves. In the U.S., I think the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which the Biden administration is pursuing, there's a political recognition that tariff reductions are not politically viable right now. But in the absence of that, there's a recognition that engagement with the countries in the region around the issues, a number of them are critically important issues to the economy, including rules around the digital economy, in some ways perhaps even more important than tariff reduction, because we're already a very open economy. I think we can make a lot of progress in bringing countries, like-minded countries together around the issues of the future of the economy, around technology, around supply chains, around the digital economy, and perhaps not have the debate over, well, is this an FTA, a free trade agreement or not? Are we doing market access or not? Are we having tariffs or not? There's still a lot we can do in economic cooperation with U.S. leadership and U.S. engagement around the world. And I think we're well on our way towards doing that, and we continue to have to ramp that up and do more.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador Froman. We have 5 minutes left, so would like to sort of conclude with a question on the nexus of technology and democracy, and the importance of technology, to the pursuit of democracy and defense of democracies. So to start with you, Secretary Chertoff, when you were back the Secretary of Homeland Security, obviously cyber threats, I think, were relatively a new phenomenon. You had to contend with that. Now we have generative AI coming online. How should we be approaching that? How should the U.S. government be thinking about generative AI, and what challenges it presents, if you will, to the democratic processes, particularly here domestically?
Well, I think generative AI, I don't think it's a threat. I think it may enhance threats, but it also may enhance defenses. It's like any other tool. For the most part, it can be used different ways by different people. I would say, broadly speaking, what I'm most concerned about with generative AI as it relates to our security is the use of it to commit frauds, a bias that's implicit in it that winds up hurting people in terms of their ability to get hired or get certain benefits or be admitted into certain privileges, invasions of privacy, and of course, even the ability to have a much more detailed and precise reconnaissance of where our assets are, which has a military application and also a private sector application. Broadly speaking, I think there are two things government needs to do. One is we do need, with respect to domestic creators of AI, to have guardrails that put certain restrictions and certain mandates on what they produce and sell. I break them into 3 Ds. There should be a requirement that if you use AI, you assure that the data, the first D is data, that's relied upon is accurate, unbiased, and not an invasion of privacy. The second D is disclosure. If you're using AI to generate a message or a video or an audio, you ought to say generated in whole or in part by AI, so people are forewarned. And finally, decision-making. If you're using AI to make a decision about someone's privileges or future, whether they can be admitted into the country, whether they can receive certain benefits, a human being needs to be in the decisional loop. I would not let the machine make it. So that's what I think government has to do in a regulatory sense. But I also think government needs to induce and work with the private sector to build AI into an effective defense against some of the more dangerous uses that it might be applied to by our adversaries. That means to build AI that is capable of warning people when they're being phished online and being fooled into trying to click on something that's going to wind up infecting them. Putting rules into effect and putting capabilities into effect that do not allow voices to be imitated in a way that would undermine multi-factor authentication, which is now one of the major tools we're increasingly using in cyberspace. Again, having tools that can identify deep fakes, videos, so that we can label them, even if the person who generates it won't do it, label it as fake and AI generated. And finally, using AI to detect biases that may have been induced by AI. So I think we can make AI into a helper in defending ourselves, but the government has to induce and encourage and cooperate with the private sector in doing that.
Great. Thank you, Secretary Chodhan. Dr. Rice, how do you think about sort of the nexus of emerging technologies and democracy? Where can they help and where they present risks and dangers?
Well, I think the first thing that we have to recognize is that human beings have always been a little bit better at the knowledge part of technology than the wisdom part of technology. And with these powerful technologies, we're going to have to be wise. And I won't concentrate on the threats. I think Mike has done a very good job of talking about some of the threats. I think we all know that there are threats if authoritarian regimes use these technologies in particular ways because of the nature of those regimes. But let me just make a point about what is possible on the good side for democracy. And that is that I think democracies have trouble on the delivery issue these days. Simply delivering for all of our citizens the best healthcare, the best education. And I actually think that is contributing to the problem that you raised with Mike Froman, which is this sense that globalization didn't work for so many people because people without skills, people who got left behind, people who are opioid addicted and wonder why are we spending all this money in Ukraine. And so I would like to see AI in the service of a better delivery of education and healthcare for every person and every child, because ultimately, as much as we want to judge democracy on its great values and its great principles, it does have to deliver for its people, because when people elect their governments, they expect a lot of them. And I think AI can help in the delivery of those very important life-sustaining elements.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Rice. Ambassador Froman?
Look, I would just foot stomp what Dr. Rice just said. I think that's absolutely right. And I think we should be looking at, well, we have to work on the guardrails and protections around the new technology, which are going to be difficult, and particularly at the international context around governance issues. I think we should be looking optimistically at what the potential contribution is for helping democracies deliver for their people. Because ultimately, I think building a consensus in the United States, in other democracies, that the system is working and that people feel included and feel empowered, that's what the service of those technologies should be about, and we should make sure we're directing towards those objectives.
Great. Thank you. Sir Alex?
Well, look, slight change of tone. I took the liberty of asking a Chinese contact of mine this question. Who's going to win the innovation race? And their answer was candid, if a bit self-serving. They said, we, China, will win anything where the rewards go to centralization. And you, the West, will win anything where the rewards go to decentralization. Now, the reason it was a self-serving comment is because I think at that point he felt that AI would basically work for their system, not ours. But I observed that it's going in a very different direction. Putin has hit bone when he invaded Ukraine. He's been brought up short. Why? Because a centralized regime has proved inferior to a decentralized regime. A lot of the power and innovation I've heard about this morning is a response to a decentralized regime that trusts people and empowers them and unleashes innovation. So a bit of this, for me, is about confidence and recognizing that we've got the innate strength to do this if we hold on to that confidence.
Great. Thank you very much, Sir Alex, Secretary Chertoff, Dr. Rice, Ambassador Froman. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciated the insights, and thank you for being with us today.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Barreo. For our next session, we are welcoming on stage Evan Spiegel, co-founder and CEO of Snap, in conversation with Sarah Fisher, senior media reporter at Axios. Over to you, Sarah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We are honored and privileged to be with Evan Spiegel, the co-founder and CEO of Snapchat. Evan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
This is
we
a
were
fun
told
one.
to bring the energy, so we're...
Yes, let's bring the energy. This is a fun one for us because the last time we did this, we were on a yacht in Cannes. So it's just a little bit of a different vibe here in our suits. But it's an important conversation. Last time we were talking about a lot of innovation on the business side of Snap. And today we're here to talk a lot about, more broadly, sort of Evan's perspective on the world, from where he sits in terms of innovation, competitiveness, security, et cetera. So let's just start off with what Snap is really focused on, which is augmented reality. I know we're talking a lot about AI, but you have chosen to put more of your effort into AR. Why is that?
Well, Snapchat, the application, really transformed the world with visual communication. So we just found that people wanted to be able to share photos and videos really quickly. That helped people build relationships. Of course, those relationships help make them happier, and that's really the beating heart of our service. But because Snapchat opens into the camera, about 10 years ago, we started building augmented reality lenses so that people could change the way that they look, send more entertaining videos to their friends. And we just saw an explosion in engagement with AR. So over 250 million people engage with AR every single day just on Snapchat. That doesn't include our partners who use our technology in their own apps and services. And today, that's still constrained to this tiny little phone screen. And so we realized that there was a huge opportunity in bringing computing and bringing augmented reality out into the world and changing the way that people interact with computing overall, leveraging their natural gestures, allowing people to actually move around, because we hear from folks all the time that they love the value they get from technology, the value they get from their phone, but oftentimes they feel like it's a distraction that's actually getting in the way of them fully experiencing the world around them. And so with augmented reality, you get the benefits of computing, but it's actually anchored in the world around you. So you don't have to give up the natural world to be able to get the benefits of computing.
But if you look around at some of the other big tech companies, Meta is clearly focused on the metaverse and virtual reality. You have Microsoft and Google going very heavily into AI. It sort of feels like Snapchat has a lane in that it being the only one to focus on AR. But the question would be, are you approaching that lane without a business plan? Like, what's the actual way you're going to build a business around AR? Because clearly no one else is trying to do that right now.
Well, today we generate revenue from augmented reality because companies build AR lenses that add value to people's everyday, and they pay us to then distribute them through our camera. I think in the future, if people are accessing augmented reality experiences through glasses or something like that, that there'll be many ways to monetize those experiences, whether it's through added value services that people pay for, or advertising, things like that.
But you sometimes also use AI to help out with your AR. Like Snapchat launched a My AI tool, which is a chatbot for young people. Do you expect to be using more AI for your AR? Are you going to invest there?
Well, the intersection of AI and AR over the long term, over the next 5-10 years, I think will be really exciting. One of the reasons why it's so exciting is because when you're wearing AR glasses, you can share with computers what you're seeing, what you're doing, of course, what you're saying. And so using those as inputs into an AI model can help you, solve everyday tasks a lot more easily. You can point at something interesting and say, what is that? And of course, leverage large language models and these multimodal models that understand images and videos to be able to get helpful tips or a new recipe if you're in your kitchen or something like that. So I think wearable technology and AR in particular is going to leverage artificial intelligence in a lot of really exciting ways.
And what is Snap's plan for wearables? Because I know when there was sort of a low point in the ad market, Snap said we want to be really responsible with our energy and sort of focus away from its glasses and its hardware. Do you expect that you're going to reinvest in a few years? When does that come back?
Yeah, we're continuing to invest in our AR hardware as we have been for nearly 10 years now. We've tried to take a more R&D focused approach to building AR glasses. So rather than building them at tremendous scale, which is really expensive, tried to make really focused technology bets and just consistently and steadily make improvements. And one of the big parts of unlocking augmented reality and AR glasses in particular is the optical engine. So we've been very focused on the waveguide, which is the piece of glass that sits in front of your eye, and the projector system that both work together to embed computing in the world around you, project computing out into the world around you. So that, we've been making slow and steady progress on the technical improvements there. That'll be a big unlock, I think, for AR glasses, at larger scale.
So Snap's doing a lot across technology, AR, AI, we talked about it all. But we, for the first time, are feeling a real competitive threat in the social media space from China with TikTok and other social media platforms. How has your world view changed with the rise of TikTok in terms of competition compared to before when your biggest competitors were the Metas of the world, the YouTubes, et cetera?
Yeah, it's definitely changed the dynamic for our business. There's no doubt about that. I think maybe it dovetails into the broader issues that America is sort of grappling with at the moment. If you think about sort of America's innovation recipe, it's been this combination of democracy, which really protects the individual, allows great new ideas to emerge, with capitalism that attracts capital to those ideas to really help them flourish. And it's this open system that I think has really helped support U.S. innovation over the last, 200 some odd years, which has doubled life expectancy and, of course, massively increased GDP per capita and things like that. And I think we're at a very interesting moment because America was the only game in town after World War II. And so we didn't think all that much about maybe the challenges of having a totally open system. We just reaped the benefits. We worked with allies and partners around the world. We innovated. We shared a lot of those innovations and helped other countries really thrive. And I think now we're realizing that there are some challenges to having such an open system. A democracy, for example, is actually quite susceptible to adversaries or strategic competitors trying to shape the way that people in our country think and feel. And obviously, they've been given tools like social media that allows folks to do that at scale in a very targeted way. And so a democracy is vulnerable in some ways. This open system is vulnerable because our competitors can use it to actually change outcomes in our country. Similarly, with capitalism, for example, I think competitors have realized that it's a very potent tool, not only for achieving their own goals by attracting capital for their own businesses, but because it's an incentive system that works really effectively in our country. And I think we've seen this to some degree. You referenced TikTok, where there are U.S. investors, I think, own a majority of that business, and they're advocating very effectively to keep TikTok, in the United States of America. And so I do think the openness of America has been one of its great strengths. But at this moment in time, we're really trying to figure out how to navigate protecting that system, protecting that openness, but also strengthening it to withstand competitive pressure.
So how do we go about addressing national security concerns, like potentially TikTok, while also preserving that openness, that capitalism that defines American democracy? What would be your suggestion?
Well, I think the key here is to really avoid taking an absolutist position. And I think, unfortunately, that's been a bit of the debate that I've seen play out, where people feel like any work that we do to, restrict, for example, I think, maybe a good recent example would be tariffs on EVs entering the United States, right? That, I think, has helped protect U.S. manufacturers, give them an opportunity to invest in EVs here, which we view as very important to our future and, of course, the environment. But there's been a lot of pushback around that, especially from auto parts suppliers, for example, who want to be able to, of course, support EVs from strategic competitors here in the United States. So I think we have to take a more nuanced view. We have to abandon the notion that if we do protect some aspects of our democratic systems or our capitalist systems, that's compromising on this notion of having a free and open society. I think we have to understand that in many cases it will be protecting it. I think maybe a more tangible example as well is thinking about real guidelines on trade, for example, with strategic competitors, understanding that the vast majority of things that we trade back and forth are totally fine, whether they're diapers or children's toys or whatever, but there are going to be strategic areas where we're going to want to compete and we're not going to want to have free and open trade. And I think the more clarity we can get on that, and faster, the better it will be for businesses who are really looking for clarity and consistency in the approach.
And what role should companies like yours and people like yourself play in working with the government to shape some of these guidelines and rules? Should you be having meetings? Should there be a regulatory agency helping to oversee this stuff? What would be your recommendation?
I think that's a really great question. I've seen no substitute for just good old-fashioned face-to-face interaction, talking through some of the problems. I think both businesses and government bring a lot of assumptions to these conversations that end up, maybe not necessarily proving out as folks had expected. We've, for example, given feedback on chips. Everyone's really excited about these huge investments in American semiconductor capacity, but they're very, very difficult to access for smaller businesses like ours that are working, to develop advanced semiconductors. And so I think when we can provide that sort of feedback and be open about ways that America can be more competitive, then we can problem solve together.
What's your take on how government is working with the tech sector now compared to when it was when you were first starting to come to Washington a few years ago? Do you think it's become more or less productive? What's your take?
Well, I think there is a really strong desire to understand new technology. I think we're seeing a lot of excitement around artificial intelligence right now. I think tech, always seems to have some shiny new thing to get folks excited. What I worry about is that we still haven't made progress on a lot of the fundamentals. So I think federal privacy regulation is a great example. We're one of the last countries in the world that still doesn't have comprehensive privacy regulation. These are the sorts of foundational sort of cornerstones that actually will help us accelerate innovation in AI, right? And I think what we're seeing right now in Europe, for example, with things like GDPR or even the DSA and DMA, which they use to regulate technology businesses, that's given them a really solid foundation that I think will create more flexibility to explore with AI, because they're less concerned about some of the privacy risks or less concerned about misinformation because they've handled that with broader, more foundational legislation.
Is it a bigger priority for you to help push some of those fundamentals ahead?
We certainly try. We can't claim to be experts here in the way that Washington works, but I think just trying to offer our perspective and see how we can help, has been most useful.
Given that AR is like the bulk of your business, it's what you do, it's what you're passionate about, do you feel like you are getting a good enough response from the government in understanding that particular technology?
I do think right now the big focus is on artificial intelligence, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't educate, about where we think the world's going in terms of augmented reality. I think, for example, Jensen, who I believe is speaking later today, has been talking about artificial intelligence for a really long time. We've been working on, many businesses have been working on artificial intelligence projects for a really, really long time, and it's only now getting, a real moment in the spotlight. And I think that's kind of what's fun about technology, that, it comes in these really massive waves, but often is the result of decades of really hard work by a lot of brilliant folks to make these innovations possible. So we have to keep educating folks about the opportunity in augmented reality, and I think it'll have its moment sometime in the future.
It's so interesting to hear you talk about the waves, because it felt like in the past 2 years we went through a unique wave, and that after the pandemic the ad market boomed and then it cratered. And I think a lot of social media companies, including Snap, are starting to look at subscriptions as an opportunity for their business. But obviously, that's a totally different landscape than what we're used to, both from governing it and from using it. Do you think this push towards subscriptions is going to be the next frontier? Do you think it's just a trend?
Well, I think everyone right now is really focused on diversifying their revenue. You're seeing subscription-based businesses adopt ad models. You're seeing folks who've been selling advertising moving into subscription. So I think in general, folks are looking at diversifying their businesses at this moment in time. And folks are going to try and experiment with a bunch of different things. We never thought that Snapchat Plus could get the traction that it has. Now it has 5 million paying subscribers. So we'll kind of see where it goes from here.
And do you have any plans to enhance the subscription, add new features, or just kind of keep it the way it is?
Oh, we're always adding new features. I mean, it's almost weekly at this point. I think that's one of the reasons why people really love to subscribe. They get access to new features before they become available to our broader community.
In terms of these features, your audience is pretty young. A lot of Snapchat users are Gen Z or millennials like myself, but that means that you have a different responsibility in terms of safety. How do you perceive your role in managing sort of safety innovation for all the tech firms?
Ooh, managing safety for all the tech firms.
No big deal.
What we've always tried to do on safety and privacy is just lead through our products. So for example, 12 years ago now when we started building Snapchat, we talked about the importance of privacy and the connection between privacy and self-expression. People feeling comfortable sharing their full selves with their friends because the images and videos disappear. And we took a data minimization approach to just throw out as much data as we could rather than hoarding data around individuals. And that's another example of something that in the early days people said we were crazy, and then 10 years later people began to really understand the importance of privacy. I think when it pertains to young people, one of the things we've really focused on is building a differentiated experience on Snapchat for people who are under the age of 18. So making it really hard for folks to add friends that they don't know, people who aren't in their contact book or they're not mutual friends with, changing the content experience to make sure that that content is age appropriate for folks under the age of 18, providing a lot of tools for people to get help if they need it. If someone sends them an inappropriate message, they can flag it and report it to our team so that we can help. I also think it's really important to empower parents. So one of the things we've done is built Family Center that we modeled on parents' real-life interactions with their teens. So, for example, we've got a 12-year-old at home, but he's acting like a teenager. And one of the things that we found is we like to know who he's hanging out with, who his friends are. We don't listen to every single conversation he's having with his friends, but it's really helpful for us to understand who he's hanging out with. And so in Family Center, for example, you can link your account with your teen's account and see who they're talking to. You don't get to see the contents of the communication, but you get a sense for who their friends are, and it allows you to start conversations with your teen about who they're communicating with. So I think trying to empower parents and then doing everything we can to make sure people have a safe and positive experience on our service has been really important to us.
And do you think that should be your responsibility or the government's? And I ask because there's so many state laws that are being introduced to limit how kids can access the internet. Utah passed a bill, Arkansas almost had something go into law. Should this be the role of the government to create these rules, or should the platforms hold the responsibility to protect the users?
Well, we really do see it as our responsibility. We think that that's something that's really important. I think what typically happens with regulation is that folks maybe don't see it as their responsibility, or they make mistakes that end up impacting their community, and then regulation's necessary. But I think ideally, if we can continue to innovate and serve our community and keep them safe and give parents great tools, to help stay in touch with their teens and understand what they're doing on our platform, then hopefully it makes the need for regulation maybe less necessary.
Making some of those investments is tough because you have to make sure that you have enough, profit to be able to pour into things like safety, security, innovation. Right now, Snapchat is publicly traded, and it's a brutal time for a lot of companies on the public market. Do you think that for US to stay competitive, the public markets are going to continue to be the way to do that?
Gosh, so this is really about public markets and innovation. I don't think that public market volatility has all that much to do with innovation, to be honest with you. I think one of the things that can slow down innovation, what happens in bigger companies, people become much more focused on getting a promotion, instead of taking a risk, of course, folks become much more focused on quarterly numbers or short-term metrics rather than just serving their community with the best possible products they create. But I think that's really what makes leadership important, why it is so important to create a long-term vision that serves your community, and then think of your share price or your revenue or whatever as an output of the things that you do to serve your customers and make sure they're happy.
Snapchat's down from its pandemic high, as are most tech firms, down trading at around $8. Do you feel pressure from your investors to be doing things in the short term for financial gain, or do you think that they're giving you a long enough leash to be able to make some of these investments?
Well, it's not just our investors. Our team is compensated in stock, so I feel a lot of pressure from our team as well. And we all feel a lot of pressure. We want, of course, to make our business successful for our investors, but most importantly for our community who we serve. We reach over 750 million people around the world who use Snapchat, and we want to make sure we can continue to provide them with a great service.
When we think about this tension in terms of global competition, we talked about this emerging threat from China, coming in to a democratic society. But one thing we haven't talked about is sort of the in-between, which is Europe. And I'm just curious, when you're going to Europe and you're having these types of conversations around competition, what's their take?
Oh, gosh. Well, first of all, I would say I've been very impressed by Europe's thoughtful approach to regulation. They've done a really good job going out and listening, of course, to all of their constituents, but also to the businesses that they seek to regulate. And even though we don't always agree necessarily with the path that they've laid out, we find that their approach is typically really thoughtful, and we can really understand the decision-making process there. So I think just in terms of their legislative process, it has been quite impressive. I think at the same time, they're really thinking about how to jumpstart innovation in Europe itself. There's an incredible amount of technical talent. I think the capital base there is developing, and so they are really working hard to make sure that they can continue to lead and innovate as well. I think where it gets tricky in terms of geopolitics is that Europe is a collection of many different types of countries with many different types of languages and different worldviews, and increasingly I think sometimes they feel stuck in the middle of some of the U.S. and China conversations that are happening right now. So I think Europe's very focused on developing their own vision for the future, being able to have the capacity to invest in it and realize it, while managing some of the emerging tensions between the U.S. and China.
You clearly think about these issues a lot from a 10,000-foot view. You like to study these types of things. Is there a particular industry that you're eyeing right now that's inspiring you, that you're learning from, that you can apply some of those principles to what you're doing today?
Oh, gosh. It's different than the can questions, I have to say.
Very different.
Well, one of the things that really gets me excited right now is all the innovation happening in energy. Energy is vitally important, of course, to the future of our country, but the environment as well. And it flows through every single thing that we touch. The chairs that are made here, the stage, of course, all of us getting here today. And so I think it's going to take real breakthrough innovation in energy to be able to get to where we want to go in terms of the environment. But even more importantly, if we can make energy nearly free and widely available to all people, the innovation that will come out of that can be extraordinary. So in the in California, for example, right now we struggle with water. There's just not enough water to go around, but we have it. It's just in all the wrong places. And if you had nearly infinite energy, you could move that water around in a way that's cost effective and would allow more people to access water cheaply and more cheaply and in abundance. So I'm very interested in a lot of the energy innovation that's happening right now, because I do think it's going to unlock a new era of American abundance if we can really crack some of these very tricky and complex technical problems that could give us nearly free and infinite energy.
Fascinating. Okay, so I work at a company called Axios. We like to end all of our work with one fun thing. So I have one fun thing to ask you. When you come to DC, pretend you have no meetings, no business. What would be your ideal fun day?
I go to Nando's and the Lincoln Memorial. Those are my two.
Humble. Yeah. Amazing. Evan Spiegel, CEO of Snap and co-founder of Snap, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Next up, we are thrilled to be joined by Anna Makanju, Vice President of Global Affairs at OpenAI, in a conversation with Rama Iluru, Senior Director for Society at SCSP. Rama, over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Anna, thank you for being here today.
It's my pleasure.
OpenAI brought the world's attention to large language models. Since the release of chat last November, AI has generated tremendous excitement, but also concern. So much so, as we heard earlier today, that Senate Leader Schumer held an all-day forum on that very topic just last week. Anna was in that room. She's here with us today to talk about how this technology is reshaping our world and how we must in turn shape it. Anna, large language models rock the world, both societies and governments alike. What should this crowd know about generative AI capabilities, and what excites you the most with respect to the positive implications this technology will have on society?
So I think generative AI as a term is a little bit limited because I think especially for people in this room, one of the incredibly useful aspects of this technology is that it's able to analyze immense amounts of information and classify that information, whether that's code or data or text or images. And so it gives you the ability to do much more complex tasks than you otherwise would, but you can do this in natural language, which means there's essentially no barrier to anyone engaging with this technology. So the thing that I think is so exciting about that is that it's an incredibly equalizing force, because it really brings down the cost of cognition, the cost of intelligence. And so it's going to accelerate the access to services that are usually incredibly expensive, like law, like medicine. And some of the applications I've seen that are really incredible, for example, in India, there's an application where through WhatsApp, farmers can actually access invoice information about government services and also receive a response in voice. This is using our models. And obviously, this also means that literacy is not specifically a barrier. So that's really the exciting thing, is that there is such a low barrier to engaging with these tools.
Thank you. So you've worked at the White House and various government leaders on policy development, and now you're leading global affairs at OpenAI. How do you contrast the way policymaking happens with respect to AI in comparison to other issues?
I think that especially having worked in government in the Obama administration, it's been incredible to see how collaborative it has been from the very beginning. So the technology is so incredibly complex that it's essential to have an approach where we are working together. None of us know exactly what the right approach is to make sure that this technology is safe and beneficial, but especially, OpenAI was founded with that as a goal. We're actually governed by a nonprofit with this mission to make sure that the technology benefits humanity. So making sure that it's safe and broadly beneficial is actually the only thing that we're working towards. And so making sure that we're able to be in that conversation with policymakers and consider the incredibly wide ways that this is going to impact all of us together has been, super critical.
OpenAI has joined other top AI companies in launching the Frontier Model Forum, focused on safe and responsible AI development. How do you envision this forum interacting with policymakers and other stakeholders? And perhaps start with an explanation, please, of what the purpose of the forum is.
Sure. The purpose is to make sure that we have the best thinking from the industry around what it actually means to make sure these models are safe. And this is more complex than it sounds, because right now we don't even have a common language to talk about this. We say the same words without meaning the same thing. There's not specific measurements around what good red teaming looks like. So we really want to make sure that we're bringing our best technical expertise to the table here. And that's the purpose of this forum. We want to, and actually governments have asked us to do this. Basically, can we, the companies that are actually at the cutting edge of this technology, have a baseline in terms of what the best practices actually are here. Obviously, we want to make sure that civil society and governments are very closely engaged in that process, that we're not seen as grading our own homework. But without having our best technical experts work on this, I'm not sure we can actually get to a place where we really understand the right safety baseline for the technology.
So in light of companies making voluntary commitments, where do you think regulation is needed? And how should policymakers prioritize these needs?
So we have a really incredible start with these voluntary commitments that we've agreed to, and that just recently the Biden administration announced a whole range of additional companies. And I think this is probably there is some regulatory hardening of some of those commitments that is necessary, but really we also need the work that's happening at the G7 and globally, because it's really important to internationalize and have a global conversation with as many people at the table as possible, given the way that this technology is going to have a profound impact all over the world.
Around the same time that OpenAI released its proprietary LLM, we started seeing open source models like Falcon from the UAE. How do you envision the generative AI ecosystem looking like in 5 years? And how do both proprietary and open source models exist together in the marketplace?
I feel like it's hard to even imagine how different things will be in 5 years. And part of that, of course, is that there will be more powerful models with capabilities that some which we can predict, some which we probably aren't even imagining today. But one thing, I was just looking at some studies about how most Americans now have heard of ChatGPT, but still the overwhelming majority of them have never used it. And this is just the US. So I think it was something like 10% of US adults have ever interacted with it. So one, a lot more people will have used this technology. It's going to be incorporated into all kinds of applications. And also we're going to have models interacting with other models. So just sort of like, the change is going to come both from the integration of this technology into society and from the capabilities that will be increasing. But I was actually just talking to a friend recently who's at the financial services firm, and he's like, well, your models are too expensive for something, so if we use open source for certain parts of this, and then we use yours, and so they actually are using like 3 or 4 of these models already, including ours, in their workflow, and I can imagine that this is also something that's going to happen, which is that you're going to have, even in the same sort of company or workflow, the incorporation of multiple models.
Interesting. So many of the harms that the world worries about cross borders. So how do we, as the United States, work with our partners and allies in addressing these risks?
This is, what's really encouraging here is that this is already happening quite a bit. So the United States has brought a lot of other countries into the conversation on the voluntary commitments. I was just at the UN General Assembly, and it was really interesting to see how many leaders and senior officials from other countries were talking about the voluntary commitments on AI. And Sam and I went on this completely insane trip earlier this year where we visited 22 countries in, I think, a little over 30 days. And I think what was really remarkable is how consistent what we were hearing was across the board, whether it was in Indonesia, or India, or in France. Everybody is really, leaders are really excited about ensuring that they can seize the economic benefits that they know this technology will bring, and of course, establish these guardrails. And there is so much willingness to ensure that that conversation is global, that I actually feel more optimistic than I do on a lot of other issues that we're going to be able to do this in a collaborative way with a lot of these countries at the table.
In your view, do you think it's realistic for broader international cooperation that includes both the United States and the People's Republic of China?
The way that I've thought about this is that on catastrophic risk, I really believe that we will be able to work together because there's a recognition, and we've seen this, and we've seen actually direct statements from Chinese officials that they are very concerned about that aspect of this technology. I'm not saying that it's going to be something that's easy to do, but we've been able to collaborate in the past with adversaries on these kinds of on technologies that can have an impact that is this significant, and I do believe that we will be able to do this here as well.
Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions from the audience. Is that okay? Sure. So let's open it up to audience questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and a mic runner will come to you. There in the back.
Thanks. I had a question about your view on the difference between principles and sort of regulation. That came up, I moderated a panel earlier today, and one of the points that the Minister of Innovation from the UAE spoke about principles and regulation. And so how do you see the two and the differences?
Well, I mean, I think the principles are just important to inform regulation. And what we're doing with the Frontier Model Forum is best practices. So I'm not sure about these different terminologies, but because the technology is evolving so quickly, there may be things that are very difficult to capture with hard regulation. So I think this is just another layer where if we know what principles we're trying to achieve, we are also able to implement areas that are vague in regulation according to those principles.
Any other questions from the audience? She's coming.
Hello, yes, I have a question. How do you compare ChatGPT 4 versus Bing Chat from Microsoft? The reason I'm asking is because I see big difference. ChatGPT is more like you put a prompt and it gives you a lot of text. And in the other one, it's more like a research. Like you ask questions, you get research, you get references. It seems to me that it's more like a sophisticated. Can you tell me the difference?
So they're both operating on the same underlying technology. And actually, I believe this is back, but if not, it will be in a day or two. But we actually have the same capability, browse, within ChatGPT. So you will be able, versus baseline ChatGPT, you're just getting answers based on just the model itself. Whereas with Bing Chat or with Browse, although they are different still, you can actually get it to search for that information and provide you an answer. But both companies, we're separate companies and we build separate products. So of course in terms of our reinforcement learning from human feedback that is continually ongoing with ChatGPT, that may be a reason that you will get some variations. The style will be varied, but you can do the same thing essentially with ChatGPT.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about, let's say there are regulations around safety and security and trust, et cetera, right? Do you see that being a competitive advantage there's more pressure to not share and collaborate with other model creators, for example?
Yeah, could you just repeat that question? I'm not sure I understood it exactly.
So do you see trustworthiness, because I'm focused on trustworthy, so I'm bringing out trustworthy, which is principles such as security, privacy, transparency, et cetera. If these are regulated and are expectations from your particular company and others, it's a very difficult problem to solve and will require some collaboration with other model makers. Do you see an impediment to that because it would be a competitive advantage to not perhaps collaborate?
So I work a lot with our most fierce competitors, and the Frontier Model Forum is actually comprised of Anthropic, Microsoft, OpenAI, and Google. And all of us are really closely aligned on safety interventions. First of all, I think that's partially self-serving because what we found is that products that incorporate trustworthiness and safety are actually more useful and are more popular with users. So we are incentivized in any event to make products that incorporate these principles, but also the industry itself needs to ensure that we have the trust of our users. Because if not, that's actually something that's going to be problematic for all of us. Right now, I'm sure everyone has seen the polls that people have a lot of anxiety about artificial intelligence generally. So there are many ways to collaborate without sharing information that is proprietary somehow. And we often do have our antitrust lawyers in the room when we're together to make sure that it doesn't get into anything that is competitive. But that still leaves a lot of issues that we can discuss and make progress on.
I think we have time for one more question.
Is this working? Yeah. Hey, Anna, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Quick question for you. When you saw for the first time GPT-4, what was your reaction?
So even before that, because I am not someone who had a lot of experience with large language models, but and also I went to law school and I spent 5 years working as a lawyer. And the first time I even saw GPT-3, I was like, oh my God, thank God I'm not a lawyer anymore. Lawyers are done. But I think that I've really, I have recalibrated my views there because, back when I was in law school, I remember asking someone who had been in law for many years, what did you guys do before like LexisNexis and Westlaw? And he was like, we had a life. Because back then you could go to a book, you could look up a case, you could cite the case, and you're like, okay, I'm all done. But with Lexis and Westlaw, you're expected to cite every case that has ever been written on that issue of law in the history of time. So I think what is happening is that what you're expected to deliver was, the quality of product is just going to go up. So unfortunately, I think lawyers are just going to have even more work, not less. And so, yeah, but being in government for 8 years, I was like, God, I wish I had this, including on the high side, because the ability to surface insights from massive amounts of information is so incredibly useful. GPT-4, it was a huge leap across the board in so many of these capabilities. Honestly, I really think that this was part of the reason that the massive success of ChatGPT was a bit of a surprise, because internally we had already had GPT-4 and we were using it, and so we're like, yeah, ChatGPT is fine, but it's like not as good as GPT-4, so I'm sure people will like it, but not that much. So I think we're just poorly calibrated, because I think with all technology there is this thing where the first time you see it, you're like, oh my God, this is magic. And I think this is happening with ChatGPT, where people are like, this is unbelievable. I can't believe it can do this. And now people are just like, well, it's not really that great in these 10 aspects. So people get very quickly accustomed to it.
One more? Sure.
Oh. Hello, I'm interested in ChatGPT and intellectual property. So when I ask AI, maybe combined with DALL-E 3 now, to make me a portrait in the style of Picasso's Blue Period. Is that infringing upon Picasso's copyright or ChatGPT's copyright, or is that my own personal artistic product? Who should get the intellectual property validation for the work that is made in collaboration with these models?
This is such a great question, although it's actually two questions, because one question is about the style, artists and what compensation they should get from images that might be in their models or might be referenced by their models, and then separately, what should be the approach for art or outputs of these models. And I think both questions are, there's currently a better legal answer to the first question, although it is obviously being discussed quite a bit, than the second one, where a lot of artists, when I use DALL-E, no matter how good my prompt is, I can't get it to generate the kinds of things that I see artists generate when they use DALL-E. It's like a night and day. It's really quite remarkable. And so there are quite a few artists that come to us and say that, they're quite troubled by the fact that this conversation doesn't take into account what their contribution is to the generation of these images. But on the first question, one thing we've actually done with DALL-E 3 is to make sure that it doesn't generate outputs of works in the style of living artists. Now, some artists may want that, so we do give them the option of contacting us and say, hey, no, actually, I want people to be doing this, or vice versa, if they're not included in our list of artists, then they can add themselves to the list, and we will not generate images in their style. So this is a really evolving a question, and so our approach has to evolve, but we really want to make sure that creators are part of this conversation and part of this process, and that they feel like they can leverage and benefit these tools rather than be harmed by them.
Anyone else? In the back.
Hi, I'm a student at Penn currently, interested in cooperative AI, and I was quite interested when you brought up the interactions between different models. I'm possibly thinking of things like interactions between models that you put out, that competitors put out, and what OpenAI's plan is for I guess like managing the interactions in a positive way, whether they're going to be regulated differently, whether they're going to be like, I guess like moderated differently. Just curious.
The interactions between models, you mean?
Yes, interactions between models.
It's an interesting question. I mean, right now we have use case guidelines that prevent certain applications of the models or certain kind of data being put in or being produced by the models. And so that would apply for, I think, the models' interactions with other models as well. But it's a really good point that I think that is not really an area of focus for current regulation, is the model-to-model interaction, because it's, of course, the user-to-model interaction or the construction of the model itself, what kinds of testing should happen on the model. I resent you for opening up a new area of regulatory thinking that I need to engage in more.
Sure.
I'm going. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. So my question is that generative AI has like rapidly grown, and we're seeing several applications being implemented, whether it's e-commerce or like entertainment. So from a more business perspective, I was wondering what, as per you, in the next few years, is an area of application with the highest potential value and the least potential risk?
This is such an interesting question, because at OpenAI, our approach really is to be the intelligence layer. So we have this, we have one application, ChatGPT, but overall, we want to be sort of the layer that people build on. And right now, what we work with our developers to make sure they're abiding by our use case guidelines, but for the most part, we are not overseeing like what we want to, and we have a fund and other ways that we work with people to encourage the use cases of the models that we want to see. For now, I think that areas of really high risk are where there are automated decision making by these models in areas that are really relevant to ensuring that people get access to resources. And so we prohibit most of the use cases. So you can't have an application without a human in the loop making determinations about hiring or providing financial assistance. And so that seems pretty high risk. But overwhelmingly, the ways that people use these models are kind of in their daily lives to assist them. So they're relatively low risk. And even in high-risk areas, for example, one of my very favorite examples is the Trevor Project. They built an automated, basically an automated avatar for their suicide prevention counselors to train with. So it's a high-risk area because of mental health, but it's not a direct interaction with the artificial intelligence, so they found a way to minimize the risk. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
We're out of time. Anna, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for your insights. Please help me show our gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Our next panel will tackle the future of technology and civil society. For this conversation, we are thrilled to be joined by Uranik Begu, Director for Western Balkans at the Plug and Play Tech Center, and Leopoldo Lopez, freedom activist from Venezuela and co-founder of the World Liberty Congress. And on that, I leave you with our moderator, Jonas Perello-Plessner, Executive Director of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation. Following this panel will be a fireside chat conversation with Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang.
Thank you, and it's wonderful to be here. I think I first wanted to hear how many, like myself, and I know Joe and a couple more, and Geely, have been here since the morning. There we go. Well done. This means you're staying till the end. This is wonderful. I mean, and I think it's been such great conversations we've had all day, so we will continue that. So thanks to the CSSP for having me join as well. They are a partner of ours with the Alliance of Democracies, and I'm excited to be doing this panel here together with two great gentlemen. And I think when you just get their titles, and you hear Leopoldo Lopez, co-founder of the World Liberty Congress, Uranik Begu, director of the Plug and Play Tech Center, you think, okay, what's that? But behind that are some really fascinating personal stories, family stories as well. I think last night when we were talking, we found out it wasn't just in this generation that you've been fighting for freedom, but actually sort of for three generations. So Uranik, your mom has been a women's rights advocate in Kosovo for years, been in prison for that, but also been in parliament. Leopoldo, your granddad, and yourself have been in prison fighting for freedom and democracy in Venezuela. So I think you come to this with this technology discussion with these sort of very strong democracy perspectives on it as well. So I think that's also what you're going to get here in the next 30 minutes. I would say stay tuned for that. I'm really excited about being up here on stage with you guys and look forward to hearing from you. We do also take audience questions in this session. So just raise your hand at some point and I will spot you and we'll send you a microphone so that we can get you into the debate. It's a good way when you've been here all day. You also want to be engaged. But Uranik, let me start with you and kind of your perspective. Just tell us a little bit more. I gave a teaser here about you and what you do and what your perspectives are on what we're discussing here on technology, democracy, and civil society.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and I also want to thank the amazing team for organizing this summit and obviously for extending the invitation. It's a special honor and privilege to be here and to address you today and obviously bring a perspective of a smaller community among this big picture which we're trying to present today. You mentioned part of the story, which is not only my family's, but the whole country. And I think this is where we get the motivation to make really that substantial change and drive and the need to continue fighting for not only for freedom, but also a strong democracy, which is an ongoing struggle. You mentioned generations, and I think this is related to many people around the world, but also you find within us the strong motivation to keep making this fight and win this let's say, through this struggle. My approach has been different. I avoided entering into politics. I chose economic empowerment of young people to be one of the areas which I wanted to extend my work and also efforts. So in my previous role as an executive director of Innovation Center Kosovo, that's exactly what I did. With many partners in Kosovo and also international donor organizations, we really focused a lot on how do we empower young people to become independent. And I think that is the backbone of any strong democracy, empowering women and young people to really have their voices heard, but through different perspectives, so they can create for themselves, but also for the future generations. And there is not a stronger, I would say, effort than this in order to really have a strong democracy. You would find this an important step because countries that are in transition, such as Kosovo, which have emerged from the war and also is struggling to have really a strong democracy, this is an imperative for this change. And at Innovation Center Kosovo, that's exactly what we did. Now we're at a different stage. We have made our voices heard. We have a strong community. Kosovo has been branded as a young startup nation. We had a chat with friends from Israel and also some visits with Estonia and other nations, and it resembles. It's the youngest nation in Europe, and also has become a role model in the Western Balkans on what we can achieve with young people that are there. But I would argue it's not enough. And when I was talking to my wife about coming to this summit, and she was seeing me getting ready, she was like, wow, you wouldn't do this for me. 20 hours, 20 hours, one-way flight for a 10-minute speech. I was like, listen, I didn't give her an answer, but I'm giving her now, and I'm sure she's following online.
I'm sure she's listening.
I'm sure she is. She asked me. I believe in what the program is doing. I believe in what this summit and all of us represent here today. And even if my modest contribution is here with my presence, I want to show that the inclusiveness that you bring as a project and inviting us, it really means a lot for us, but it also means a lot for you, because that's the only way we can make this way forward and succeed together.
Thank you, Oren. Maybe just a quick follow-up question before I turn to Leopoldo would be on, I mean, we've discussed technology all day, both as a battleground between the US and China, then in a very optimistic version when we had Audrey Tang, the Taiwan's digital minister, on stage. Where are you on that spectrum? Would you see it in Kosovo? Is technology something that basically enhances Kosovo's democracy, or also something of a danger?
And absolutely, technology will be the core of our economic development, because if you look at our recent history, obviously we came from a very centralized system, which was the Federal Socialist Republic of Yugoslavia, and then we had, immediate to that, we had the war, so we had two sort of destructions. One was the core system, and then also the destruction from bombings and everything else. So I think as a region, we're still failing to see what is our, let's say, value proposition in terms of economic offering. And I think once we figure this out, and with whom we want to partner, I think we have stronger chances of having a strong and democratic institutions. And in this context, with the emerging technologies and the way we are embracing it, we are at the crossroad, unfortunately, and we're still very fragile. And that's why I believe the way we work with allies, with partners, in this context, I mean also the US corporates, not only the government, because what we've seen so far in Kosovo and also in the region is a big presence of USAID funds, mainly through USAID and MCC, but very little corporate activities, particularly from the tech. And this is my message and my, let's say, invitation for US corporates to be there, be present where technologies are being developed, and really work together in what I believe is a joint future of co-creating together, because this is the only way we can grow and sustain our freedoms and democracies. So yes, technology is at the core of this. And although small, we definitely are ready to be part of this co-creation and utilize technology for a better future for all of us.
Wonderful, Ronik. We've just had OpenAI and Chat on stage, so I'm sure Snap, sorry, on stage, so I'm sure they're going to Kosovo next. We're also the panel that you might have noticed, the only one with non-Americans. So this is the panel of the interesting accents where you can sit and figure out where is that guy from. But next is Leopoldo Lopez. If I would say, and I can say that as the moderator and use that privilege, if Venezuela were a free country, I'm sure that you'll be voted in as the president. So every time I'm on stage on you, I'm very honored. And I know you're fighting for that change in Venezuela, but also very interested in your perspectives on how you use technology in that fight.
Well, thank you very much to all of you and to the organizers. Just very briefly, I'm from Venezuela, as you said. I was mayor for 8 years of Caracas, the capital, and then I was banned to run for office. And we built a nonviolent civil resistance movement. And in the year 2014, we called for protest, and tens of thousands of people went to the streets, and that took me to prison. I spent the next 7 years between military prison, house arrest, in the embassy, and I escaped at the end of 2020. Against my will. I never wanted to leave my country, but it was the only alternative I had at the time. And since then, I've been meeting people from all over the world that have very similar stories. People that led protests from Hong Kong to Zimbabwe to Belarus to Nicaragua, Cuba. And we figured out a couple of things. The first is that we were not only facing our local autocrat, that we were facing and we were confronting a network of autocracy. Some of that was mentioned this morning. H.R. McMaster was mentioning, what cocktail party would you like to go, the one of the autocrats or the one of the free world? And that is something that is happening. And in autocratic countries like Venezuela, we are seeing the consequences. And the second realization was that we are not working together. The democracy defenders, the freedom movements of the world, we were not working together, not even the regional ones. So we decided to articulate an alliance. It's called the World Liberty Congress. It started last year. We had our first meeting in Lithuania. We gathered over 180 leaders from 44 autocratic regimes. And we have been engaged in different action-oriented initiatives. And one of the issues that is of prime importance to us is the use of technology. Not for technology's sake, but for the things technology can do. And I believe that technology can provide independence to individuals. So different ways to provide independence to individuals. Independence to communicate through a VPN. That is something that is very important in countries that are under autocracies, and is particularly important when there are moments of protest. So in Iran, in Venezuela, in Belarus, when the protests were massive, people were tapping into VPNs in order to get information. So that's one way of providing people independence. Another way of providing people independence is financial independence. One of the things that autocrats are doing all over the world, from Russia to China to Belarus to Myanmar, Venezuela, Nicaragua, is to ban, to prohibit the independence of NGOs. So NGOs, political parties, movements are banned from the financial system. And that makes their work very difficult. So we have been using stablecoins and Bitcoin in order to go around the restrictions to the financial system. We started in 2020. It was COVID, and there were some funds that were seized by the US government from Venezuela. And we put together a program to provide assistance, direct assistance to medical doctors and nurses. And the only way to do that directly was through the use of a stablecoin. And we were able to get a license from OFAC and Treasury, the first one that OFAC and Treasury provided to use crypto. And we provided direct assistance to 85,000 medical doctors and nurses. So this is one clear example of the things that we can do. Just last week, we had an event where we gathered activists from the 4 autocratic countries in the Western Hemisphere: Nicaragua, Cuba, Bolivia, and Venezuela. And one of the modules that we provide support is financial freedom. Is providing this type of tools, and of course, communications. And that's the third area of tech that I believe is very important, is the content of communication. Think of Twitter 20 years ago, or 15 years ago. When we called for protests in 2014, the social media space was a virgin, in the sense that autocrats were not part of that conversation. Today, it's completely contaminated. Today, it's completely hijacked by the autocrats. So it's not the same story that we had 10 years ago. However, these are things that technology can provide. So when we think about technology and democracy, more than thinking about what's behind the technology, from at least my perspective, is what type of tools, what type of independence technology can provide to individuals from autocratic regimes. I am absolutely certain that the large part of the world, more than 80% of the population, as we learned in Copenhagen Summit that John has put together a couple of months ago, that World polling shows that 80% of the people in the world want to be free. However, 70% of the world's population is living under some sort of autocracy. So it's not that people don't want to be free, it's just that they are not free because autocrats are holding on to power. And for sure, technology can provide the means of independence that can provide the strength to push against autocratic regimes. So I really congratulate this summit and the focus of the summit. And I would ask you to think about freedom and democracy when you think about technology, because technology is also being used by autocrats. It's being used for social surveillance. It's being used to control. So technology is not neutral. Technology requires a value orientation, and I believe that all of us here believe that freedom and democracy and human rights and the rule of law are the things that we should push for.
Thank you, Leopoldo. If Uranik at the end gave sort of his perspective to the tech companies, what he would like to see them do, you invited them to Kosovo, among other things. What for you, if you had a couple of asks and you could say, and you still had the CEO of Snap up here on stage or some of the other companies, what would be the thing as a freedom fighter that you would like to see technology companies do more?
Well, before asking technology companies, I think that there is an infrastructure issue that needs to be addressed. And it's very, very obvious, but sometimes it's not part of the conversation, which is free and uncensored access to internet and access to smartphones. Without that, the type of technology that we could be discussing it's theoretical. Without access to internet, without the adequate tools to use that technology, of course, there are huge limitations. So I truly believe that the free world needs to come together to figure out a way to provide free and uncensored access to internet under autocratic regimes. And this can be done. The technology is out there, much in the same way that the world came together to provide a vaccine after COVID. I believe that the free world needs to come together to figure out a way by which billions of people in the world can have access to internet and to smartphones. And once you have that, then you can start talking about other alternatives and other uses of technology. But that's the bare basics of technology that we require. In most of the countries that are autocratic, the access to internet is very limited or is censored. So this is an issue that I truly believe needs to be of high importance of the free world, of the US, of Europe, of all of the free nations, to figure out a way to provide this alternative to communicate for billions of people.
That's good. Uranik, you wanted to jump in on that? Or?
No, I mean, we are definitely now on a different stage. And I echo and I understand the challenges that, because we've been there. Luckily, we are at a stage where now we're developing. And at this stage of development, basically what we're doing is we're just tapping into our potential and we're presenting the opportunities. I'll take some very good examples that might surprise some people here. For example, in 2016, NASA Space App Challenge, which is globally organized, a team from Kosovo won the global competition, and then we were invited in Kennedy Space Shuttle to see a rocket launch. So talent is there. The question is, how do we utilize, how do we come together to let this talent grow into strong businesses? And I go back to my term, which I love, of co-creation. You mentioned plug and play. Now in my new role, something positive which we're seeing is financial, the US capitals such as VCs are coming into the region, and that's a step forward toward this growth. And empowering, again, in this case, young people, which I think are crucial in this process. So we are in different stages. I understand fully the importance on how do we embrace also this technology, but for smaller communities, the growth stage is super important, and I think this is where we need you all.
Great. This is the civil society discussion, so it's of course also yours, so open for dialogue. So questions, if there's some, just raise your hand, and I will see you, and you can get into the debate, and then I get somebody, I think somewhere with a microphone to come over and join you. Do I see any hands? What about Eva? No? Okay. Well, Eva had Maidel, who's one of our other panelists, had a question just before we went on stage on social trust. So I think we can.
I'll bring something else.
Okay, now you go. There.
Okay.
Over here. Let's see who's fastest. This is good. Competition. Yeah.
Thank you. My comment/question probably going to be a little bit different than what I mentioned earlier to the two excellent speakers and the moderator. And it's about the fact that I have a second hat, which is presiding over a civil society organization. And I work in the European Parliament as a member of the European Parliament. And we try to have a very open process in Europe about what is the next big thing for Europe. And we call it the so-called conferences of the future of Europe, where we were supposed to decide, whether in economic terms or in social terms, what's the next thing? Can technology help? Can it not, to achieve that next thing? And in many other domains. And when the role of civil society had to be brought in this process, even for us, it was difficult to find a way how to incorporate their voice. And what I notice very often, and I know there are people working in institutions and representing different governments, I kind of feel that your voice is not often represented enough in decisions in democratic countries as well that are being taken. So what can we do more that your voice is taken into account in crucial decisions? Technology, we understand, can empower people, from your examples, can also empower the autocrats. But those that are willing to listen, how do we make sure that your voice is more present? What is your experience so far? Because I had to convince often people in high positions in Europe that were like, why should we listen to civil society? They're the opposite opinion of ours. And I think it's so important to involve them in conversation. So it's a bit different, but I think it's extremely important.
Wonderful, Eva. Thanks a lot. Ulrich, you want to start, and then Leopoldo?
I'll start, but in our case, Innovation Center, which we're referring today, now I'm also on the board of that, is a foundation. And as a civil society, I think we were the pioneers and also the ecosystem itself. So we had a different situation. We were leading the pathway forward in embracing technology and introducing also strategies, working with the government. So we were at the forefront. So our situation was a little bit different. But now that it became a topic, because our discussion was 10 years ago, it seems like we're being now ignored. Now we're losing that voice. And you feel like once they catch up, there's a tendency to start ignoring you. And this is where we need more empowerment. In this context, I believe, especially for smaller communities such as ours, I think this partnership with ally countries and bigger corporates that would make a statement will keep us at the pace where we need to be in order to have our voices heard. Of course, it's an ongoing challenge. It will be an ongoing challenge. But the communities are there. And we also need to, I think we need to also shift, and I'm talking about the regional context. We need to shift the narrative on how do we approach for help or for cooperation. Most of the times, it was the me sort of thing. And we never had a real offer for our partners and our allies on how do we create together. There's a story about this guy who was having coffee in one of the coffee shops, and there's a homeless person asking for funds, and all it said on his sign was, I'm homeless, I'm a war veteran, I haven't eaten in 3 days, I'm sick, I'm this and that. And as this guy's having his coffee, he sees he's not getting too much support or help. And then he goes to him and said, can I change your sign? He says, yeah, please. And he put something like this: if you give every month, please do not forget about me the next month. And then people, as they were walking, they started throwing money because it made them feel guilty that they haven't given. So sometimes changing this narrative from me to what I can do for you And this is, again, my presence here is exactly that. What can we do for you in this path toward becoming stronger together? Although we are small, although we are sometimes not so powerful, there is something we can do to make you feel better, but also in our case, to grow together stronger. And I think also this is also valid for our governments. It's not only we need help, as in civil society in our region is always crying for help and for funds, to be honest. And sometimes we have to get at the core of it, and we have to shift our storytelling narrative, but also objectives as a civil society. And I think technology can obviously play an important role.
Maybe just to interject and then jump over to Leopoldo. We had Audrey Tang earlier on stage, the Taiwan's digital minister. I think some of the examples from Taiwan are also really fascinating of co-creation, of using civil society. So Eva, that could be a good trip next time to Taiwan to see how that works. And I think the example that I think Tang also drew out on how, for example, on masks during COVID, they actually let citizens keep telling where are their masks and what pharmacies are they being sold out, so you didn't have kind of long queues or people piling them up. That was a way of kind of working with the public around a social sort of health issue, a public health issue. So I think that's also interesting ways to integrate civil society. Leopoldo?
No, very briefly. I want to answer that question not from the perspective of the civil society of a democratic country, but from the civil society of an autocratic regime. And I believe that we can find strength in being together. I now have as my friends the people who led the protest in Belarus, in Hong Kong, in Russia, in Nicaragua, in Venezuela, in Zimbabwe, in Uganda. And the news cycle, it's always putting an issue on top, and that means that other issues go below. So I'm convinced that bringing together the larger problem, which is autocracy versus democracy, tyranny or liberty, and talking from different perspectives, from different countries, and talking to the people from the free world of why this is important. I think that it's a great danger that the people from free countries think that what's happening outside your borders is of no concern. It will get you, if the world becomes more autocratic, if autocrats win the struggle between autocratic regimes and the free world, it's going to affect the lives of everybody. So as you said, I think that the strength in working together, in having a similar voice, in having similar objectives in what we ask for it's crucial. And there are economies of scale in technology for sure. So talking about the use of technology for Venezuela, it's one discussion, but talking about the use of technology for 70% of the world population of most of the countries is a different conversation. So scaling up the conversation, putting the real issue out there that there is clearly a challenge between autocracy and democracy. And as it was said this morning, we are losing. So far, the 21st century has not seen one stable transition to democracy in 23, 24 years. We have seen the contrary. So this needs to be something of concern, not only for governments of the free world, but for the people of the free world. And coming together with a single objective, which is freedom, human rights, the rule of law, free and fair elections, is something that will create the strength in the numbers.
Thank you, Leopoldo. Maybe to add to that, I think it's really important that we see this in a larger context. When I was at a conference in Kigali, Rwanda, also speaking on some of the same issues on China, US, and technology, they were also, but we just want technology that works, as you were also saying. So that's sort of the fundamental. And then when I went a little bit around the country, came through a sort of smaller town, and there were basically only Huawei stores the whole main street. And you're like, okay, this makes it pretty, for them, there's not much of a choice if you want a phone. This is basically what you have as option. So I think that's a really important point to get in as well. This fundamental, as you were saying, it's the basic infrastructure, smartphones and so on, that also count in this. We're about to come to a close on this, so I want all of you to help me thank our two panelists. It's been wonderful being on stage with both of you. And of course, our wonderful hosts here as CSSP. I'm delighted to have flown over to Washington, which I used to call home for 5 years. But being here with a great group, and look forward to, you all get a Medal of Valor, all the ones that stayed till the end. And you've basically done a marathon of technology and democracy, so that's well done. So with that, let's thank our panelists.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Nvidia's CEO, Jensen Huang, joining us on screen for a conversation moderated by David Lin, Senior Director for Platforms at SCSP.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a marathon, not a sprint, so keep that in mind. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from someone at the center of the AI revolution, Jensen Huang, the CEO of Nvidia. Nvidia, as I'm sure everyone in this room knows, is a full-stack tech company that is really paving the way for global tech innovation. We wanted to invite Jensen to speak about the future of AI and technology and how it will transform all aspects of our lives. And so with that, Jensen, welcome to SCSP's Global Emerging Tech Summit.
Thank you. I wish I were there in person. Happy to support this important work.
We're super excited to have you, and thanks again for taking the time. So let's get started. Jensen, we've had a long day so far. We've been hearing from a range of industry, government, thought leaders who have been offering their perspectives and their visions on the future of geopolitics, the future of national security, the future of technology policy. You've spoken about the importance of having perspective as opposed to vision. What was your perspective in 1993 when you founded NVIDIA, and how's that changed or stayed the same 30 years later to today?
We founded the company at the beginning of the microprocessor revolution. Silicon Valley was buzzing with what CPUs could do, what microprocessors could do, and just about every single company was focused on building microprocessor systems. And we believed that there were applications problems that general purpose computing don't solve very efficiently. But that if we added a specialized type of processor, a throughput-oriented parallel processing system, that doesn't run everything, but can accelerate certain functions within an application extraordinarily, orders of magnitude faster, 1,000 times faster, 100 times faster, that there are certain types of applications we could make possible, that we could democratize these types of applications and make it more available to people. And we called it accelerated computing. And 30 years later, it is true that CPUs no longer scale very easily, and we can no longer, because of the applications that we are running today, we can no longer afford to just use brute force CPU scaling. And so as a result, we find ourselves at the center of two fundamental computing transitions. One towards accelerated computing, because we need the order of magnitude reduction in cost and power, while we need that orders of magnitude increase in scale to solve some interesting problems. You know, of course, the early problems that we solved were really, really quite terrific to me personally. Molecular dynamics, the ability to do CT reconstruction with ultra low dose X-rays, seismic processing, image processing, and all of those types of applications. And then about 13 years ago or so, 14 years ago, we started to see the beginnings of what is now called deep learning, what people all understand to be deep learning. And we saw a whole new way of doing software. And what I was excited about was enabling this universal function approximator, where you give this piece of software a whole bunch of examples, and it doesn't really matter how big the data is and how much dimensionality is in the data, that with large enough computers, you could learn the function from the examples, and otherwise known as machine learning. And we were fortunate to realize several things, that this isn't just some computer vision miracle that happened, but this is a whole new fundamental way of doing software. Remember, AI is not a widget, AI is software. And it's a new way of doing software. And then the second thing that we realized, and that transformed the company in the last decade or so, is that AI is not a chip problem, that AI is a systems problem. Because the amount of data that you want to train with, and the amount of the size of the models you want to train with are so large that you really have to rethink how computing is done and how accelerated computing was done altogether. And we transformed ourselves into a systems company. And today we're a data center scale company. Almost everything that we do includes processors and networking and software and switches and silicon photonics and all of this incredible technology that what makes large data centers today. And so I think that perspective of wanting to solve problems that normal computers can't led us to today, and that mission statement, if you will, that sense of purpose for solving those type of problems remain at the company today.
That's a great segue to our next question, which is that as again, the room knows, NVIDIA graphics processing units are really fueling today's momentum behind generative AI. SCSP just published a series of memos on generative AI, and in the report we talk about how Gen AI is changing the very nature of the kinds of innovation you're making reference to. You've described NVIDIA as the engine of AI and characterized Gen AI as unlocking the production of intelligence. What's the implication of all of this? What are some of the Gen AI applications that you're most excited about? What are some of the applications that you're most concerned about?
Yeah, David, you touched upon a couple of themes, and one of the themes, and I'll just touch on it really quickly and then move on to applications, is how people think about computers and how people think about data centers. For the vast majority of the last 30 years or so, people thought of data centers as a place where you store files and where you might be able to might do some computing. But I feel that long term, it is very likely that almost every company will learn how to use generative AI, how to harness this capability, and produce intelligence. And what I mean by that is, if you abstract out what NVIDIA does for a living, there are all these electronics and software that sits inside a data center. You apply electricity to it, and tokens come out. And so if you simply reduce the problem that we do with raw data that comes in and in valued tokens that comes out, we're really a intelligence manufacturing system. It's no different than water goes in, steam comes out. Water goes in, electricity comes out, you apply fire. Oil goes in, crude goes in, and refined gasoline comes out. And so in the future, you're going to have data that goes into a building, and that building is going to do basically one thing. And it's going to work all day, all night, and it's going to produce intelligence that we apply, in certain amounts to almost every application that we do. The applications that we originally saw were related to perception of all kinds, radar perception, camera perception, microphone perception, sonic perception, all kinds of different types of perception capabilities. So speech recognition became possible, computer vision became possible, and it started off a whole bunch of industrial revolutions in autonomous driving, of course, in robotics, of course, surgical robots, all kinds of interesting applications, and it moved entire industries. We're now at a place where the type of applications are really quite extraordinary. And the reason for that is because we made a breakthrough, the industry made a breakthrough in language understanding. And it's just not language of humans, we created that language, but it's the language of just about everything that has structure. And of course, a lot of things have structure, otherwise the world would be white noise. And so we now recognize the structure of chemicals, we recognize the structure of genes and proteins and structures of proteins and leading to enzymes and molecules and cells eventually. We'll be able to understand the structure of a whole bunch of different biologics that I think is going to be really exciting. And so the area that we're doing a lot of work and I'm really excited about is generative AI for understanding the language of biology. And we see a whole bunch of exciting startups that are doing work in this area. Exscientia, they're engineering antibiotics. Evozyme, they're engineering enzymes, biological catalysts for all kinds of different applications. It could be for consumer goods. It could be for combating climate change with enzymes that could help to absorb carbon, industrial applications, agriculture applications. So the ability for humans now to be able to engineer proteins, not just engineering chips, not just engineering software, but engineering proteins, has such extraordinary opportunities. And maybe in a larger sense, AI for biology, but AI for science. The thing that's really cool about a universal function approximator is it might not allow you to understand causality, but in many fields of science, we understand the Maxwell's equations. We understand thermodynamics. We understand how things conduct. We understand the basic science, and we've understood it for a very long time. But we've never been able to do it at a sufficient scale because the principled mathematics of the science is too computationally intensive. And so for the very first time, we could use AI with the purpose of not trying to understand the basic science, but to scale up the systems so that we can emulate extraordinarily large systems. And one of the areas where we're trying to model the large system is the entire climate of the Earth. And we call it Earth 2. And we've successfully now demonstrated that we can accelerate weather prediction and climate physics prediction by about 100,000 times. And so there's a belief system that AI takes a lot of energy. In fact, it's exactly the opposite. AI is supremely energy efficient. Now, the reason for that is because a few people train the language models. A few people train the models, but many can operate the models. And when you operate the models, you save an enormous amount of energy. And the reason for that is because you do it so efficiently in predicting the output. You're not going through a whole lot of principled mathematics, you're just predicting the output. And so in the case of our climate simulation system or emulation system, not a simulation, but an emulation system, we're able to predict weather and climate so effectively that the amount of energy we use is dramatically reduced. And so this is an area that I think a lot of people misunderstand about AI, and I hope that there's a lot deeper understanding of this area where we realize that pushing forward into AI is the best way for us to reduce the energy consumed of computing and for a whole bunch of other things. And so, anyways, I'm excited about AI for science. I'm excited about AI for biology.
That's really cool. Let's pull on that thread of applications for a little bit, but take it in a slightly different direction. Given NVIDIA's roots in gaming and computer graphics, how do you foresee the evolution of virtual and augmented realities impacting not just entertainment, but other sectors like education, training, manufacturing? And how is Nvidia preparing for this kind of blended reality future?
We're working a lot in the whole area of virtual reality. And virtual reality, let me just redefine virtual reality as using a computer to recreate what otherwise is physically based and real. I don't mean just putting on glasses, I just mean the computation of it. Virtual reality will be essential for the next generation of AI. And the reason for that is because there are many forms of AI that interact with the physical world, robotics, for example, or AI that has to be grounded in the knowledge of physics. For example, AI for biology. It has to be grounded in an understanding of biology. And in order for an AI to be grounded in physics, you have to simulate in physics. This is no different than airplane pilots who learn how to fly a plane or stay sharp about their flying skills by sitting in flight simulators. In the future, AIs will have to sit in simulators. And in those simulators, they'll learn how to perform their tasks, they'll refine their skill, and they'll give us the opportunity to change the loss function, change the reward function, so that the robot could perform new skills and be better aligned or be better adapted. And so virtual reality will be essential to the future of AI. It is also the case that AI will be able to interact with humans through augmented reality. And in fact, we do it already today. When you interact with ChatGPT, it's an augmented reality system. It just happens to be that you're typing it into a phone, or you're talking into a phone, but obviously ChatGPT could speak back to you, right directly into a microphone in your ear, or it could generate images directly into your glasses. And so augmented reality is the way that AI, if you will, leaves the virtual world and interacts and helps us in our physical world. And virtual reality is how computers and AI could interact so that AIs could learn how to be smarter AIs. And so I think that it was fashionable to talk about AR and VR a few years ago. But fashion or not, on first principle basis, innovators have to think about the fundamental reasons why certain technologies are essential in the future. And there's no question VR and AR are essential in the future. And every single AI will have a digital twin. And that digital twin will come into our physical world through AR. That digital twin will learn how to be an excellent AI using VR. And so the interesting, maybe an interesting thing is that computer graphics or GPUs enabled modern AI. And then the next thing that happened was AI helped Nvidia reinvent computer graphics. The last 5 years, we've used AI to completely reinvent computer graphics. And now we're going to use computer graphics, this reinvented way of doing computer graphics, to help AI reach the next level. And so I'm glad you asked that question. The computer graphics, GPUs, AIs, they're all really intertwined.
It's the innovation that begets more innovation.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So we've talked about your vision. We've talked about how that's changed. We've talked about hardware. We've talked about applications. We've talked about software. Now, none of this works without people. And you've said before that hiring the right people is 99% of a CEO's job. How do you think about talent and innovation, as well as workforce development and immigration in the context of the tech industry today?
The fundamental job of a CEO is to create the engine of creating the products that they sell. And the engine of our company is the workforce and the way that they work together. And it's a tricky thing to go do because in order to have an innovation engine, you need talent, but talent won't come unless there's a sense of purpose. And that sense of purpose can't be realized and can't be activated without a platform that translates all of that talent into something useful. And so this talent purpose platform this soup, if you will, is the classic chicken and egg problem of a company. And I've been lucky that I've been CEO for almost 31 years now. And I remember the first people that I hired, and I recruited talent this morning. And what I do for a living is to create the conditions by which amazing people could do their life's work. And this engine of talent, purpose, and innovation platform for every CEO is a great challenge. And there's no easy answers to it, aside from the talent will only come if the quality of work is good. The talent and the quality of work can only turn into value if the innovation platform is useful. Now, the one area that I would say is that increasingly the vast majority of our new talent, the new source of AI talent, comes from universities. And this is really quite an extraordinary thing, because the rate of progress in AI is so fast, and all of the knowledge is so modern, so fresh, that the vast majority of the talent is in universities. And so I would encourage us to be really mindful and really thoughtful about immigration, so that we could train the world's talent in AI, but keep them here. We are really fortunate to be a place where people love to come work. Our attrition rate is world-class low in technology. It's only 2.5% to 3% globally. And so we're a 30,000 people company, and people love to stay, and people like to come. And so I would encourage us to be really, really thoughtful about immigration. We are so fortunate to be the place where the world wants to come and educate, and we hope that they continue to feel safe to stay, that they feel welcome to stay, and that's increasingly something of concern. This is I think the source of the IP of the United States, and this is the source of our innovation engine, or the source of our talent. Yep. And I hope we continue to be the place where people like myself, a long time ago, I had the benefit of coming to this country, and this was the land of dreams for us, and of course, in my case, it was a dream come true. But I hope that this will be an opportunity for so many more generations to come.
I think that's absolutely right. And along those same lines, too, I know when you gave that speech at Taipei University, National Taipei University, that made the waves in the Asian community here in the United States, and was an inspiration for a lot of us. So, Jensen, thank you so much for your time and sharing your thoughts with us today. Everyone, please join me in thanking Jensen Huang for this important conversation.
Thank you all. Thank you, everybody, for doing the important work that you do.
Well, everyone, we made it. We are now moving to our last panel of the day on how states are enabling technology. We are excited to be joined by the Honorable Eric Holcomb, Governor of Indiana, and the Honorable Kristi Noem, Governor of South Dakota. The discussion will be moderated by SCSP Senior Policy Advisor, Dr. PJ Makish. PJ, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and greetings to everybody that's viewing online. Really, I'm PJ Makish, and it is an honor to be here to moderate this dialogue with Governors Noem and Holcomb. We want to first just start by thanking you. We want to thank you not only for being here today, but we want to thank you both for your distinguished service. Shouldering the leadership of a state is not for the faint of heart. And the country goes forward because citizens like you step up and do it. So we just want to thank you sincerely from the project for your distinguished years of public service. The purpose of this panel on regional innovation is to get to where the rubber meets the road at the states. It doesn't happen in DC, it happens in the states. All tech is local. And so we want to outline, in some sense, what's happening in the States and then turn our thoughts almost to an action agenda of what the governors think we should do to max innovation power in the United States from here and also to our allies and partners. So first of all, just governors to open up, could you take us to your states and transport us there? Tell us how the tech innovation ecosystem is going and any ideas that you have. So Governor Noem, please take us to South Dakota.
Absolutely. Well, good evening. Thank you for inviting us, and thank you, PJ, for moderating this discussion. It's an honor for me to be here and talk about emerging technologies with all of you. I don't know if any of you in the room have been to South Dakota before. Oh, look at that. I love it. Perfect. Well, listen, our state is a small state. When my background is I'm a farmer and a rancher. Ran several businesses as well before I got into government and politics, and got involved in government and politics because of tax policy that had me showing up at different meetings. But looked at our state when I was running for governor, and our state, frankly, was in a shape where it was declining. People were moving out of our state. Our industries are not diversified. Our number one industry in our state is agriculture. But it also is 8 times larger than our next industry, which is tourism. And so I knew that if I was going to run for governor, governors are CEOs. The governors set an agenda, they make decisions every day on what they can do to help the people in their state be more successful and be able to be innovative. I campaigned on bringing the next big industry to our state, that we needed an industry that brought higher paying jobs, that didn't overwhelm our infrastructure, didn't cause me to have to build a bunch of new roads and bridges and frustrate people with overwhelming traffic, and that cybersecurity and technology would be the best opportunities for us. We're also located in the center of the country, which, looking at a lot of our national security threats, which I had served on the Armed Services Committee when I was in Congress, I recognize the safety that comes from being a state in the middle of the country. We're not subject to a lot of the outside influences that come from hacking attempts from subs and ships offshore. There's not very many coastlines near South Dakota, if you haven't noticed. We don't have a lot of population centers, which hide some of the surveillance that is sometimes conducted on our national security resources that we have, and that we also are strategically located at a place where a lot of our responses to our threats from other countries would be addressed. Knowing that we had a partnership with Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota as well that is getting the next generation bomber, the B-21, that platform will be located in our state, gave us a strategic opportunity, not only to bring in the kind of research and partner with our universities in a way that we hadn't before, also bring those higher paying jobs, partner with private businesses that were looking for that kind of diversity, and also be a part of our national security defense plan for the next 50 to 75 years was really, really important. So that was really what I campaigned on, and we have gone and grown leaps and bounds since then. We have doubled the size of Dakota State University's cybersecurity school, which Dr. Griffiths is here with us today as well. She is brilliant, and I'm so proud to partner with her in that. We have a new educational partnership with U.S. Army Command as well. We have businesses that have partnered with the build-out that is happening at Ellsworth Air Force Base. We have contractors that are moving in, and they're all focused on AI and partnering and utilizing that in a way that will really help us use these security concerns to bring forward new technologies and diversity. Our other industries that we're building on is in agriculture and in healthcare. Financial services is our third largest industry, so that's also an area that we are building out these types of platforms and innovation. And I'm really proud of the fact that in South Dakota, our science and tech industry, since I've been governor, has grown over 25%, and the GDP in that region has gone up 36% in just the last year. So there's incredible growth in our state, and I think it's because we've been nimble. We've been small, we've been nimble, we've partnered with people in new ways, and when there's new technologies and discoveries out there, we've been aggressive at going after them, recruiting them, and bringing them to our state.
Fantastic, Governor. Thank you. Sir, please take us to Indiana. Tell us how tech's working there.
Very similar story in terms of growth and momentum, South Dakota and Indiana. If you look at capital investment and population growth, employment growth, we we show strong on those momentum indexes, and those are things that we've been measuring since I got there and even long before. Our story also traces back. We've always been in this innovation hunt, and I think about my own family history. My great-grandfather immigrated to this country, ended up in southern Indiana. He was, and his two brothers, blacksmiths. And he did in about 1880, they opened their blacksmith shop, and in 1948, he did an interview with the newspaper, and he was asked about the future of shoeing, horseshoeing, and what it would be in 1948, and he said, well, the good Lord gaveth and replaced it with rubber. Right, and he said, you know, you look out and you see these brick buildings, they won't burn as fast as the stick buildings. He said, who knows, you know, what the future holds. This boy here, he's already making things with his hands, like airplanes. That boy was my 6-year-old father, who went on to Purdue University and retired from Rolls-Royce, trying to make aircraft fly higher and faster. His whole life, right on it. Learned it from a dirt floor, 1948. So you think about that, you know, history, and then you think about the Indy 500, which I don't know if anybody's been to Mount Rushmore and the Indy 500, but 2 bucket list items.
For sure.
And you think about that, that was a test track. Back, you know, in 1909, it was a test track. The first race was 1911, but it was all about testing engines. And so when you think about where we are today, and similarly, you know, our 7-8 sectors that are so important to us, we're the #1 manufacturing state per capita in the country. And that's not just 5 auto OEMs or jet engines or fuselages. It's Eli Lilly, Life Sciences, and Roche, and, you know, Honda, Toyota, Subaru, General Motors, Stellantis, and all those supply chains. And ag, which is ag biotech now, or bioscience, and manufacturing is advanced manufacturing. So if you're not attaching tech to whatever sector you're talking about, you're dying, you're not growing. And so for us as a state, it's how do we assist or cultivate that ecosystem to grow it even faster, and being nimble and paying attention to speed, to market, and helping folks scale, staying out of the way when it's 90% of the, you know, chore, but helping those different sectors, including hospitality and construction, continue to keep up and not just survive but thrive. And that's why we kind of, as a state, jump off the map, and why tech is such a predominant sector in and of itself now. Salesforce, you know, has their name on the tallest building in the state of Indiana, and they've doubled in size since they came, from 1,200 to 2,400, and it's just, you know, continued to spread. But it's how do we bring venture capital to bear? How do we create more research? Christy mentioned our universities, Notre Dame, Purdue, IU. We've got some world-class universities as well, Rose-Hulman. And how do we bring that R&D to bear into the market so it's close and you create density? And that's why you see a state like South Dakota and Indiana leading the way.
That's something that we'd love to talk about, is how innovation is happening in your states. Before we do that, I think everybody would love to hear how both of you became aware that your states are involved in a bigger competition. If you were to go back in your career of public service, you each became aware in your own way about how ultimately your states were in a bigger game. And Governor Holcomb, love to start with you about that journey and how you came to it.
Well, I had the benefit of having worked for one of my predecessors for about 10 years before I had gray hair. I worked for Governor Mitch Daniels, and so I was out and about, paying attention, obviously involved, and knew what, how elaborate our ecosystems were. And obviously, when we're out job hunting, or career hunting, or CapEx hunting, or wage hunting, we're looking at snapping those pieces of the puzzle together. In a state like Indiana, 2 years ago, we set our all-time CapEx record through our Department of Commerce at $8.7 billion 2 years ago. Last year, we did $22.2 billion. This year, we're on track to break that. If you look at how that shakes out, about 33% of that's foreign direct investment. And so if you're not snapping the pieces together, if you're not concerned about onshoring and reshoring, and not just in time, but just in case, look around the world, then you're going to be left behind. It's a small, small world, and time flies. And if the market is demanding speed, and so the state has to be a partner in that and harness that synergy and offer certainty and stability and predictability and continuity, hopefully. So I was aware early on, but I'm trying to increase that momentum even more.
Governor Noem, when we had the privilege to visit South Dakota as a project, you told us a story about countries that are less friendly to the United States and how you became aware of their involvement even in your state. Would you please tell us that story?
Well, my background is in farming and ranching, and when I was in college, my dad was killed in an accident. He was 49 years old at the time. We had one of the larger farming operations in the state of South Dakota, a cow-calf operation too, and so a lot to take over. My family ended up changing a lot. I quit college, came home, became the general manager of the operation, made a lot of changes. We immediately were hit with estate taxes, which made it difficult to keep our business because at that time, the estate tax rate was 55% of everything that you owned. My dad, of course, as a farmer and rancher, had a lot of land, machinery, and cattle, but not a lot of money in the bank. So that caused me to start showing up at meetings. It made me angry that we had this tragedy in our family, and all of a sudden we were threatened with losing our family business. So I started going to different government and policy meetings. At the time, the U.S. Senate Majority Leader was Tom Daschle from South Dakota, if you remember. And so talking to him quite a bit, and he ended up appointing me to a committee that oversaw the federal farm programs in the state within USDA. I realized, though, as I was involved in agriculture and policy and farming and ranching with my husband, Brian, who's with me today over here as well, that seeing that so much foreign investment was coming into South Dakota, that they were, especially countries such as China, were buying up our fertilizer companies. They were buying up our chemical companies. I saw them systematically buying up our food chain and our supply mechanisms, and I knew they were doing it through all my discussions and work in policy to control us, and realized that we not only had to be competitive with those next door to us and our states surrounding us, but also with other countries that were consistently going out there buying up our supply chains, but then also competing with us on the research side, stealing our intellectual property, penalizing us through trade agreements, and got heavily engaged in that. So that was my background when I started to serve in the legislature, and then eventually ran for Congress and served there for 4 terms too. Being on Armed Services, but then also the Ways and Means Committee, really educated me a lot to how other countries are coming in and buying up influence over us, our research, and then also our manufacturing systems, and then even in South Dakota and in our surrounding states, buying up our land. And that's something we've been aggressive on, is while we want to be innovative, while we want to continue to consider investment and put it to work for us, we also need to make sure that they are people who want to see us be successful and will respect our intellectual property and our research and give us a level playing field going forward as well. So that is something that there's a balance there. And I know as you've had some discussions today that you've talked about having government having a role in some of the emerging technologies that are out there. There also needs to be a role that allows that nimble activity without overregulation, but does protect us from those enemies who want to use our data to go after us and eliminate us. They will use our data. Who wins the AI race is whoever has the most access to data. And that data, which we are allowing them to collect off of us and to use against us in the future, is extremely dangerous. So this competitive environment that we have on a worldwide scale is something that we need to open our eyes to. I tell people consistently, I have seen countries such as China have a 2,000-year plan to wipe out the United States of America or to control the world again. I'm not even sure the American people are willing to be inconvenienced anymore. We had this discussion with TikTok Our state was the first state that actually banned the use of TikTok on state devices because of the data collection that they have. After that, we saw 30 other states take action and the federal government on government devices. And I still have my brother-in-law send me TikTok videos sometimes that I'm like, dude, don't send me TikTok videos. If anybody, I feel like I'm the poster child for not liking TikTok, but people still send them to me all the time. So that's what I think our attention span is short in this country, and I'm hoping through an educational process we will remember that we are in a competitive environment. We're in a competitive environment with those who just naturally want to economically compete with us, but also those countries who want to destroy us and we need to go into this eyes wide open and make sure we set ourselves up to succeed.
There's times where we've woken up to that competition, right? And there's times where the nation just unified and came together on Manhattan or Apollo. You could say maybe we're doing that with CHIPS Act now, and that there's that time where the unity happens and we start competing. We'd love to use the rest of our time to start talking about your thoughts on that agenda. And first of all, to unleash regional innovation for everything that you've learned about your ecosystem, what are some things that you both think are going right? I mean, just to start with what's going right, what is happening between the government and states or any other institutions that you think is what right looks like?
Well, number one, talking with each other. I mean, as you all know in the room, I'm a Republican. We have President Joe Biden, obviously, is of the Democratic Party and running the administration. But what I do appreciate is that they're willing to have conversations with us, that I've been able to have access to cabinet secretaries and talk about ways that we could partner, and even a little bit of flexibility in some of the programs to how maybe the way that they have written a piece of legislation or they've put out guidance doesn't work for our state. Could we ever make an appeal to have some changes to utilize those dollars in a different way? And even allowing us in some instances to not access grants that didn't work for us and have them understand that and maybe reallocate dollars or resources somewhere else. So I think that is really what makes America special, is we aren't a one-size-fits-all for governors. Governors know what their states need. We're on the ground there. Our perspective is very different than policymakers. For instance, the CHIPS Act, while wonderful, it was written in such a way that South Dakota, on those regional technology hubs, we don't qualify. We're not a populated enough area to even qualify for those dollars. So that's a huge disservice to our state, and I've asked them if they would consider figuring out a way to open that up to every single state so we could access the ability to do that. I have incubators in my state now that I'm using to partner with different entities, but I would love to have that provisions in the CHIPS Act apply to our state as well and not just prioritize the more urbanized areas. For instance, our Dakota State University, we've doubled the size of our cybersecurity school. We are only one of 10 schools that have designations from NSA and Homeland Security on cyber defense, cyber operations, cyber research. We are the first university in the country to have a PhD program offered in cyber operations. It is super innovative what we have going on there, and bringing in 27 different research projects and 24 different universities into our Sanford Underground Lab that's doing medical research and high energy physics research. And what we're doing in South Dakota is some of the biggest research projects that the world has ever seen. I need to be nimble in order to keep facilitating that kind of an environment, which is making companies want to come and investment come as well.
Yeah, I think echo everything she just said, but also I think a continued, what's going right, a continued approach to have states cooperate, to think regionally, certainly trying to do that within my state, but some of the first dollars to come out of the CHIPS and Science Act were just rolled out for ME Commons hubs around the country. We were a beneficiary of one of those 8. It forced us to think regionally, which was fine. It brought together some of the best engineering schools in the country, Purdue being one, who also, by the way, has the Keith Kroc Institute for Tech Diplomacy, which is all about where tech and foreign policy meet to advance freedom. Pretty darn good and important thing. But having that CHIPS and Science Act, that type of approach where states put skin in the game, certainly the feds are putting big skin in the game, but forcing cooperation, and then on the flip side of that, a competition to where we can compete for the best solution or innovation, and then let us rest on our, on our work. And so when we're thinking about a tech hub or a biotech hub, or we're thinking about a hydrogen hub, that competition, I think, is very healthy for the country. And instead of just reflexively thinking, what regulation can I throw out there to force innovation, how about just starting with competition to force innovation? That's going to get us there sooner anyway, and it's customer-centric, rather than putting out some artificial or a goal that continues to be pushed back, because it came from solely a regulatory perspective. Okay. And so I hope that they, whoever they are, the administration, continues on that, to use Christy's word, balance of cooperation and competition at the same time.
Well, I would always encourage everybody to go to governors before you go to the federal government. I mean, I know that sounds self-serving, but I've served in federal government. I've also now been a governor, and governors can move quickly. They can make good decisions. They have better perspective. You get isolated when you're in Congress or you're in administration. It's, I saw quite quickly after several years in Congress, you can write policy, you can give great speeches and go to conferences, but governors are living in their communities. And you can make a decision and be held accountable for it the very next day. It's very much being a CEO, and that allows you to think critically about something, and then also go to those businesses and say, all right, I'm going to prove to you that I have this workforce, and that I'm going to train this workforce in this technology field. They will be there, and I'll be committed. I can back that up. Now you invest as well, and we'll partner to get this done and really facilitate it every step of the way. That's the only way you get the investment, is if you can prove you have the workforce, and the state that has the workforce is the state that's going to win this economically. And listen, South Dakota's we're growing at 10 times the national average right now. Incomes are going up in our state faster than anywhere else. We have women-owned businesses doing better than anywhere else. Obviously, I've already talked about how science and tech industry is growing. Our largest economic development projects right now are renewable fuels and making jet fuel out of corn and biodiesel products. And it's incredible the innovation that's coming. Meanwhile, around the base, you can imagine what we've got for technology platforms and ammunition contractors that are coming around that base, as well as security operations to make sure that we're protecting people's information. It's a wonderful place to be right now. What keeps me up at night is how do I not miss an opportunity? And that's where you are so key, is while we look at this exciting new horizon of how we can use Gen AI and how we can use cybersecurity platforms, and even, we have a desire in South Dakota, Dakota State University as well, to do quantum computing and to be ahead of that game as well and make a huge investment there. That's how all this compounds on each other. We dare not miss an opportunity. We need to do it in a way that our enemies and the data can't be used against us, but that it's done in a way that we don't limit ourselves because we're too scared of those advancements. Fantastic. I see a lot of people in this country a little scared, pretending AI doesn't exist yet, where they're actually interacting with it on a daily basis.
We'd love to use these last 10 minutes we have together with you to just put your strategy hats on and now think about regional innovation, sort of with what's going right, but what would you dream about if you could just dream this perfect thing? For short, you've said a system that has the state voice with government. Talked about something that helps you unleash your university ecosystems. So both of you have discussed the importance of their adapting to targets and getting better and cooperating with other university ecosystems. A public-private partnership where both government and state have a skin in the game, and yet it's competitive. And then how do we collaborate on opportunities so that if opportunities are known, they get out to the states? Some sort of system of sharing opportunities, I hear you saying. What are some other things here in these last moments that if you were just to etch a sketch and lay out an agenda for action, these are things you would love to see happen between the government, states, our institutions? Well,
I think that's a whole approach to government that I think Governor Holcomb was speaking about, just the willingness to get out of the way at times. So much for us, we're constantly, I feel like I'm on defense when it comes to the federal government. I'm not getting the chance to be on offense because I'm constantly on defense trying to make sure I'm protecting the businesses that I have, keep more dollars in their pocket, give them more opportunities to invest that back into their workforce and into their innovation. And we run into that quite often, even in our medical research field. We've got some of the largest medical research facilities and individuals and companies in South Dakota as well. And so much just the bureaucracy is what hurts us. So being able to be much more nimble at the federal government level, I think, is our biggest challenge every single day.
Yeah, I would just repeat and say, treat us like the laboratories that we are. Look to what's working and do more of that. It's not more profound than if I had a wish list to ask of the federal government, it would be, and I know it's a wish list, it would be to provide more certainty and continuity and stability and predictability, just like we try to do for our private sector. Because if our private sector is growing, then we can also tend to the other needs of our state. And so if the federal government had a perspective on what's working out there, what are the best practices, how do we achieve our goals quicker and address these long, lingering, vexing problems and challenges? The states are out there doing it, and I'm not shameless, but I was proud to follow Christy on TikTok. We did the same thing. I might have been number 2 or 3, but if somebody's got a good idea, we're going to acknowledge it, right? And we're not going to be left behind because we're still competing for a great sandbox to play in, right, and attract business. And so we don't sit around and dither and wait. On the same hand, I think that if the federal government would take that approach and say, and again, credit where credit's due, they have an outlook on hydrogen hubs, ME Commons, tech hubs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I agree, whether it's Midwest or Great Plains, don't just think about, because there's so much venture capital on the coasts or research and development, that it needs to stay there. Matter of fact, if you want more certainty and you want to get away from encroachment issues, we've got the 3rd biggest naval base in America. People wouldn't think that because we don't have any. We don't have any oceans. But Crane Naval Warfare Center is going to be a big. They're doing a lot of the microelectronics. We're doing hypersonics. We're addressing plan genetics right in the heart of the heartland. And so that's really where the rubber meets the road. And so if we have the capital, as some on the coast have long had, we can make you proud too.
You know what this is going to sound strange, PJ, and I'm sorry, but
Please.
What I would ask you to do, the biggest thing you could do is to inspire our next generation, our kids. Because they literally need to understand the opportunities that they have in front of them. And frankly, I think a lot of them are taking it for granted right now. We're crippling our children in this country by doing everything for them. I give this speech quite often to quite a few different groups, but one of the best gifts that my dad ever gave me, he was tough, but he gave us impossible things to do. And there was many times I thought, I have no idea if he's wants me to live through the day or not, just because of the jobs he would give me. The one quick story I'll just tell you is when I was about 12 years old, we had to take a truck home from the field, and I was riding with him in this semi-load of corn, and we were going down the road, and he said, I forgot I have to take the other truck home, Christy. Here, jump over here, drive this truck home, take your corners wide, and I'll meet you there. And he jumped out the door. And I remember diving across the cab, grabbing the steering wheel, because I'd never driven a semi before. I didn't have a license. I was 12 years old, and I immediately started to cry. and I just didn't know what to do, so I drove all the way home the 7 miles in the same gear, never shifted once, took the widest corners that you've ever seen. When I got into the farmyard, I didn't know how to even stop, so I just shut the truck off and let it drift to a stop. And I remember, though, that I thought, the first thing that I thought to myself was, I cannot believe that I lived. And the second thought that I had was, I bet I can drive anything now. And I didn't realize until I became an adult that that is the greatest gift that my parents gave me, is they gave us impossible things to do. And that when we completed them, that it not only helped us become problem solvers and figure things out, but it also gave us the confidence to take on the next tougher thing, the next more difficult thing. Well, if I can do that, then I bet I can do this, and I bet I can do that. And that's what I think is America's crippling factor right now, is we're not instilling that into our kids. We've started in South Dakota a governor's cyber academy, where we're giving high school students exposure to this emerging technology of cybersecurity and technology. They can even complete their first year of college in a cybersecurity degree program in high school. But we've also doing cyber camps for students in elementary through high school, but also giving them the value of work and talking about a work ethic and what's special about America. I've watched other countries start their children with tutors and extra, teaching them other second languages and third languages when they're in third and fourth grade, and we're not expecting that of our children anymore. And so we will not stay leading the world in development and in these areas anymore if we don't continue to push our children and give them a vision for what is possible. So I would encourage you have the most exciting horizon of any industry I've seen out there. And it's not been my background until I got involved in some of these roles, but I would tell you, inspire the next generation and look at how you can engage and put that kind of excitement in them so they continue to want to lead the world and aren't willing to just be second to China or second to another country that's so much more heavily investing in this field.
We stand with you on inspiring the next generation. Really appreciate that perspective. And as we close, we've heard about global issues all throughout the day from beginning to end, and we wanted to bring it home with our governors. And so just with 1 minute each towards the end, just any closing thoughts on American tech power, leadership, and innovation? Governor Halcomb, over to you.
Yeah, think about how it can actually solve problems, not just talk more about it, and be a powerful force for good. And I think to Christy's point, we wake up every day as CEOs of our states, and we have very high expectations. And we measure, and we have a plan, and we have a strategy, and we turn our cards face up. We're very transparent. And we try to think bold, like Jensen was talking about the culture of a company, trying to be sticky and keep talent and attract talent, retain it. The same thing has to be true for this country. We need to be thinking bold, and we need to be thinking big, because we have a lot of catching up to do. Yeah. And technology is going to do that. If we want to compete on the hypersonics front, we have a lot of catching up to do. So how can you be a part of that? Because we want to be your partner.
Fantastic. Governor Noem, closing thoughts.
We will invest. We will invest our resources, our time, and our energy if you do as well, and we will find the business connections. Just utilize us. I think many times people don't recognize the resources that governors can be and how we can help make those types of connections that you may need to lead the world. We have 4 students in our state that were the only Americans to go compete at the World Cyber Games and do very, very well. My goal is that soon America has a bigger presence there, that we are continuing to lead the world, and we can't do that if we don't continue to pursue opportunities that we have together. So my encouragement is our future still continues to be bright. We still lead the world. I don't want to end up in a situation where I heard on the news this morning some of our national security experts talking about the fact that America with our allies can still defeat a joined Russia and China. That America with her allies, if those 2 countries did team up, we could still defeat them. I want to get to a place where, whether it's on the national security front, whether it's on a medical research and delivery of healthcare needs, whether it's in a technology space or in data protection and security or innovation or AI, whatever it is, that America always will defeat our enemies. In every single space, we will win. And I think that's the kind of attitude that we need to wake up with every day and continue to talk about. We can't watch the news today without getting a defeatist attitude. I would encourage you, since you're so much the future, that instead shut the TV off, stay offline, instead continue to look at the opportunities that you have in your field and ask us how we can help, because we would love to.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our governors. Thank you so much.
Okay, if you give me 30 seconds to close this, I promise you Joe is not going to add any more sessions tonight. So first of all, a big round of applause for all of you. After 10 and a half hours, no breaks, you're still here. Thank you so much. Second, I would like to thank all the guests that came from afar, Jonas, Andre, and everybody abroad, domestically, and provided such a diverse range of views all day. Truly appreciated. Without you, this would have not been possible, so thank you for those of you. Thanks to all the speakers that participating in our panels. I know Jensen Wang was in India past midnight calling in for this. This is truly remarkable. And so I truly, truly appreciate all the speakers from here and abroad attending the summit. Last thing, organizing a summit is not a small task, so I really want to thank the SESP team. I think some of you have not even slept for the last 24 hours. So truly appreciate Joe for your leadership and everybody else that has contributed. A massive event, guys, 10 and a half hours nonstop with world-class leaders, so thank you guys so much. As I've said it before, this is the best team. I'm biased about this, but this is, I think, the best team that we have in DC on this issue. Lastly, Ariana will kill me if I don't say this. Please subscribe to Substack, podcast, all the socials. We publish everything through those channels, guys. Please, if you want to stay tuned, if you want to be up to speed, if you care about this topic, that's the venue we say these things. And then last message, which after all that food and everything we've had all day, there's a reception waiting for all of you. Please enjoy it. Thanks again for everything. Help us, stay with us, criticize us, and we'll do this again. Thank you.
You feel so real.